I believe we're live. Let's go. Let's see. Riddle, welcome in. Riddle, I appreciate you being here. Welcome into the stream, y'all. I appreciate y'all joining today. Excuse me. Let me get a couple things updated. Sibba is in the building. What's up, Sibba? Welcome in, y'all. If y'all are joining over on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Is it Bashino? Thank you so much for joining the stream. I appreciate you being here as well. We're going to get rolling here in just a bit. It's been a while since I have been on. Lucid's in the building. What's up, Lucid? Welcome into the stream. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Welcome to Track Talk. If y'all are coming in for the first time as well, let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know the kind of music that you make, how long you've been making it. I'd love to chat with y'all for a little bit. I appreciate y'all joining in. Owl is in the building. Owl, welcome into the stream. I appreciate you being here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Tap the screen, y'all. Share out the live. Don't forget to send your heart rate for the day. It does really help out the stream. We're going to be on for a couple hours today. I've not been live in like a week or so. Just been busy. Melly's in the building. Trayvon, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome into the stream. Let me get a couple things. Actually, hold on. Give me a second. I got to update one thing here really quick. Katie's in the building. Faz in here. What's up, y'all? Welcome in. Let me get one thing updated here. I hope y'all are doing absolutely fantastic today. There we go. Boom. Oh, hey, beautiful. We are live. There we go. Sorry. Cappy's in the building. What's up, Cappy? Welcome in. How are you feeling today? Remind me later. Don't update that just yet. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. We are going to get rolling here in a moment. Hush, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Jack, good to see you. Sincere, I appreciate you joining y'all. Welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. I will explain the structure of the live stream here in just a couple minutes. Anthony, welcome in. In just a few minutes, I'll let y'all know kind of the format of the stream, the format of the stream, the structure of what we do here, and kind of the way that we've built out Track Talk as a format. So give me just a minute to update a few things, and we'll get into that. Jobs, I appreciate you tapping in as well. But if y'all are joining for the first time, I would love to know a little bit more about you. Let me know where you're joining from. Let me know if you make music, the kind of music that you make, and then we'll get moving with kind of the main format of Track Talk here in just a bit. Let me get a couple things moving here, though. I hope y'all are doing absolutely fantastic. It's been a while since I've been live, so I appreciate y'all joining as always. Playvo, welcome in. I appreciate you joining as well. I hope y'all are doing amazing. Let me see. But yeah, let me know where y'all are joining from. Is it Dare? I can't see it from here. Dare, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Let me get this refreshed over here. Let me get this updated. Drumming and Skating, welcome in. How are y'all feeling today? Free Label, welcome in as well. I appreciate y'all joining the stream. Let's close some tabs. Let's get some things updated here. NP Nexocraft, welcome in. Thanks for joining the stream, y'all. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Don't forget your heart me. We'll get moving with some music here in just a second, and I'll explain the whole live stream. Just give me like 2 or 3 minutes to get the ball rolling here, get us up and moving on all the different platforms. Jesus. Bailey's, welcome in. Bailey's, I hope you're doing amazing as well. What's up, bro? Check out my music, bro. I'm an artist from Charleston, South Carolina. Let's go, Dare. I appreciate you tapping in. Yeah, I'm going to be listening to music here in just a little bit. We're going to dive deep into some consultations for artists, musicians, producers, engineers, so on and so on. So give me just a moment to get a couple things updated. At that point, I'll let everybody know what's going on. Anna B, welcome in. I appreciate you joining. Welcome in. Deadman226, I appreciate you joining the stream. Y'all keep tapping. Tap, share out the live with a few people, and we'll get rolling here in a minute. I'm continuing to update a few things over here on my end as we get rolling. Just give me a moment to get some things flowing. I appreciate y'all being here so much. GetAlive.com. Welcome into the stream. Let's refresh over here. Yeah, it's been a while, man. Gosh, I feel like it's been a while since I've been live. Feels good. I'm excited to get moving. Sincere, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Hopefully we can get Valen up and rolling. Good morning to you. If you're saying good morning, you must be on the other side of the world. Let me know where you're joining from. I'm assuming you are like in Australia or something like that. Sincere, I appreciate that a lot. If you're saying good morning, you gotta be a bit ahead. Alec, I appreciate you. You are in Australia. Shout out to Australia. I've been twice. It's great. It's a beautiful place. I hate a lot of the nature that you have there because it's scary and poisonous. But Australia, I've been to Sydney twice. Is a really cool spot. I liked it a lot. The people are amazing. Shout out to New Jersey, Sincere. I appreciate you so much. I'm glad you're here. All right, let me update this real quick. and then we'll dive into the main part of the stream here. I do appreciate y'all being here a whole lot. Welcome in from Indonesia. I appreciate you being here so much. Welcome in to the stream. I hope you're having an amazing day so far. We're gonna get rolling here in just a few minutes. Let's see. JM's in the building. What's up, JM? Let's get this updated over here. Make sure I got everything moving and grooving. And then we're going to Faraday. Welcome in. I'm in Texas. I live in the country. There are around 300 people in my town. You know what I mean? That sounds kind of nice. I could use the city I'm in has like 2 million people. I could use a 300 person. 300 person city sounds wild. Florida's in the middle. What's up, Florida? Welcome in. Evil Year, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Sincere, I'll double check here in just a second. Okay. Yeah, 300 people sounds kind of nice these days. I'm a little burnt out. I got to be honest with you. All right. Give me one moment, y'all. Thanks for joining, y'all. I appreciate y'all being here so much. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, and we'll get rolling in just a second. Zool, any style of music, absolutely, any genre, any level of preparedness. Next closest town has about 20. Get a live. That's crazy. You're out in the wild there. That's wild. Yeah, absolutely, any genre. Give me one moment, y'all. Sorry, I'm just getting a couple things updated on Pro Tools. Give me just a moment, just making sure these plugins are active over here just for a brief moment. And then I will explain Track Talk. I'll explain the whole thing, and we'll dive into some beautiful music, y'all's music. So give me a moment. Excuse me. I do make music. I work full time in music. That is what I do for a living. Not as an artist. I am an artist, and I love doing that. I just don't do it a whole lot. But what I do full time is as a producer, session musician, and audio engineer. That's what I do for a career. Okay, let's get this updated. 2 seconds. All right. It's time. And we are ready to go. All right, it's time, y'all. It's time to get into it. Anima, I know it's always the placeholder. It stays that way until I update it after. What's up, Mossy? Welcome in. Good to see you, Mossy. I update it after every single live stream, so it goes to that's when you go back through them, you can see the normal things. But when it's like live on there, it's kind of annoying to change, and it doesn't always change on OBS. It's really frustrating with like Restream or whatever like that. So we're on 78 or 79 or whatever it is right now. But anyways, y'all, welcome into the stream. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank y'all so much for joining. I really appreciate y'all taking any amount of time to join the stream and hang out with us for a little bit. Which is because I was shocked you. But it also says Restream, which is confusing because I was shocked you actually responded to me. No, yeah, that's Restream is just it's not a redone stream. Restream is just the plugin that distributes the stream to multiple platforms. So we're going to the purple app and the red app. You're on the red app right now. We go to the purple app, the red app, and TikTok. And that Restream is just the OBS plugin that allows for that. So it doesn't mean that it's a previously streamed stream. That's just the actual name of the plugin that distributes it. That's all it is. Milk, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, y'all, let's get into some music, though. It's time. It's time to get into some music and get into the main kind of core of the live stream. For those of y'all who have never been here before, get a live. Thank you for the follow. If you've never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. Exclusive. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the live stream. I really appreciate y'all being here. If you have never been here before, what we do, and here's my spiel, and is it Doc? Thank you so much for the follow as well. If you've never been here before, go to, actually, hold on. Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of different notifications here. Oh, you're good, Anna. You're good. I know it gets confusing. No, yes, welcome in. Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of notifications here, so let me get this updated. Okay, if y'all have never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the live stream. I'm glad y'all are here. What we do here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultations on the structure of your music. They are long form, deep dive breakdowns of the structure of your music, from the mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure. We're going to get into formatting, the whole structure of this live live stream is to offer specific, professional, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. Absolutely any genre, any level of preparedness. This is not a roast live. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to review you. This is not a live music review. This is a really detailed long form consultation. It's a detailed analysis. We'll spend about 20 to 30 minutes going through your track 2 or 3 different times to really get into the details of your mix, production, sound design, lyric, and song structure, stuff like that. If that's what you're interested in, if that's something that would be helpful for you, that's what this live stream is all about. Like I said, I'm not here to roast you. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to, I'm not even here to like give you exposure and hype you up and stuff like that. My goal is to offer practical, actionable feedback and give you what you need to help you, improve and polish some of the structure of what you're doing creatively and practically. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So the whole structure of this live stream is from that perspective. And it's, kind of with that goal in mind, where I'm not here to just like review it, give you a, 2 thumbs up or give you a rating. There's no ratings. There's no polls. There's no trash or pass, nothing like that. It's strictly 20 to 30 minutes to dive into the structure of your music and hopefully and ideally give you some feedback that's helpful for you. If y'all would like to submit, welcome in, y'all. It's good to see y'all. I do mix and master. That is a portion of what I do for a living. I do probably three or four different things within my music business. One being audio engineering, mixing and mastering, stuff like that. The other would be session work. So people hire me to track instruments for their records, whether that be synthesis, which is probably, keys and synths are probably my main thing. That's what I've done for most of my life. Synths, hardware synths, analog synths, stuff like that. Acoustic, electric, bass guitars, live drums, vocals, stuff like that. So that's the session work that I do. And then I also just work within that as a full-scale producer from start to finish of a record. So that's what I do full time. But there's multiple facets to the music business. I do a little bit of all of that in near equal parts depending on the month, depending on the clientele and stuff like that. It's fun. I love it. It's volatile and it's crazy, but I'm very, very blessed to do something that I really enjoy and really love for a living, which is awesome. But y'all, thank y'all so much for joining today. If you would like to submit your music for a consultation, thank you for the heart me milk. I appreciate you so much. For those of you who would like to submit your music for the consultations I was just talking about, all you have to do is go to my profile, click on the link, and then click on the submission tab right there. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow all of the details. We'll get you in line. We'll get you up on the board. If you would like to check the board, check the line, stuff like that, you can always find it on the other platforms that we are live on. Aiton, welcome in. So good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing amazing. If you want to check the line, you can find it on the other platforms that we're live on, which you can also find at my link. Those are the red and purple app. Use your imagination. That is where the line always lives throughout the entire live stream. Libby, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that so much. If y'all are on TikTok, just keep in mind, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Let's keep the live moving. We're gonna get rolling here in just hopefully a couple minutes with our first couple songs. We'll get some things moving here. Still working on it. Let me see. I'm double checking a few things. Sorry, I'm getting a couple other notifications here. What are your thoughts on Screaming in the Middle? I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm a fan of all genres of music as long as it, I like creativity. I like creativity. I like people doing stuff that's fulfilling for them. And so, yeah, I can appreciate and work on a lot of different genres of music. So I'm not over here like in one genre, only listening to one thing. If y'all are wanting to submit music, it is absolutely all genres, all levels of preparedness, all levels of quality. You're not going to hear all one genre here. You're also not going to hear one level of quality. Some people will come in with polished records. They're very, very talented. Some people are going to come in as their first month ever producing music and they're trying to figure out where they want to go next. You know what I mean? Like people are like really, really early sometimes. I tell people all the time, we had one live stream it was probably a couple years ago that we had this consultation. Within the same live stream, we had someone send in a voice memo of them humming a melody in a Starbucks booth. And we were helping them build chord structure over what they were doing melodically to help them out, kind of get a song started for them. And then we've had Grammy-winning musicians and producers in here. It's going to be all the way across the board. Ali, welcome in. It's good to see you. What do you think about Bull of Heaven? I don't know if I know Bull of Heaven. But I got a family that I'm gonna have to catch. Hey, sounds good. Sounds good, Aiton. Yeah, up to you, man. I'll be on today. I'll be on tomorrow as well. Done. Let us all video. Crisis, bro. Let us all video. Oh, wait, which one? Crisis. Which one? Let me know. I'm always curious because you never know what like the For You page shoots out to people. Have you reviewed video game inspired songs before? Yeah, I have. And I'm 100%. We've had a couple people that were building production structures and building some songs specifically for video games. They were looking for placements in video games. And that's kind of that's what they were kind of looking for some advice on. There was an artist, really, really talented producer and artist came in I guess it was probably a week or two ago, and they sent in a song that was actually for placement, I believe, for like Fox or ESPN, like it was for a sports trailer or something like that. Can you stream it? You'll see the website. Oh, interesting. Honestly, honestly, I don't know, but here I am on your live. Well, crisis, I'm glad you're here. I appreciate you hanging out for a little bit. I appreciate you joining. A few musics I want to showcase. So yeah, if anybody would like to submit your music, we're going to dive into music here in just a couple minutes. I'm waiting on a couple things to line up, and then we're going to get it rolling. If anybody wants to submit music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you up in line, ready to go. Yeah, 18. I'll be on around the same, or probably afternoon tomorrow. Let me see. I got a metal song, but it's not mixed. Hold on. TikTok keeps moving things for me. It's not mixed at all and kind of hurts the ears. Do I feel that so much? Yeah, that's what this live is all about. Quavis, welcome in, man. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you a lot, man. I appreciate the love. But it hurts the ears. I try to mix, but can't mix. Yeah, it's a process. A little bit of a different language as well. It's a little bit of a different language as well. So I understand people that they get really, really good in one thing or really prolific in one thing. Maybe that's like writing, it's song structure, it's formatting, it's phrasing. There's so many different languages to music and things that people really dive into. So I understand when you've gotten really prolific at one part of it. Maybe that's rapping, lyricism, phrasing, cadence, stuff like that. And then another part of that kind of falls through the cracks. And it can be difficult to like learn a brand new language and like build that back up and feel like you're not taking steps back from other things that you're really prolific in. It's a challenging thing to do. It's very cool. My stuff is a inspirable moment. It's a work in progress. When it's done, I'll probably submit. It's just for fun all night. Probably get a low stream. Still want to make it the best, dude. I love that, and I'm 100%. Yeah, most people send in early unreleased stuff. Most people, because a lot of people utilize over the last almost 3.5 years that we've been doing these consultations on live. A lot of people will utilize this live stream as kind of like a final stop before they send stuff out and you send it to distribution and stuff like that. Just because we go into a lot of detail. Like I said, these are like 20 to 30 minutes long. They're detailed. They're multiple listen through your song. We're going to really dive into the nuances of what you're doing. So a lot of people come here this is not like the live stream necessarily, although people do and you can. It's not necessarily formatted in a way to where like we're here to like listen to your like finished song to promote it. There's plenty of spaces for that, like live music review spaces that are for that, where you can finish a track, send it out, and try to get some fans. That's just not the format of what we do here. The format of here is really, really breaking it down, getting into the nuances and getting into the details of it. Ali, it is not a showcase. Uni, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. It's not a showcase. That's why I keep reiterating this. Is like, this is not a review. It's not a showcase. It's not just like a pay to spin it and then we move on really quickly. It's a 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultation. So it is really, really detailed, obviously depending on who's coming in and the structure and what they're wanting to do. But the goal of it is to be very, very detailed and very nuanced with our approach to how you build out your music. So I wouldn't, unless you just want to, unless you just feel like you want to drop money to put it out to people, you can. That's just not what I do. It's not the priority of this live stream. It's not what we're trying to do. Kelly, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Let's see. I'm just gonna drop 2 plugin tips for everyone: Bus, Clipper, Slate, and Dime MB Time Off Audio. There you go, Sam. I appreciate it. Do you produce independently? Yes, get a lot. That's part of what I do for a living. Sincere, I would love to. Yeah, if y'all ever want to work, I'm not here to promote myself, and I really, really don't. Usually, I'll wait till the end of like a 4-hour live and say, "Hey, I'm about to hop off. Here's what I do," and you can do with that what you will. But yeah, if you ever want to work, shoot me a message. Just shoot me a message, and we'll get in contact. We'll talk about the song structure itself and understand if it's like something stylistically and creatively that would be in line for both of us to do. And then, of course, from there we can also talk through budget, timeline, and stuff like that for your project and what it is specifically that you're looking at. Whether it's like, session tracking, you want analog synths, you want 80 stuff, or whatever, bass, electric, acoustic guitar, you want a producer, you're looking for an engineer, stuff like that. Can I take a moment? Wait, hold on. Can I take a moment here to spread the good word of why a grilled cheese is the best snack ever? That's so true. That's so true. That's so true. All of that jazz. I got you. I got you. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. Shoot me a message on probably Instagram is probably the easiest. Um, yeah, Anima. The vast majority of people send in works in progress. Like 90% of people. 90% of people send in works in progresses. Most people are sending in stuff that's unreleased. Sorry, I'm catching up on some messages here. Let's see. Understand. Yeah, no worries, Allie. No worries at all. Yeah, it's not just like it's not like a just a pay to play. It's a full consultation service. It's long. It's detailed. I serve in sound design and arrangement and on mastering. But let's see. Is it actually? This is a decent question. I like a decent question. Is it actually possible to learn mixing and mastering from YouTube videos without a teacher or something? Let me cover maybe like a couple aspects of this. Yes and no. You can learn the language behind mixing and mastering. You can learn what it looks like to mix and master, but none of that matters if you can't hear your own record, you actually doing the things, right? So like the thing that a lot of people get stuck on is they get stuck following producers and following engineers and like watching like plug-in podcasts, and like they get stuck just consuming ideas about music and spend a lot less time making music and working on music. So yes, you can learn a lot from YouTube videos. There's so many things that I've learned. Now I have a bit of a more formal training in a studio, but like you can learn from YouTube videos. There's a lot of great YouTube videos out there. The school of YouTube is a real thing. So I think it is completely valid to really dive into the world of YouTube and learn mixing and mastering. But you are also going to get 1,000 different opinions and 1,000 different ways of going about things. And just nothing really beats you doing the thing at scale. You gotta do it at scale. There's too many people that are spending all of their time learning and worshiping other people doing it, and much less time actually executing the craft. So yes, that's why like the answer is two-sided. Yes, definitely watch some YouTube videos on mixing and mastering, understand the language about it, the language around it, understand like what your limiter is doing, how to utilize it appropriately, what it looks like to compress, EQ, and saturate on a master and how that's going to affect it, even how to like automate those things as you go throughout the course of a record in order to increase vibrancy towards the end of a 4-minute song so it doesn't stagnate dynamically. Like there's a lot of things that you can learn on YouTube doing things like that, or even on streams like this and stuff. Like there's a lot that you can learn, but you can only take in that information so much before you have to do it. You have to try it. You got to fail at it and train your ears. Like, what does it feel like to do these things and do it at scale and understand what it actually looks like to execute that, right? So I would say both. You can definitely learn a lot. You can learn a lot. There's plenty of like mixing 101 videos and stuff like that on YouTube, but watch it and re-reference it and then go mix 1,000 songs. You know what I mean? Like go produce 1,000 tracks, go play your guitar 1,000 times. You know what I mean? Like you got to actually execute it at scale. I was asking, I know some theory music-wise and chord-wise, but I'm completely new to mixing, so you'd have to keep that in mind. Yeah, 100%. Most people are. Most people, yeah, absolutely, Kelly, 100%. A lot of people send in demos. I would say most people are sending in unreleased, unfinished projects. Let me see. I'm still looking at some stuff. And then quick reminder again, y'all, we're going to get into some music hopefully in a couple minutes here. I'm just getting a couple things rolling here, answering some questions as well. If you would like to submit your music for a consultation like we're about to get into, if you want to submit for a consultation, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there, and we'll get you online ready to go. How effective is a sound panel, especially if you don't have crews? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How effective is a sound panel, especially if you don't have a lot of things in a room? It depends on what it depends on what the panel is made out of, right? So like foam is not going to do a lot of it. It takes absorption. You need absorption and density in order to help control sound waves, right? So just having foam on the wall isn't going to do a whole lot, right? Just having foam random up there, just the random stuff that you can get on Amazon and stuff like that. What's up, Sonny? Welcome in. It doesn't do a whole lot. In fact, it can kind of butcher your sound in a little bit. It might help control certain reflections and flutters between like 1500 hertz and above, depending on the density of the foam, stuff like that, and the thickness and stuff like that. But these like 1 inch, 2 inch foam panels and stuff like that. In fact, they're going to absorb a lot, but then let a lot of other things slide, right? Like 1300 hertz and below is still going to be reflecting, right? It's still going to be bouncing around the room. It's going to create this really boxy, weird sound, right? So panels can be incredibly effective. And I have a couple here kind of around the room here. The way that I would approach it is at least get a somewhat like high density fiberglass panel. I would say probably at least two. Thank you, Sonny. I appreciate at least 2 inches. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. I would get something, if you can, a little bit thicker. It just gets expensive. But get like a high density fiberglass or rock wool is usually the way to go. Try to get at least 2 inches, and then at the very least help with some of the absorption of kind of the mid and above, but a mid into the low mid information right there. If you can get some control right there, you're going to be much better off than anything that's foam. And in fact, I would just, if you only have foam, then or if the only option is to have foam, I'll just save your pennies for a couple more months. Just save a couple bucks, over a couple more months, and get you just some decent panels. Amazon has some that work. They're not the best, but they work. And then, of course, if you want to get into some fun stuff, you could always build some yourself as well. But yeah, if you don't have much in a room, you need density and you need absorption, right? So you need some somewhat porous materials as well. So if you don't have a whole lot of stuff, then you can flip your mattress up, put a comforter over your head while you're recording, go into the closet for a moment, be around your clothes, go out. If you have a small interface and a laptop and a mic with you, then just go out into your car to record. There's a lot of things that you can do for really cheap and really reasonable that doesn't involve spending $800 on like sound absorption panels and stuff like that, because they do get pricey. Let me see. Sorry, I'm catching up. Thank y'all so much for joining the stream today. I really appreciate it. I record all my vocals in the car. There you go. D Busy's in the building. What's up, D Busy? I hope you're doing fabulous. Have you built your own before? I have before. The ones that I have in here are just some ones that I got off like 2 inch and 4 inch panels that I got off Amazon. Just because that's what I had the capacity for at the time. I had made probably a decade or about 12 to 14 years ago. I had made some panels when I was working in the studio with the engineer that was kind of mentoring me and training me. And that was probably the last time that I made them myself. So we were making rock wool panels back then. Would you say, D Busy? Hope you're doing fabulous, man. Good to see you. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Jordy, welcome in. Would you say learning to mix is like learning an instrument? Yeah, to an extent, Jordy. Thank you for the follow-up. I appreciate that. Yeah, to an extent. Just like any instrument, you are learning, you're learning a completely different flow of information, right? Like learning how to play a piano and a guitar are two very different things, but the scaling is the same, right? Taking that to like a soprano saxophone, taking that to a violin, they're very different formats, but the scaling is the same. So if you're playing in B major, that B major is the same across all of those different instruments, right? So I think there's some continuity that happens when you're learning different instruments. That's how I was able to start on piano, teach myself guitar, and teach myself some other instruments by default just from there, was just because once I understood, like I knew what to listen for, then I could kind of build from there. Now, engineering is a little bit different because it's not as often with an instrument. Easier to understand, hard to master. That's not wrong. With like mixing and mastering, you're dealing, like we were mentioning before, with a little bit of a different language, which is I would say is kind of similar to like, when you're learning how to play flute or a sax or a trombone or something like that. Those are kind of a different language and movement and understanding how to like approach scaling with those instruments versus an acoustic guitar or a piano or a harp or something like that, right? Like the modality is a bit different. I would say it's about the same for like mixing and stuff. It's like all of a sudden we're dealing with phase, all of a sudden we're dealing with these correlations and filters and all of these different things that you don't think about nearly as much with other instruments. But I would say that understanding it is probably similar to learning an instrument and understanding kind of the language behind it. Let me see. What genre you mostly into, dude? I mean, I work on so many different things. I work on so many different things. It's all over the place right now. My favorite stuff is like I love the 80s. I love the 80s. So I'm a big fan of 80s sound design and 80s synths and analog synths and stuff like that. So anything that has a bit more of that kind of sound design, I'll tend to be in. That could be something more modern, like more modern Mike Dean stuff, or the Midnight stuff like that. But I love like Depeche Mode, Tears for Fears, like there's so many amazing like classic records that I like. Like I really like really like it. I have a bunch of analog synths and stuff in here, and that's kind of my jam. Yeah, Ali, yeah, that it is a paid consultation if that's what you're talking about. Do you like Diva then or real synths? Sam, maybe rephrase real quick. I'm going to make sure I get it. What do you think about being sound designer and a music producer? Is it F Alsu? That's too general of a question. Slim down a little bit. What do I think about being a sound designer and producer? I mean, I like doing it for a living. It's great. Yeah, if y'all would like, Alan, it's good to see you, Alan. I appreciate you tapping in. Thank you so much for tapping in. If y'all want to submit for a consultation, I would love to get moving with some music here in just a little bit. I'm waiting on a couple people from the other day to get in here as well. So that's why I'm holding off here a little bit as well. And I'm trying to make sure that I get all this stuff lined up. So if y'all do want to submit your music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Another good one on hers every time. I don't know if I'm tripping or what. Mossy, it would depend on like hearing what that pain point is. You know what I mean? Like why it sounds harsh could be a number of reasons. It could be your vocal itself in tandem with the mic that you're using, in tandem with your gain staging, in tandem to how you're EQing, in tandem to any need to de-ess or change angling and proximity and stuff like that. Like that, it depends on a lot of different factors. Why that's happening depends on what is actually harsh. Is it high frequency inflation? Is it sibilance? Is it stuff like that? It depends on a couple different elements. Mark Heel's in the building. What's up, Mark Heel? Good to see you, man. I'm feeling okay, man. I'm feeling okay. How did you get into your job? I've kind of done music, and Derek, good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing amazing. I've worked in music kind of for most of my entire life. So I've started when I was started playing drums when I was 4, started playing piano when I was 6, started playing guitar when I was 8, taught myself how to use Pro Tools when I was 12, and then got a more formal training in audio engineering and like studio recording, live mixing and stuff like that. When I was I guess about 14, 15 years ago at that point. And that's when I did a 2.5-year private mentorship at a studio where I was doing that training in audio engineering. And that's what kind of got me started in the more professional side. You know what I mean? Like as far as actually like taking on clientele, doing live mixing for like events and churches and stuff like that, studio tracking at that studio and stuff like that. That was kind of my introduction into that world, that 2.5-year mentorship at that studio where I trained under the audio engineer there. That was kind of what got me into that. And then ever since that, about 14 years ago is when I started slowly taking on clientele and then building to the place where I could do music full time and produce and engineer full time. I'll catch you next time. I got a lot of new stuff. Let's go, Derek. And then Derek, I think I just saw your email from the other day as well. I appreciate you. Mossy, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hello. Dan talks about you. I'm glad I found you. LSO, thank you. And shout out to Dan, what's his name? Dan the man, the super fan something, because he's a super fan in the live. Shout out to Dan. Dan's amazing. I appreciate you tapping in as well, also. I appreciate you joining the stream. And shout out to Dan, the New York man, phenomenal keys player, great producer. Love him. Okay, let me double check a few things here. Dan the band, yeah, Dan the band NYC. I call him Dan the band, the man, the super fan, because he became like a super fan, whatever, heart me thing or something like that in the live. So I call him Dan the man. Dan the band, the man, the super fan. Stop about to say what's up. On the road again. Mark Hill, you've been on the road crazy, man. You've been on the road crazy. Working, man. Working. Gio, welcome in. We're talking about music. We're listening to music. LSO, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, we're talking about music. Once again, if you would like to submit music, let me double check a few things here. I'm trying to get someone in from yesterday, or a couple days ago. So let me see if I can get them in here too. But what we are doing here, what do you think about AI music? We talk about AI a ton here. I feel like I've already talked a lot about it. Can you hear and listen to? Yeah, unreleased, 100%. Anything. Released, unreleased, mixed, unmixed. halfway through a project, a minute of it, 4 minutes of it, doesn't matter to me. I'll listen to whatever y'all send in. If y'all do want to submit your music, keep in mind, these are 20 to 30 minute, multiple listen, deep dive consultations. This is not like a quick live music review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. It is a really detailed long form breakdown of your music. So if that's interesting to you, you can go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. If you are on the Red app, you can go to the description for the live stream. You'll see it there. And if you go to the Purple app, which are also live on in both of those apps, you can see the line that is up on the screen. If you go to the Purple app, you can type !submit right there in the chat. But once again, if you do want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Then it'll be perfect for it. Can you hear in mix crescendo? You'll love it. Yeah, if you want to submit, again, everybody submits in the same spot. You go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details there. And hopefully we'll, I'm trying to get a couple people in here that are supposed to have their song up. And so I'm waiting for them to. We always go in order of the line. We always go in order of the line. The line, they take like 20 to 30 minutes, each song. So anybody can skip, anyone can move ahead, anyone can move themselves around and stuff like that. Can you play us your music as we wait? Masi, I can play music. I don't like to, if I don't have to, I don't like to play stuff like from my Spotify or something. And I can. If it's your song, I'll do it. I don't care at all. If y'all send in a Spotify link, I'll play it, no problem at all. But if I don't have to, I'll choose not to, just because it unmonetizes everything and can create some other issues on TikTok sometimes. So I'll do it sometimes. Like in between, like if I have to go use the restroom, I'll go. But I try not to if I can, so I'm not messing anything up algorithmically. Mike Coates, welcome in. Appreciate you. What kind of music you produce? This is a cliche answer, but quite literally, it's all over the place. Most people come to me for synth stuff because that's what I'm good at. That's what I do a lot. That's what I enjoy. So a lot of people will come to me for like pop R&B with like synth heavy stuff. But right now, I've got pop R&B, some like synth wave stuff, synth pop, dream pop stuff. I've got a opera track. I've got. I worked on like a reggaeton beat a couple months ago. I did a progressive metal track for an artist a couple months ago. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. I work in a lot of different genres. It's not specific. I'm a musician in kind of a lot of different formats, and so there hasn't been really any limitation to what people have hired me to do. It's like I play electric guitar, so I can put electric guitar in an '80s record. I can also do a country song for you if you needed me to. So it's a little bit all over the place as far as styles and stuff goes. The stuff that I enjoy the most has like an '80s edge to it. So whether that's like synth wave stuff, dark wave stuff, '80s pop, whatever it may be, that's a lot of the stuff that I really enjoy making, just because I play synths and I have a bunch of synths. That's the stuff that I really enjoy. Just because I love playing synths and I got a bunch of them. I'm on the website. Okay, so go to Cool Mike's in the building. What's up, Cool Mike? What's up? Welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in today. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. So if you go to my profile, you click on the link, you'll see the like submission tab right there. Just click the submission tab, read through and follow those details, and we'll get you up on the board. We'll get you in line, ready to go. First, we're going to first. Figuring a vocal that is not well recorded is hard. That's true, Sam. Yeah, the thing that we tell people here all the time is source over everything. Source over everything. There's no amount of plugins that can fix realistically a poorly recorded source without you making incredible stylistic decisions to disguise things that are happening. And if that, because it's all right here. It's all right here. As soon as you send it in, we'll spend the next 20 to 30 minutes breaking it down. We're going to listen to it a couple times. We're going to dive into the details of it. Yeah, everything's right here on live. And every single one of these are also saved to the Red app. The Red app. All of the VODs are saved. So even after the live stream, you can always go back and re-reference anything as well. Kira, welcome in. I appreciate you joining. major minor push. Campston, am I saying that correctly? Thank you for joining. Yeah, if you want to send in your music, oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, any genre, any style, any level of preparedness or quality, all the way across the board. If you want to send your music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details. Perfect. I appreciate you joining. Welcome in. And then Gio, you're on the contact form. Just go straight from here, Gio. Go straight from here. Right here. Thank you for the follow as well. Go straight from here. So go to my profile here on TikTok. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. You'll see a tab that says submit. You're on the contact form right now, which I do appreciate you contacting. But I want to get you in line with the other stuff. Let me see. Hopefully this isn't giving me any issues with loading right now. It is taking a second. So we're not going to also send reference or name them when it says I'm not good with references. I'm not good. I really like just honing in on the record that's there. Honing on the record. I'm not like the best with like this sounds like this sounds like this. I like to just dissect the music. That's my favorite thing about the structure. Mikey G's in the building. What's up, Mikey G? I like just the dissecting process. Okay, let me get this updated here. Let's get some things flowing. Let me know who AC is. AC, let me know who that is. Let me know who AC is. That way I can get you in line. I can get you up on the board, and we're about to dive into the music. Hopefully I can still get some of these people from the other day. Still waiting on them to come in. I brought them in. But let me know who AC is. Let me know who that is. And then we'll get into it. Capston. I think I'm saying it right. Gio, I got you. Right here. So if you're on TikTok, hold up. I gotta clear some of the stuff here, right? No, you're good. Yes, dude, we're wide open. Okay, so like you see the link right there? See the link? Tap that link right there. That link tree. Oops, right here. Boom, boom, boom. There's a link right there. Tap that link. If you tap that link, but you shouldn't be on the website. See right there where it says track talk. Wait, submit your music here. It says submit your music there, right there. Click on that. And that'll take you right here. Boom. And then it says there. Yeah, that's where you send in. So you should see that. So send in right there. So you can see the email right there. Kira, if it's not there for you, it's just a regional thing. It's just for whatever reason in certain regions, the link doesn't show up on TikTok. So Kira, just go to my IG. Go to my IG. You can look up Torvik Music. I'm the same name everywhere. It makes it really easy. Just look up Torvik Music on IG, and the link should show up for you there. It's the exact same link. For whatever reason, sometimes TikTok is weird with stuff like that. Yeah. So right there, Gio, if you're on this page right here, then you'll see the email right there at the bottom. So there's the email. Just copy that email over, and then just keep scrolling down, and that's where you'll send. The. Oh, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Send the email there, and then scroll down for the credit. Once you send everything there, I'll get notified. We'll get you up on the board. Ready to go. Let me see. You're totally good. Yeah. And then send it via. Yeah, just pay it any of those sources, Anima, and then send it to the track talk submission. The track talk submission right there, and you'll be ready to go. Let me get a couple things organized. I'm just waiting on the email to come in. MSB, thank you for the follow. If you need it right now, you would just have to be top of the list. It just depends on who comes in. So I've got Capston up there. Campston. Jesus, I can't talk. I got Camshin up on the board ready to go, and we have a couple other people coming in. So it just depends on, the board is always up. The board is always up on the other platforms. So if you go to either the red or purple app, you can find them at my link. If you go to those other platforms that we're live on, you will see the line up on the screen there, and you can see that line, you can see the order, you can see the minimums, you can see how many songs we have left, so on and so on. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. I'm just waiting on a couple things to come in. And then we'll dive in, y'all. We'll get into the music. I'm excited. I'm excited. I think we got it. Boom, boom, boom. Camshin, I got you. All right, y'all. It's time for the music. Let's get it rolling. Let's get into it. It took a while to get us into our first one here because I'm still waiting on a couple people. But this is Camshin. Let me get this downloaded. This is Lights We Left On. Camshin, give me all. We're going to go deep, so give me all of the details. But why for money? Because it's a paid consultation. It's a paid service. It's like, why do you pay your babysitter? Why do you pay for someone to mow your lawn? This is a paid service. It's not a quick review for fun. It's not a free line and a 5 skip. It's paid service. That's why it's for money. It's a part of my job. All right, let's get into it. This is Lights We Left On. Yeah, give me all of the details, Camshin. All of the details. Talk to me about the role that you play and the structure of your music. So talk to me about production. Talk to me about mix process, what all of that you're handling. Any and all details are helpful, and then we'll get into the details. We'll dive into some of the kind of the structure of what you're doing. All right, this is Lights We Left On. Yeah, if you want like a live music review, there's a billion of those out there now of people to just like give you let you know if they like your energy and like your song and then move on pretty quickly and have a free line or whatever. There's a ton of those out here. That's not what I do. It's not what I've done for the last 3.5 years. All right, let's run it. Let's get this downloaded. But yeah, give me all the details. NFL Studio, got a country fiber team. Okay, cool. So you're largely the producer. Gio, on the other platforms that we're live on. So if you go to my profile, we're live on the red app. I have to be cryptic on TikTok, just so you know. I'm live on the red app. It's YT, and we're also live on the purple app. Starts with a T. You can find those at my profile. You can find it on my profile as well. The line is always up over there. List is always up over there. All right, this is Lights We Left On. Let's get into it. Okay, let's go.
Midnight highway, dashboard glow. Your name lighting up my
What's up, Eva? Go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details. Anima, I got you.
We were fire in a small town sky. Burn too fast, burn too bright. Now every mile just reminds me why love ain't always black and white. I still feel in the silence, every beat and the siren, like a ghost I can't outrun. We were the lights we left on. After everybody's gone, still burning.
You should do it.
Even when we moved on, we were the words unsaid, echoes in my head. No matter where I run, you're the road.
Do they send you dry vocals? July, welcome in. I like the progression change. That's nice. Of course, as long as it's constructive. Do you remember their name? pop up. Kind of like an Avicii style breakdown. I like it.
Lights we left on after everybody's gone, still burning in the dark, even when we moved on.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Caption right here in the chat. Does kind of sound like a 2018 background music. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of placements from that era as well, especially in this style. We have like a lot of acoustic instrumentation or emulations of matched with an electronic or like an EDM breakdown, you know, or a dubstep breakdown in different cases. Yucca's in the building. What's up, Yucca? Welcome, man. It's good to see you. I appreciate you joining. Let's run it from the top. I couldn't find Kelsey Hart at all on Fiverr. I was kind of curious. I'm curious about one little detail that I kind of want to look at. I mean, I want to listen a little bit deeper and hopefully dissect a couple little things in here. Production quality sounds awesome. It's really, really good balancing. Things feel open, good chaining, good movement, and nothing really wrong there. We'll dive into a couple small details. Absolutely. Is it G Tom T? 100%. 100%. Yeah, if anybody would like to submit music, we're just getting started here. It's our first song. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you in line, ready to go. Yeah, I was going to look for that Kelsey Hart on Fiverr, and then nothing popped up. I'm thinking Avicii since the first. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, have a look and see. I'm looking for something specific. So let's run it from the top. We'll dive in.
Midnight highway, dashboard glow, your name lighting up my phone. I almost answered,
Mariana, welcome in.
around, but some roads you don't go back.
Okay, so the thing that I'm kind of listening for here, and this is, it's up to you to kind of figure out the more consistent details about this. There's some things that are happening in the high end of this, some potential aliasing, some potential like kind of like hiss and high frequency excitement that's happening at the very, very far end, right? Usually to be honest, usually the culprit of that is generated vocals, right? Typically speaking, and I'm going to be honest with you, that is prevalent on Fiverr. It is everywhere, whether that's what you're looking for or not. Says the account was deleted. You got scammed with an AI vocal. Ding, ding, ding. Unfortunately. Yeah. So the culprit of this high-end excitement and the culprit of that hiss that you're hearing at the top end is generated vocals. So what happened is you paid them to send, country vocals. They generated some vocals in a second, sent it to you, and probably got banned. They probably got banned off Fiverr for not disclosing, and then left. It was one of the first things that I heard, because like I'm hearing the production structure and some of the things that I really, really liked. And then as soon as the vocal comes in, you get this like hyper quantized, hyper tuned, perfect vocal, which is, for one, not typical in even more modern country. That's not really, really typical to have a very, very quantized vocal. Even some of this, like, think of like Avicii, some of the stuff that he did with like Aloe Black and some of the other records that are similar in style to what we're hearing here. You'll still hear a fairly natural vocal and fairly natural phrasing. But in this case, it's like really, really perfect. And then again, you get this high-end aliasing, you get a little hiss at the top. You get this kind of fuzziness. You get this high-end chopped saturation and cut at the very, very top. That is the giveaway for most generated vocals. Again, if that was the intention, then that's the intention. But there's a lot of signs that are pointing to the same thing here, where basically you paid for a vocal, it got sent to you generated, and then their account got banned or deleted or whatever the case may be. Yeah, now we'll go back through it and you'll hear it now a little bit. So I'm not going to touch that part too much, because now we know that there's no real control that you have over that outside of just trying to make some major like saturative and like EQ changes to try to control for some of that high end hiss and saturation. But it's a tell every single time. Thank you, Libby. I appreciate it. All right, let's run from the top. But yeah, the vocals are for sure generated, unfortunately. Sorry that happened. It's unfortunately a waste of your money if that's not what you were going for. The other side of that is just be vigilant on be vigilant on Fiverr. Fiverr has become kind of is kind of a become a crazy land for AI. Whether you like it or don't like it, I don't really care. It doesn't really matter to me. But that's become like there's a lot of people that are charging a lot of money and then just shooting out generated stuff and making a couple $100 and then deleting their account, getting a new account, like whatever. So just be aware of stuff like that. Like Fiverr's become pretty saturated with stuff like that. I know probably 4 or 5 people that have gotten scammed. Said they paid someone like a couple $100, paid them like $200, $300 to sing on their song, ended up being generated. And then the guy was gone. It was ghost. Their account got banned and couldn't get their money back. It was very unfortunate. Anyways, hey, I appreciate you. Thanks for tapping in. If you want to submit your music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details. By the way, it's good to have artists as a beginner because I think it's about 100%. It's very important. It's so important to network and build a crew around you that where y'all can feed off of each other. You can be collaborative. You can build together. 100%. Especially you hear that as soon as you hit the top end hit in, you hear that kind of hiss kick into the mix. Oops, sorry.
Midnight highway, dashboard glow. Your name lighting up my phone. I almost answered, almost turned around, but some roads you don't go back down. We were fire in a small town sky, burned too
But the rest, okay, so but the rest of the production you actually worked on though, right?
fast, burned too bright. Now every mile just reminds me why love ain't always black and white. I still feel in the silence.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, let's go, Anima. I love that. I'm going to mainly focus on like mix structure and stuff like that. There's like one thing I'm hearing now. Obviously, the vocal is going to be more difficult for you, more challenging for you to kind of deal with. I'm looking at some low end inflation and a little bit of the vocal getting lost in the sauce, especially when your main hook kind of breaks down here. So I want to dig into those here in just a little bit. But those are kind of the two main things that I'm going to point my attention towards, because that to me is kind of the two main pain points of this mix. A little bit overinflated, and those like filtered kicks that you have, they're kind of like Pultec style, 100 hertz and below, forward a couple dB. You're getting this kind of low end boom and thud that loses it causes you to lose a little bit of clarity in your lows and low mids. So just give it just a little bit of a little bit more control and a little bit more separation there. I think would be really helpful. And then on the top end, once you get into your main hook, you are getting into a space where you're losing a little bit of control in the vocal and it takes a dive in the mix. So strategic compression, maybe some mid-side on like the instrumentation itself to give it some space in the mix, I think would be helpful, and we can dive about that really kind of specifically. I hate generative AI. It ruined everything creative. Yeah. Everyone's got their perspective on it, and I've talked about it a lot. And I'll probably post a lot more videos on it. Everybody has their opinions on it, but I'm a simple man. I see an M147 and I like Young Deshi. I appreciate you. Same. It's underrated microphone. Underrated. I don't know if it's underrated. Nobody talks about this. You know, everyone just talks about all the other mics. No one talks about this microphone. I think it's phenomenal. I love this mic so much. I've thought about selling it to get some other mics a couple times, and I never pulled the trigger on it. I love it.
After everybody's gone, still burning in the dark.
You have a lot of great texture in the production, though. I mean, you're getting a lot of this kind of like Roland D50 Fantasia kind of openness, kind of these bell tones and almost like a linear synthesis tones and stuff like that I really, really like. I like that openness that you hear at the top. That's really bright and engaging. So that to me is going to be a lot of what I want to dig into. Are you going to be on tomorrow? Yes, I will, Zach. 100%, man. Good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. But I love a lot of the textures and a lot of the character that you have there. I think it's great. Excuse me. Yeah, so I'm assuming some of what's happening here is happening on the master, because I kind of hear it on everything. I kind of hear it in your bass with the sidechain. I hear it a little bit with this like low end inflation that's happening, and some of your percussion, your kicks, maybe even low end of some of your snares and fills and stuff like that. Sounds good, Zach. I got you, man. I got you. I think I still have you up there. Yeah, I still see your name on the board, actually, man. Appreciate you so much. Thanks for tapping in. I hear a little bit of that inflation there, so I'm assuming you have something on the master. Again, like I mentioned before, maybe Pultec style. profile, 100 hertz and below, broad bandwidth, and then you've lifted that a little bit to give it some weight, to give it some body. The only problem is it's then affecting everything, and it's making it a little bit boomy, a little bit muddy, especially once that kick starts to really, really kick in and drive more of the energy of the song. You're losing actually some separation. So what I would encourage you to do is go backtrack for a second and go back into like the individual elements that you want. If you want more low end energy, it could be as simple as if you got a side chain like sub bass in there that's really hitting 80 hertz and below, you might even just need that for it. Or if you have like a bass that's building up a little bit, or a pad where your cutoff is opening up, you might just want to increase, like, lift that up by 2 dB, as opposed to like inflating on the EQ that is kind of doing a broad stroke that's affecting a lot of different things, right? Because that can just end up being like a band-aid on the mix, and it creates a lot of other issues than just targeting the element that you actually want. If that's weight in the low end, then strategic movement in your low end elements is probably more worthwhile than just cranking the low end on the EQ. So be careful of little things like that. Let's skip forward though, because I want to get into where that vocal starts to dive just a little bit. Sorry for the allergies, man. I didn't know that. I don't know why they're kicking in. It's Texas, man. Texas is brutal. Of course, man. I appreciate it. That's always my way that I will approach mixing, is what's happening at the source, right? Like, instead of doing blanket stuff, because like, for instance, if I just like, oh, I want this to sound brighter, so I just crank up a 10, 12K on the master and just let it go crazy. A lot of times what happens is like, oh yeah, now the vocal sounds brighter. Now it sounds way more open, and the synth sounds a little bit more wide and a little bit more open. But also what's happened is your hats are really shrill and harsh. Your vocal has a bunch of sibilants. Your snare is like a little bit abrasive to listen to, right? Like all of these side effects of these. Yes, I'm here, TikTok. Jesus. Algorithm's being super weird. I don't know what's going on. Got to do my puzzle. Sorry. There's my puzzle. All of these side effects that are happening because of like blanket things that are happening, right? So same thing happens on the low end, right? It's like, you're like, oh yeah, I want a little bit more of the energy. When I do it, it sounds a little bit more exciting to listen to, but you will be way more in tune with the song and connected with the song if you just address the individual elements that will make it really, really pop. What do you think about Red Hot Chili Peppers? I mean, they're cool. They're cool. I don't listen to them a ton, but yeah, they're cool. All right, let's get a little bit deeper here. I'm always a fan of going farther back, right? Like going to the earliest part of the source and fixing it there. Sometimes people will like add a kick from Splice. They'll just like drop it in there, and then they'll spend the next 7 hours or like, the next two, realistically, the next like hour and a half EQing and saturating and wave shaping and doing all this crazy stuff to it, sidechaining this to this and this and this, because they don't like the way that it sounds. Instead of just choosing a better kick, you know what I mean? Instead of just finding a different kick, spending another 5 minutes choosing a better sample at the source, right? So a lot of times, if you find yourself doing really broad sweeping curves and stuff like that in order to like make it sound good, it might be that you just need to find something a little bit farther back in the process to fix that issue closer to the source. Get a life. We're listening right now. Yeah, if y'all want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. AT2020 versus Rode NT1. I'd probably go Rode if I had the option. I've used them both a ton. And they're both fine, for $160 and below. I would prefer a Lewitt LC2 240 Pro over both of those, probably, or a 440 Pure over both of those. But I mean, they're both fine. Don't get me wrong. The AT2020 is just a lot louder noise, like self noise. The actual like noise floor of the mic itself is a lot louder. So it just means more gating, a little bit harder to control gain staging early on going into your preamps and stuff like that. So I prefer the Rode for that reason. I think it's a little bit quieter, but I think the Lewitt's better than both of them, either the 440 or the LC2 240. Okay, let's keep it rolling. Yeah, of course. See here, right here, you have all this weight now that's kicked in, as opposed to just hearing that sharp do, 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 with a little bit of weight, a little bit of saturation, a little bit of thud to it, right? I want it to be energetic. I want this to have a lot of vibrancy to it. At the same time, I don't want to miss out on the clarity of it. What's happening now is I'm missing a lot of like your synthesis, your arpeggiators, some of the movement at the top end of this mix because there's so much heaviness at the bottom. So I'd bias a little bit more the other direction and make sure that your sub, like your sub harmonics, your low range, 200 hertz and below, is not so inflated. Thank you for the follow. It's not so inflated that we actually miss out on like 40% of what's happening in the rest of the track because there's so much energy there, especially if someone listens on a system that can handle it. If you play this at a club, you play this at a festival, you play this through a car with a Bose sub, right? Or whatever it may be, like it's going to inflate a lot of that naturally as well. And then all you're going to hear is doof, doof, doof. You're not going to get any of the clarity and distinction that, you know, most people are actually listening for and actually wanting to get out of their mix. He wasn't kidding about In Death. I got 20%. That's right. I got you, Anima. And Anima, I will try to do this my best to every single person that's in here, right? As far as like the way that we approach communicating about the music. Not everyone's in a different place with their production and their mix and stuff like that. So I don't want to just like overwhelm people with even like terminology and stuff like that they don't understand or that they're still trying to kind of conceptualize. So feel free to tell me to like shut up and sit down and slow down because I definitely can. Thank you, Campton. I appreciate you. All right, let's get into this last little section here. There's one other note I wanted to dive into for a second. Now we'll keep it going.
Hearts don't really break. Maybe love just learns to live with the choices that we made. I still hear silence, every breath, every moment.
What's up, Jan? Welcome in.
Like a song
Appreciate you. So like right in here, we have this big... Right, so we're kind of building off of this G minor. You have most of your like main structure here building off of kind of where that G minor sits. You know, that's like where most of the progression builds off. As soon as you change there and these huge synths come in off of the G minor, at the top right there, the vocal takes a complete dive to the background. Bennett is pretty open right now. We're on our first song right now, so we're just getting some things flowing. I've got another couple people in line right now. If you want to check the line, it's always up on the other platforms that we're live on, which you can find on my link as well. If anybody would like to submit your music for a consultation like we're digging into right now, they're super detailed. They're 20 to 30 minutes a piece, sometimes longer. We listen to your song multiple times, so if you want to submit for that, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. What happens here is as you build off of that G minor, walk down F, D sharp, as you build off of that right there, this huge energy comes into the mix with this huge synth, that the sauce unison stack that comes in at the top right there, that's vibrant, it's energetic. I like what it does in the mix. Vocal takes a huge dive. What I would probably do, what's up, Jonathan? Welcome in. What I would probably do is make sure that you have all of those instruments, like all of your synths specifically, it's where you're getting the most interruption to that vocal, no matter where the vocal came from. This is going to be the same regardless. You're getting a lot of interruption just in frequency. They're filling the same space. They're competing for the same space in the mix. So what I would do is like have all of your synths, have like a synth bus that's all of your synths, right? Like maybe some of your synth basses, taking out the vocals there, not too sure if I like it there. Yeah, and same goes for some of your breakdowns. So this still applies, whether you take out the vocals or not. Same thing kind of still applies. Is have a synth bus that has all of your synths, especially your higher ones, maybe synth leads, synth stabs and chords and stuff like that. Send them all to a bus. On that bus, have like a mid-side EQ on there that you can do. Like, you know, Fab Filter is great for this. There's other ones. I think Waves has some. I think Ozone has some. Fab Filter is great for stuff like this. And then carve some space in the middle channel. So you're going to work in middle channel and stereo, right? So you're going to, I'm sorry, not stereo, but middle and side, mid-side, right? And that mid, and in the middle right there, carve some space between, let's say like 600 to 1200 hertz, 700 to 1200 hertz, where a lot of the fundamental of that vocal lies, like the fundamental frequencies of that vocal lies in that center channel, since that vocal is largely operating in mono in the center channel with some other effects, right? Reverbs and delays and stuff like that. give us just a small dip right there, only in center channel. And then if you need to, reintroduce some of that life back from 600 to 1200 hertz back inside, right? So you get this really wide forward mix on your synths, like on the outside of the mix. But in the middle of the mix, you get this nice openness and a little bit of a pocket where the fundamental of that vocal lies for that vocal to sit with a lot of clarity and separation and distinction. That's kind of what I'm looking for right here, is like right now, as soon as those synths come in throughout different parts of the song, whether it's like your main hook breakdown, your buildups off of your verses, stuff like that. As soon as that happens, that vocal just dives way back in the mix and it loses a lot of its power. It loses a lot of its like actual control of the mix. So I want to make sure that you keep enough energy in the vocal right there to hold its own in the mix while you are adding a lot of energy to the mix as well. The other side to that is also just making sure that you maintain levels, right? Like good compression. Now this is already obviously a hyper compressed vocal by default of where it came from, but making sure that you're automating levels. So if the song is building up a little bit more, you can automate levels up a little bit to make sure that it, again, maintains focus and clarity at the top of the mix. There's a couple different things we can do. Let me hear the outro here really quick and then we'll move on. So like even here, it's still just like da 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 da. It's like I hear the phrasing a little bit, but I don't really get any of the song, right? And I want to hear the song. I want to feel the energy of the vocal there. And it's just sitting very lonely in the middle right there, while everything just kind of drowns it out and washes over it. So I would love to just carve a little bit of space in the middle right there for that vocal to shine, for it to really do what it's doing. Because even in here, it just gets lost. There's a lot of energy that's been added into the mix, and no pocket for that vocal to still survive amongst all of this other energy that's in the mix. So that's a little pocket that I would dig into right there as well. Cool vibe though. I like it, man. Let's go. Y'all please show some love to Capstan. Excuse me. I'm in Texas. I'm in San Antonio, Texas. Von Kiss, appreciate you joining in. Y'all show some love to Campston. Excuse me, y'all. Jesus. Allergies are killing me, man. Sorry about that. Y'all show some love to Campston. Show some love, man. I love the production energy here. Love a lot of the things that you're building out. For me, it's just coming down to you figuring out the vocal side and what you want to do about that and how you want to approach getting new vocals. There's a lot of other platforms for it, but I would say more than ever, you got to figure that out, because if that's not something you're wanting to do or trying to do, Zach, thanks for the roses. If that's not something that you're wanting to do or trying to do, and you're wanting to take on real vocalists and pay them really for their work and stuff like that, then that's a whole other thing. So I would just really dig into that. If you're going to be working with Fiverr and stuff like that, just be vigilant. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be on your toes a little bit. If that's not something you're trying to do or okay with doing, that's up to you and how people approach that. Von Kiss, thank you for the follow. Let's to do some work. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Von Kiss, shoot me a message on IG with whatever you're wanting to look on. Shoot me a message on IG. Would love to help you out in any way that I can. And then some of the other elements like low end inflation, vocal getting lost, positioning for that, creating space for that vocal, stuff like that. But I appreciate you so much. Y'all please show some love to Kempston. They're looking to release this pretty soon as well. So I'm excited for you to build it out. And if anybody, I see some of y'all over on TikTok as well. I appreciate y'all for joining so much. Thank y'all for joining the live. I appreciate it. If you would like to submit your music for the consultations that we're doing right now, where we really get into the details and the nuances of your track and get into the details of what you're doing, mix, production, sound design, lyric and song formatting, stuff like that, then go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you up on the board, ready to go. Anytime, Campston. I appreciate you so much. I was trying to go for some real raw vocals. Genuinely never noticed the AI stuff. Yeah, man, it's there. It's sticking in there. 5 minutes in the building. What's up, 5 minutes? I hope you got my email, man. I'm about to shoot you. I'm gonna shoot you a breakdown tomorrow as well. Gift is in the building. Gift, let me get you up on the board. Gift, let me get you up on the board. In fact, Gift, I got you an extra 15. Or not an extra. I'm sorry. No, I'm not that. Yeah, I wish. I got you an extra 5 as well. Gift. Let me get this up there for you real quick. Let me get this up there for you. So Gift, I have you from the other day. So you're up. I was trying to get a couple other people in here. Okay, so really quick, let me double check a few details here. Let me make sure I got everything refreshed over here as well. Hey, appreciate you so much, Campson. Have an amazing, amazing rest of your day. I appreciate it a lot. Y'all do me a huge favor as well. If y'all are over on TikTok, make sure you're like tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heart me for the day. It does really help out the live stream. And if you would like to submit your music for our consultation, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through it and follow the details there. If you are on the purple app, you can type !submit right there in the chat. And if you're on the red app, you can go to the description for the live stream. I'm sincere. Let me double check. I don't think I did. Let me double check. No, sincere. So sincere, just double check that you follow both of the steps. Double check. So go to the profile, click on the link, and then just double check that you did read through it and follow all of the steps there. That way I can make sure I get you in line with everyone else as well. All right, gift. I do have your email. So just double check some of the other things. I want to be a producer too. You should try it. You should try it. Being a producer is fun. It can also be stressful. Don't get me wrong. It can be stressful. And so you won't regret it. I want to be a producer. Yeah, dude, you definitely can. I'm sure you can. All right, let's keep it rolling here. I wrote lyrics, but I don't know what to use to write the track. Do you have recommendations? Billy, or Bill. Am I said Billy or Bill? Bill or Billy? I can't see from this. From this far. Are you wanting to produce the track yourself or find a producer? Let me know. All right. We've got Gift in the building. So Gift, love a deep voice. Let's go. So Gift, let's see. Let me know which track you want me to listen to, Gift. I have the first single and latest single. Let me know which one. And we'll dive into it. I'm excited. But yeah, if anybody would like to submit, if you're wanting to send in your music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the steps right there. If you want to see the line, if you want to see the cube, it's at the other platforms that we're live on. So if you go to the red or purple app, you'll see everything that you need over there. Yep, that's what we're doing, Casey. That's what we're doing. These are like 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultations. So they're like long form, they're detailed. We're going to dive really, really deep into the structure of your music. Yeah, it's a deep dive. So if you want to deep dive in your music, that's what this is all about. All right. You said, let's go for the first, actually. Okay, so this is released to Spotify. And then Gift, give me all of the details. Let's get it. This is When the Sun Goes Down by Gift. Let me get this playing on the computer, not over there. Come on. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And this is from 2 years ago, so keep that in mind. Where'd you get the production? If you want to send music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there.
I go where the wind blows.
And then how'd you, okay, cool. How'd you record your vocals?
Falling down from a tree.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you just use your actual phone to record? Good voice.
Like a kid looking for family. Perception of every soul.
Let's go. You gotta get you a mic, man. You got a good voice.
Everyone has their own. Yeah, everyone has their own. Exception of weary soul. They'll dig you up a hole. Won't offer you a bowl. Where it rains and pours down the water shore. Find out who you are. Gotta sit on my pride to repair my ego. 'Cause I'm the one who waits for me. When the Sandman comes, what are we to do?
Got a great voice, Gift.
When the sun goes down, oh, what are we to do? Yeah.
Are you still recording on headphones? I know this is 2 years old. Chase, welcome in. Good to see you. No worries at all. Short and sweet. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That is when the sun goes down by Gift. Let's get straight into it. Sane, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. If anybody would like to send their music over on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through it and follow the details there. Would love to listen to what y'all are working on. Keep in mind, these are 20 to 30 minute consultations. They're deep dive into your music. We're going to go through mix and master, production, sound design, lyric, and song formatting, whatever would serve you, whatever would be the most valuable to you. That is my goal in these breakdowns, but they are multiple listen. They're deep dive. So if you want to submit, all of that happens at my profile on the link. You'll see all the details there that you need in order to submit. But let's keep it going. This is Gift. When the sun goes down, let's run it from the top. So you actually got to, like you said, someone produced it and then you sung over it. So you're able to have a little bit of control over production, which I think is awesome. I love this really, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I love this really like raw, natural, organic sound here as well. So the battle for you is maintaining that tone in your vocal production. Now, you're recording with your phone. It has limitations. We can talk specifically about those limitations. But you're going to run into some things where if you overcompensate for the downfalls of the Apple headphone, mic or whatever it may be that you're recording straight into, if you overcompensate, you're going to end up with a really like hyper processed vocal that not only sounds lower fidelity, like as far as like the quality of the mic that you're using, but then it also still sounds, it's like low quality, really processed, so you kind of hear everything at the extreme. So I want to find a balance between that. Now, obviously in an ideal world, in the fairly near future, we get you a cheap mic and a cheap interface you can start to record on. If you need suggestions for that, I have used everything from thousands of dollars, like some of the stuff I have, and really, really, really cheap stuff. So I would love, you have a good enough voice and a good enough writing that I feel like I want you to be able to be in a space where you're getting the clarity that you're looking for, and maybe even still editing in BandLab and stuff like that. Yes, we do accept AI. The only thing that I ask is I spend a lot of energy and a lot of time breaking down these songs. So I just want to know how I can help you. If that's going to be more songwriting, phrasing, formatting vocals and stuff like that, I'm more than happy to dive into that. But obviously there's some limitations that we're going to run into when something is generated and the amount of control that you have over that generation. So that's the thing that I always ask. I spend about 30 minutes breaking down y'all songs and really getting into the details of it, spending a lot of energy on it. So if we're going to do that, I just want to make sure that I'm actually able to be helpful. So if you want help with your songwriting, you want help with the way that you're structuring your songs and ways that you can approach it a little bit differently as far as what you are doing to make your music, I'm all in. I just want to make sure that I'm being valuable, and that I can, that I can actually help you. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. If you want to, you can just go to my profile, click on the link. Same process as everyone. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then follow the details there. Okay, but this has a little bit of that like cigarettes after sex kind of a vibe, where you get this like really like slow, moody, reverberated structure that I like a lot. It's really, really cool. Let's run it from the top. This is When the Sun Goes Down by Gift, and if you like what you hear, the song is released. It is out on all platforms. So if you like what you hear, go stream it. Go add it to your playlist, go like the track, go follow on Spotify, all that good stuff. But let's run it from the top. Go check it out. Go check it out. These lives are the consultations are right here on the live. So there's not like a free review or anything like that. That's fine. There's no worries at all. Any language, any style, any genre, any level of quality, anything like that. The lives, this is the consultation. So the live is the consultations right now. So people are sending in their music and they're paying to get up on the board. And from there, we're doing the breakdowns. Yeah, of course. And then we do the breakdown right here on stream. We'll listen to the song a couple times, we'll go back through it, chop through some details and stuff like that. Usually takes, I would say, depending on the song, depending on what we need to go over, 20 to 30 minutes. All right, let me run into this vocal coming in here. And keep in mind for anyone just coming in as well, this was recorded on Apple headphones. So it's, or headphones in general. So that's going to be a lot of the stuff that we're hearing. Yeah, yes, I do. You want to hear the beginning really quick? I want to hear how long this goes.
like a
Okay,
leaf.
I want you to keep one thing in mind. Now, this is all genre specific, right? Every genre is going to be a little bit different, a little bit different. When you have a genre like this, where your BPM is a little bit slower, say 70, 80 on the BPM, you have a slower BPM, you have slower pacing and a simpler song structure. There's not a lot of like dead space. You know what I mean? There can't be a lot of dead space because you don't have a lot of time in order to actually give people vocal and lyric information. It's a Neumann M147 tube. M147 tube. Love this microphone. I wish it was U47. This is also a fantastic microphone, though. I love it. You don't have it. There's not a lot of. You can't have a lot of space as far as dead space, right? This is a 2 minute and like 15-second song, or 2 minute and 10-second song. It's short. The first like 27 seconds are just this interlude, right? It's just this intro instrumentally. One thing I want y'all to keep in mind is when you're building out your production structure and you're building out like the intros to your songs, is there are thresholds for streams and for financial distribution for most DSPs. For the vast majority of them, it's 30 seconds. So if a song is not streamed past 30 seconds, you don't get paid for it and you'll never see the stream. This is most major DSPs, but specifically Spotify as the one who owns about 65% of the market share, okay? They own, most of the streams. And their threshold is 30%, as is most other DSPs. What that means is that if you have 1 million people stream your song for 27 seconds, you will see 0 cents from it and you will see 0 streams from it. It has to be streamed past that. So when you have these long, drawn out intros and stuff like that, that might be fine and might be, worthwhile to kind of dig into. If you have a 4-minute song that's a slow pace, it has some solos, it has some interludes, it's track 7 on your album, you know what I mean? But when you're releasing singles one off like this, especially early on, when you have a 2-minute song and the first 28 seconds, 25% of your song is dead space in the intro, and then another 10 seconds on the outro. So, and then the last 16 seconds, right? So we have 40 seconds of a 2-minute and 10-second song. 40 seconds out of a 2-minute and I guess 15 seconds, something like that. 40 seconds of that is just intro, outro, instrumental. I highly recommend that most people introduce themselves as the artist within the first like 10 to 15 seconds, especially early on now. When you become Taylor Swift, you can do whatever in the world you want to do and everyone's going to stream it 1 billion times and it doesn't matter what you do creatively, as we've seen a lot of times. You can kind of do whatever and people will eat it up and say that it's amazing because you're not really finding new fans of your music. When you're early on, in this case, you have 48 monthly listeners. Love that, dude, honestly. It is a skill to get more than 10. So you're doing something, people like your vibe, they gravitate with your charisma, whatever it may be. So for me, if you have a longer intro, so make the intro longer than right, it's just optimizing the intro. The intro can be as long as you want it. You just have to make sure people stay long enough to hear your song. And if people are not listening past that first 30 seconds, then you're not seeing any streams. You're like, do the opposite, right? If they're not seeing if they're not staying long enough, then it doesn't really matter. No one's hearing your message. Your song's not getting out to anyone. And you're going to reach that frustration over and over and over again every time you release a song. So I usually tell people the same, it's brutal, it's brutal, Steven, 100%. I always tell people, introduce yourself as an artist early on. That can be anything. It could be you taking a deep breath. It could be you lighting a lighter. It could be you saying something. It could be you taking a loop from part of your chorus and filtering it and putting it in the background. It could be you resampling something from your chorus. It could be you starting with your hook right away. There's so many different things, right? It could just be a quick little ad-lib before you start the verse. Get people's attention. There's 1 million songs a week put on platforms, not counting the newest numbers that are out with AI, which is even way past that. So we're talking about millions of songs a week, most likely, that are being put out to platforms. You're competing with just a lot of noise. You got to just let people know that you're there. So whether that's just a background vocal ad lib that you introduce before that verse starts, it's really valuable to get people's attention and just let them know that you're there. Let them know that you exist and they're about to hear an artist in front of them. You know what I mean? So I would optimize that a little bit. That matters more the shorter your song is. If you have a 4-minute song and you have a really, really long drawn out, what's up, Dan? Thank you for coming in and thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you, the legend. If you have a really drawn out song and it's a 4.5-minute song and you have a lot of time in the intro, build up a little bit. That's fine. Like I said, if it's like track 7, 8, whatever, and it's kind of an interlude, it's not necessarily a hit single. That's a different world, right? But you have a 2-minute song here, 2-minute and 15-second song. you got to be a little bit more polished, a little bit more sharp if you're actually going to get people's attention. So what about time to hit the hook by 1 minute or 45 seconds? It depends on BPM of the song, right? If the song is 140 BPM, that first point into the hook after 16 bars is going to be a lot faster. If it's a little bit slower, you're probably going to hit it closer to a minute, minute 10, depending on the length of the song. But a lot of that has to do with pacing. If this is a 55 BPM song or a 65 BPM song and it's slow and it's halftime, then just the pacing getting through like 12 to 16 bars on a verse and a pre-chorus are going to be a little bit more drawn out by default. So it depends on pacing, depends on style, depends on a lot of different factors, depends on BPM. But that to me is just, it really depends on the way that you're formatting your music. But regardless of that, don't wait 30 seconds to introduce yourself as an artist, right? If people don't know you exist within the first 10, 15 seconds, they will probably just move on or forget about it. And you won't reach your 30-second streaming thresholds to make sure you actually get paid and actually see those streams. Again, most major DSPs, the threshold is 30 seconds. So if you don't get there, if you never actually get to that 30-second threshold, you could have 1 million people to stream your song for 27 seconds. You won't even see it. Appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate it. Okay, let me dig a little bit deeper here. So, the music starts. Yeah, I mean, it could be as simple as like, you introduce this a little bit here. And again, keep this in mind, Gift. All of this floats away if you just want a long, empty intro. You know what I mean? It's like, this is a beauty of creativity, right? Thank you for the bubblegum. I appreciate you, Dan. Thank you for that. That is the beauty of creativity. You could take all of this optimizing shit, right? Like you could take all of this stuff and be like, hey, here's all the things I should do if I want more people to hear my music, right? Here's the way I could optimize this for platforms and for distribution. Excuse me. There's all these things I can do, and I just don't want to. 100% valid. Nothing wrong with that. Nobody can say otherwise, right? If you just want a long, empty instrumental, whatever intro to your song, there's nobody who can say that that's right or wrong. You just have to then deal with the consequences of a delayed introduction of the artistry and figure out how to get people there otherwise, right? Viral content, another method, which you probably should be doing all of the above, right? Echo the Natives, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, right? Like you just have to deal with there's nobody who can tell you what's right or wrong about the way that you approach your art and the way that you format your music, right? But there are optimizations that can be made if you're actually going to put an effort and time and resource into making these songs and then do everything in your power to keep people from listening to it. You got to kind of figure out that balance, right? Of like, hey, there's a 30-second streaming threshold in order to register streams and payout and distribution, right? There's those thresholds, those exist. Do I care? Or do I just let it slide and I do whatever the heck I want? Or the way that I usually approach this, is there a marriage between the two that we can do where it's like, I want to be creative, I want to be interesting, I want to be very true and authentic to my craft and to the thing that I'm doing creatively. And since I want this to go out to as many people as possible, I want them to hear my perspective, hear my story, and be a part of my creative journey, I'm also going to marry that with some optimizations that allow that to be palatable by the most amount of people possible, right? That's the marriage that I think makes sense for most people. Be authentic, be creative, approach your music in a way that is very, very interesting and whatever that may look like for you. And also keep in mind, this is the way these systems work. This is the way that, even like the psychology of the listener works. And how do I marry the two there a little bit? But keep in mind those intros, because we are taking a little bit of time to get into the structure here, that it's really, really valuable to make sure that people are actually going to stick around and hear what you have to say if you're going to spend time writing these songs. Okay, let's get a little deeper here.
I go where the wind blows, like a leaf falling down from a tree, staring out the window.
But I really like your voice, and I like a lot of your writing too. It's a great natural vibrato. Love the feeling, love the actual emotion in your performance. We're just running into some of these other limitations on the tracking side, of course. What's your specialty in genre? Synths. Synths are not a genre, but anything that has a lot of synths. Been playing piano since I was 6 years old. I've got a bunch of synths in here. I just got one about a week or two ago. Probably about a week or two ago. And more on their way hopefully soon as I can get rid of some other stuff here in the studio. So I love the 80s. I love 80s pop, synth pop, dream pop, stuff like that. Vaporwave, dark wave, synthwave stuff, and anything And that is also going to branch into R&B. It's also going to branch out into some cinematic scoring stuff. It's going to branch out into hip hop, of course, quite a bit as well. Like that's what Mike Dean has done a lot, like starting in synthwave and like 80s pop, and then making his way into like working with like a lot of like modern hip hop artists and stuff like that. So K-pop Demon Hunter, that fact. I mean, I actually did a synthwave remix of K-pop Demon Hunter. Okay, dare I ask you to freestyle some synth to the song? It's possible. It is possible. I don't have. I'm redoing the studio right now, so I don't have the analogs behind me on right now. It would just be on my. It would just be this beautiful keyboard I got right here. I have all those ones back there off right now. I just sold a bunch of synths. I'm getting some new ones in, so I don't have it all routed up yet. Soon. I have had a couple routed for some videos I've done, and then I've unplugged them and moved them around because I'm getting another rack back there.
Yeah, looking for family perceptions of every soul. Everyone has their own. Yeah, everyone has their own exceptions of where it's soul.
Okay, let's skip forward here a little bit. There's like two main things. We talked about vocal structure and formatting and just a little bit there. The two main things. You have a limitation, obviously, with recording with the Apple headphones. There's still some things that you can do to mitigate some of the issues that you're running into here, right? One is just frequency response limitation of a tiny diaphragm and a really sensitive little microphone that you're holding very close to you, right? That is one limitation that you already have. It's gonna sound thinner by default. It's also going to have a roll off at the top end of actual just ability to capture frequency at about 8,300 hertz, 8,500 hertz, kind of right around the range, right? So when you first recording this vocal, it sounds like a telephone vocal, right? It sounds thin and it sounds filtered down, right? You have this kind of like mid forward, nasty, tinny little vocal right here in the middle. So what you do is you try to exaggerate some of the other sides, right? To open it up a little bit again. Then what happens is you kind of have this like still thin, still kind of like tinny vocal that's like really bright and really harsh, right? Learned a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. This is 2 years old, so I'm keeping that in mind as well. This is a Neumann M147 tube. So I'm assuming you've been able to work on that quite a bit. But a couple things that I would say, just even without having heard another song, a couple things that I would say, for one, is you need to reintroduce more low and mid-low information, right? Because you're not getting a lot of like 60 to 400 hertz, 60 to 300 hertz. You're not getting a lot of that low energy right here. So that's where we need to get into the EQ and reinflate a little bit of that. I would also recommend having just a hair of tasteful saturation on there. That will help introduce some harmonic distortion to the vocal that makes it sound a little makes it sound a little bit fuller, a little bit more vibrant, a little bit more energetic right now, in order to give you a little bit more of some of the weight and presence that you're actually looking for within that vocal. Welcome in. I'm looking but to make a be loaded quick, but to make a what you go to doubling. Yeah, it depends on the context of the song, Steven. Like it depends on the song. Like and what's missing, like what's the pain point. Yeah, a little bit of a loaded, like if it's flat and it's like some of that is just performance. Some of that is just emoting better. Some of that is the way that you perform on the microphone. Some of that is making sure you're not crushing your dynamic range with compression, right? I think a lot of people add, like they do a lot of additive things when it just needs to be maybe even just written better. Maybe your hook melody needs more melodic variation and it just sounds flat because you're doing two notes the whole time, right? There's a lot of factors in the song, which is why, like, to me, it depends on what I'm listening to. That's like, what is the pain point? Is it a melodic pain point? Is it a stacking and layering pain point? Is it a performance pain point? Is it a songwriting pain point? Is it a, whatever? Is it a gear pain point? Whatever it may be, right? I say to get the vocal up in your face for a pop rack. I mean, a lot of the up in your face. Yes, some doubles are going to come into play again, depending on the song. Doubles are going to come into play. To me, it's a little bit of the all of the above. I think tasteful saturation and compression are a lot of that sound. I would say usually about like 2 or 3 stages of compression for pop and R&B, like pop, rap, rock, stuff like that. You're looking at stages of compression. Most of these people are tracking it, like modern pop records and rap records that you're listening to. They are tracking into a compressor that is just kissing it going into the DAW. And then in the DAW, there's probably another 2 or 3 compressors. So we're looking at 3, sometimes 4 stages of compression to control in very specific ways and also color that signal. So if you want a vocal that is like controlled and forward and energetic, then tasteful compression and saturation and color are going to be one of the ways that you do that. Do you like underproduced bass? Yeah, 100%, dude. I love it. I love raw. I'm not all about just like hyper producing everything. I love a raw record, 100%. Yeah, if you want it in your face, good saturation, good control. EQs is a part of that process there, but good control through compression and saturation is going to be really, really important. If anybody wants to submit your music, we're still listening to songs. If you want to submit your music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the steps there. We'll get you up on the board. Let's double check a few things here. All right, let's keep it rolling. Do you ever do videos like what your chain is? I have before. I need to do more. I need to do a lot more. In fact, I have a couple planned for this next week. So that's a good reminder. That's a good reminder, Steven, because I need to do a lot more. I talk about it a lot on here, and then just do it a lot within my job. But I don't necessarily post a ton of videos on like how I'm building that chain. Although I have before in the past. What was the other app again? Red and purple. Yeah, the red app is just YT. Just use your imagination. You can find them at my links and my icons at the top of my profile. It's just the other video platforms. The other one starts with a T, starts with the purple app over there. Okay, let's get a little deeper here. Okay, last thing. Actually, I already remembered. I re-triggered it already. Andy, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate that. Last thing is positioning of your vocals, right? So for one, we need to not over-exaggerate because of our frequency limitations, right? Because the vocal just gets thin and it gets overly bright at the very top, right? So we need to re-soften that. This is a natural production. It's like live drums, chorused electric guitars, acoustic guitars. Like this is very, a finger bass, like P bass style. Like this is a very natural sounding production. So if your vocal comes in feeling hyper produced and over exaggerated in a lot of its EQ curves and stuff like that, it's going to be very obvious. So one, we need to warm up and bring back some of that low mid information between 200 and 400 hertz. So the vocal doesn't feel thin, especially because you're recording into headphones. It's not going to be ideal, but we can get a little bit more energy out of those. The other side of it is not being too bright at the top end. You're over exaggerating for the fact that those headphones curve off really, really heavy at about 8,500 hertz. So you're missing all of that 8,500 to 1,200 or 8,500 to 12,000, where a lot of that life and air at the top end of your vocal is. So we've overinflated now. So bring that just back under control. So your vocal is bright and it's open, but it's not brittle and harsh, right? We don't need to go so far. So just rebalancing right there. We just need to rebalance right there so we can regain some clarity and a little bit more weight to that vocal when it's in the mix. The other is positioning. We're doing a lot here. The other is positioning, right? Right now, a lot of your vocals are kind of coming at you kind of right here in the middle of the mix with very light separation from left to right? A little bit here. A lot of those doubles, a lot of the layers that you have right there, I would get those positioned a little bit farther out, get them out of the way of each other. Right now, they're all kind of competing for the same space. So when you get a lot of layers in here, there's like 3 different melodies, and they're all kind of coming within like 20% of each other right here. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. They're all coming from about 20% right here in the middle, right? There's some panned a little bit farther left, some a little bit farther right, but they're all kind of sitting right here in the middle. Get some of those like distinct double tracked vocals. Like you have, I think, 2 over to the right here a little bit. Get one left and then right, like 60%. You have like another like doubled harmony that you have in there. Get that to the left and the right, maybe a little bit wider. If you want it to feel a little bit more modern and wide, you can get that out 80 to 100% maybe, depending on stylistically what you want to do. But start to get these out of the way of each other and feel a little bit more balanced in the mix. Right now, I hear a lot of these layers kind of compartmentalized and just pointed in one direction like this, or right down the middle. So you get all of this kind of noise in the mids and the highs, just kind of sitting right there in the middle of the mix, and no clarity for each of those individual elements that are kind of hitting you right there. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. We're at Riley. We're doing long form consultations. So we spend about 20 to 30 minutes breaking down songs, getting into the details of it, listening to them, usually 2 or 3 different times to get into the mix, production, sound design, lyrics, song formatting, stuff like that. That's what we're doing right now. If anybody wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, then read through and follow the steps. If they're all there in the middle, that's where we need to start positioning. Like you double track a low melody, get one left, get one right. You double track another harmony, like a 3rd note harmony to that. Get it 60% this way, 60% this way. That way you can leave some of that clarity for that lead vocal right there in the middle. You also show some love to Gift. Show some love to Gift. Gift, I really like what you're doing. You're talented. And I also know this is 2 years old, and you've updated since then. So I'm thrilled at the idea that you are gaining a little bit more experience. You're getting some good feedback. You're able to kind of grow in your craft a little bit more. Like I said, I am not here to like tell people to go spend money on gear. I love gear. I've had tons of cheap gear. I've had some really expensive gear. I'm not here to like tell people to go spend money on gear. I'm just encouraging you. I'm just pointing your energy in that direction. You're talented. You're a good songwriter and you're a really good vocalist. You're a good songwriter and you're a good vocalist. I feel like hopefully in the near future, you'll have somewhat of a capacity to get a microphone. Even if you stay in BandLab for a while, even if you work with like a super cheap or free engineer with points given and stuff like that, I think you're worth it. I'm not saying you have to or you should, or I expect that everybody has the financial capacity to do that. Not at all. I'm not here to tell you to go like, hey, go spend $700 on gear. I don't want you to do that if you don't have the capacity to do it. I think that'd be irresponsible. But I do want to let you know that just quality wise and what you're doing creatively, I think you're worth it. So, my gut reaction for what what's up, David? My gut reaction for what you're doing, if you want to start out easy and still record to your phone, if you have like an iPhone 15 or newer, or you have a Samsung that has USB-C, get yourself a used Universal Audio Volt 1. You can find those used for like $90, $100. It's a Neumann M147 tube. Get one used for like $90, $100, and then get you a Lewitt LCT 240 Pro, Lewitt LCT 240 Pro. You can find those used for like $80 to $90. And then all in right there, you're like $170 to $180, and you can plug that USB-C from the interface straight into your phone and still record on BandLab for the time being, but your quality will skyrocket. The control that you have over your signal will skyrocket. You don't have to go drop on an Apollo or anything else. Like, keep it. Let me drop it for you. I can drop it in the chat and you can screenshot it. So give me a sec. Boom. LCT Pro and UA volts. Come on. Boom. Right there. Lewitt LCT 240 Pro UA Volt 1. You can screenshot that. I had an SM7B with a Volt 276. Now I upgraded to the W8. Yeah, 100%. That's a nice upgrade. A nice upgrade. Yeah, and I have an SM7B as well. Does the trick if that's what you need. But yeah, that would be a reasonable upgrade, because what happens a lot of times, Gift, is people are recording with Apple headphones. And I've worked with so many of these artists. You're not alone, dude. They're recording with Apple headphones straight into their phone, and they're like, I'm gonna upgrade. And so next thing you know, they like buy Pro Tools or Ableton Pro or, something crazy, or they even just get FL Studio, whatever it may be. They get a DAW and they spend a bunch of money on a DAW. They drop $700 on gear. They get like an Apollo Solo or something like that. And then they get maybe a Warm Audio 47 Junior, whatever, something $250. It's like cheap, right? They spend all this money and then they have no understanding or capacity to learn the process to make it good again. And they're like, I actually feel more comfortable like in BandLab. I feel more confident with those old headphones. I felt like I sounded better with my old stuff. I don't know what to do anymore. So that's why I recommend for people, like, take baby steps, right? Start with that cheap interface and that cheap microphone that are both awesome. I've had multiple. I don't use a Volt anymore, but I still have a Volt 4 that I use in my mobile studio. Like if I'm going on the road, I'm like producing or doing session work on the road, I'm bringing some like mobile synths or like rack synths with me, then I'll use my Volt. So I have a Volt 4 that I use on the road all the time. I had a Volt 2 before that as well for my mobile rig. I just upgraded from there. Great preamps, nearly noise free. I love them. So there's things that you can do that are like a reasonable update route, as opposed to be like, dude, I need $800 to sound good. Start with the $200. You know what I mean? Upgrade from there. Keep it like simple. Still record into your phone until you feel comfortable and confident enough to upgrade from there. And then I think you'll be in good hands. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That is When the Sun Goes Down. When my Apollo Twin is my mobile. Hell yeah. It's great. Please show some love to Gift. I love and appreciate what you do so much. You're very, very talented. I'm letting you know you're worth it. Don't feel any pressure. What's up, Nicole? Welcome in. Don't feel any pressure outside of just like the affirmation that it would be worthwhile for you to do that. because sometimes people don't know. Like, I don't know if I should do that. Like, would it even be worth it for me to do that? Truly think that it would be, man. Okay, let's keep it going. Quick reminder that if you would like to submit your music, what we're doing here are 20 to 30 minute consultations. They're long form, they're detailed. We're getting into your mix, production, sound design, lyric, and song formatting. We're diving into the details of your music over this 20 to 30 minutes. We're really getting into the details. So if you want to get into the details of your music, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. I would love to break down your music and get into the details of it and give you some actionable professional feedback on the structure of your music. Excuse me, if you want, I'm losing my voice. If you want to submit, I'm talking too much, even though that's what we do. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you up on the board, ready to go. Let me see. Anima, let me know if you're here. Anima, let me know if you're here. I want to make sure that you're present. Okay, let me double check. I haven't seen the submission for yet, Shah. So let me just make sure that, got you, Anima. Make sure that you did follow both of the steps. So when you go to that profile and you click on the link, make sure that you follow both of the steps there, and we'll make sure I get you up on the board. If I run out of people that are here, I'm planning on going for another couple hours potentially. Just kind of depends on who's here. It depends on who stayed for their song and stuff like that. But I'm planning on taking on another couple tracks here potentially. Extra, good to see you. Sounds good. So yeah, just double check it because I'm not seeing it. Which means you probably maybe missed one of the steps. So just double check the details there. Anima's in the building. Okay. So this is Anima. They're over on the Red app right now. So keep that in mind. You all aren't going to see some of their chat, but I'm going to read through some of the stuff that they're sending in. It's very different for sure. It's inspired by the video game Persona 5. It's done all the way up to the chorus. Okay, beautiful. They said, I'm very new still to music. 3 months of playing keyboard. Let's go. And 10 months of making music. The VSTs, piano, and bass are not changeable. That's part of the style. But anything else that we know, it's fully instrumental. It's done all the way up to the chorus. All right, let's get into it. I'm about 10 months into making music, 3 months into keyboard playing. That's beautiful. I love that. Let's get it. Let's get it downloaded. All right, y'all. This is Animus. Groovy. Love the Rhodes. I always say every song needs a Rhodes. That's it. Hold on. We got to back it up. Yo, show some love. Anima, let's get into it. I could so see this in a game. This also like reminds me of like old Game Boy game. Like I could almost imagine this a little bit more like 8-bit, crushed a little bit like that. And I feel like it would sound really, really cool. Like in a kind of like in a different format. Anyways, that's a side note, but I could 100% imagine this in the game. So let's run it from the top. Let's dive into a couple things. One of the things I want to address, I know you said, let me see. Bass and piano are not changeable, but that's part, yeah, 100%. So I love stylistically where you're going with this. I want to talk mainly about balancing of these things so that they kind of make sense in the structure that you have. So I'm going to look at like the VST for perfect, dude. I love it. I want to look into the balancing of your drum VST. So what I'll probably have you do is go in and edit some velocity in your MIDI for those drums and or in the drum VST's mixer, rebalancing a couple things so that it feels a little bit more in line with some of the things that you're doing stylistically. So let's run it from the top. It's just short and sweet. This is Anima. They're over on the Red app right now. But let's get it. Let's run it from the top. Nice. What's up, live? Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. Okay, right now, just really quick, I would make sure, again, getting into mainly your drum percussion structure here. Right now, there's a little bit of a, excuse me, a little bit of an imbalance between kick, snare, and hats right now. On the hats, I'd maybe bring those down a hair, just a hair. Been great working to mix. Been great working to mix together. All right, let's go, man. I love it. The yeah, slight imbalance between the yeah, Patrick, they're all like VSTs, like early VSTs and stuff like that they're still editing. Dude, no, dude, I get it. Same, always life explosion. I can read through the lines. I know how it is. A little bit of imbalance between the hats and then the snare being a little bit quiet, right? So on that point, I would probably just bring every once in a while, I want some variation in velocity on the snare, but I would probably still have that snare a little bit farther forward, a little bit more energy behind it so it doesn't feel like it's being kind of suppressed back. Now, I still want it to feel natural, so still keep some velocity differences because that's what's going to make it feel a little bit more real, a little bit more organic, but bring it forward just a hair so there's a little bit more energy behind it. Let me back it up here. The other thing that that you're experiencing as well is, and again, I don't know the VST that you're using. The hats of the, well, I guess it depends. Let me see. I don't know how it separates in the song. I don't know which one's the loop. I don't know which one's the loop or the VST because they all just kind of blend together there. So all the hi-hats. And actually the hi-hats might actually be fine. To me, it's more the balance between the hi-hats and some of the other elements. So that's where I would bring the snare forward just a little bit as well. Sounds good. What's up, Jay Steele? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing amazing. That's where I would just rebalance there a little bit. The other thing that you're experiencing is all these drums are largely outside of, I hear some stereo information on the snare, largely speaking. Excuse me, y'all. Largely speaking, the most of your drums are coming in mono. So just be aware of that. You might, again, depending on the VST that you're using, you can go back into oftentimes the individual drums and start to pan them out just a little bit. Audible on the bridge and the drum back. Yeah, it's probably the VST hats then, Anima. Probably the VST hats. But right now, all of those drums are largely coming in mono. So we need to open those up again, right? Go back into the panning of the individual drums. If there's an overhead or a room that those drums are being sent into, like on the drum VST, if there's like an overhead fader that you can bring up a little bit, introduce a little bit more of that stereo information, pan out the toms, left, center, or maybe a little bit right. Like you can open it up a little bit. Right now, they're all kind of right down the middle. So you're losing a little bit of the vibrancy behind your production structure there too. One of the other things, let me see, VST's piano is changeable. I would create a little bit of a better balance between what's busy in this as well. So you said by piano, do you mean the Rhodes in the background? Like this? You're talking about that sound? Is that what you're talking about as far as the piano there? Mocha, what's up? Welcome in. Alexander, welcome in as well. The lead Rhodes here. Okay, so those aren't changeable. Got you. Let me hear what else is going on here too. There's an organ in the background there as well. I'm gonna listen a little bit farther here. Okay, so here's what I'm hearing. What I was trying to listen for like what the actual pain point is that I'm hearing and what would actually be the fix for it. What I'm hearing, let me back it up again. I want to kind of So part of what I'm hearing, everything, and this was trying to kind of dissect the chords here and where some of these like root notes are actually hitting. What I'm hearing is that there's no grounding element here or chordal element that glues everything together. So that's kind of what I was gonna going back and like listening for another couple times. This is like the main point for me, right? Drum structure is going to be helpful to just create a better balance in there. Virtue, I just let BFT3 decide where stuff is, but it's definitely edible. Yeah, exactly right. Like all of the drums are kind of here, and I want them to feel a little bit more open, right? Because think about it this way too: you get a little bit of stereo from the Rhodes, a little bit of stereo from the strings that you have in the background, but there's like three main elements that are happening here. The Rhodes plucking in with a little bit of those kind of like plucky, jazzy elements on the outside. Bass and drums are driving the vast majority of this though. It's like busy patterns and stuff like that. Those are all like right in mono, right down the middle. You got no extra life to them, right? And if the bass is untouchable, then we got to figure out some other ways to create life. Obviously, part of that is going to be opening up your panning for your drums so that actually feels a little bit more vibrant, right? It doesn't feel like it's all kind of collapsed to mono. The other side to this is everything is moving all the time, right? So if you hear your drum structure, I mean, that sounds more like drum and bass, but you get the idea with the acoustic drums, constant movement and pattern and stuff like that, right? It's not like a settled groove all the time. It's got a lot of things happening, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that, especially in the style, especially in the context of it being for a game and stuff like that. Bassline, constantly moving, still finding a root note. You're doing a good job of that, but constantly moving bassline, constantly evolving progression and stuff like that. What's up, Jay? I appreciate you, man. I appreciate it. Constantly evolving baseline and progression right there, constantly moving, right? Same thing with the Rhodes, which is following some of that. The strings that are following some of the Rhodes stabs in there, some of the progression right there, constantly moving and evolving. There's like a B3 organ that kind of comes in and out of the mix in the background as well. It's moving in and out, right? Not settled into the progression. So you have a track of a bunch of instrumentation where everything is constantly like moving and floating around all the time as far as the melody that it's doing, the rhythm and phrasing of that melody and stuff like that. So that is where we're getting a lot of this extra movement, and there's nothing to just kind of ground it and like make it feel like at home and make it feel like it's a little bit more glued together. That is like the one element I would bring into here. Whether that is like a nice, like soft 80s chordal synth, whether, kind of like a Juno or something like that, or a Prophet, or even just like a piano, like you have the Rhodes in the background right there. Even just like a piano to help soften that a little bit as well, to help just follow your progression. I think would be really, really nice to just glue all this together. Extra, let me see. I do believe I got you. I just saw something come in right here. JE, right? Extra, just so I can make sure. Blade Money, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I think that's you, right? Let me just double check really quick though. Initials JE. Perfect. I got you, Extra. Let me get you up here. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, little where you have this. You just get that kind of in the background right there. I see anything on the melodies and stuff. The song is in E minor, by the way. Yeah. Okay, let me get Extra up here. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. You're on the board, ready to go. So what I'm kind of looking at, so you're following this kind of, that's your main like progression right there. So here's what I'm gonna like. I'll actually play it on the Rhodes maybe and just see. I just want the kind of glue every once in a while to kind of balance it out together. Because again, everything is constantly moving, and that's where I want the consistency of the progression is what gives context. You know what I mean? Like having the progression makes the bass line and those melodies make sense. Super true, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, right? So now having this. It gives a little bit more context. So that's kind of what I'm listening for here. Let me back it up here. This is like way loud too, so I'm gonna bring this way down. You hear how like even there, actually I'm gonna play it on the piano. I'm gonna back it up a little bit. There's some bass line. What's up, Shane? Welcome in. There's some bass lines that clash a little bit with some of the movement. I know you don't want to touch that, so I'm not going to hammer that home. But based on the progression that the bass is doing, there's definitely a lot of, those are all in the right key. Those are all technically in E minor, but all of that tension and dissonance from having a lot of seconds in there, even though those are all technically in the right key, it gives you a lot of nastiness and a lot of tension. That happens quite a bit with the bass line. So something to be aware of. I could also make the chords a little less background because they are pretty quiet. Yeah. So if you do have something here, I'm going to back it up a little bit. Yeah, absolutely. All kinds of music. All kinds of music. We'll go a little bit lower. Just a little bit of that glue. That's way too loud, and you get the idea. But having just, if you have chords that are doing that are holding down your roots, like holding down your progressions throughout the song, definitely push those forward. Definitely have those with a little bit more clarity and a little bit more separation in here, or just push them forward by like 3 or 4 dB. Because is it Zoot or Zute? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. A lot of what you're hearing in the background is just bass line movement constantly. Need to be louder than, because I do. Yeah, if you do have chords, check them. Zuti, maybe. I want to make sure I get it right. So thank you for correcting me. Juliana, welcome in as well. Yeah, if there are chords in there, then push them forward by 3-4 dB, maybe more. Get them forward, make them a core grounding element of the mix. That gives you like permission to float away with other melodies and other movements with your organ, the slides, right? You just have like organ palm slides and stuff like that, and like the roads that you have at the top. It gives you more permission to move away because the groundedness of like the progression with the bass is really, really consistent. ADC, ADB, yeah. Makes sense. And so if that's what you're building, that needs to be forward a little bit more. And if it's not there in like the way that it needs to be there, like where you're not getting a little bit more of that chordal information, then I would maybe add another element of just a nice little soft synth or a dark, like maybe a dark kind of quiet piano in the background. And its only goal is to fill that void. It's not to be a main thing in there. It's not to be like a main part of the production structure. It's just there to be like a glue and to be a little bit of a root that everything else is actually kind of built off of. Zute maybe? Keep correcting me. I want to get it right. Or not. If you give up on me, you can. Okay, got you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you tapping in. Zute, I appreciate you being here. Ghost is in the building. What's up, Ghost? Okay, let me get into the last little section here. Miranda, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely, Riley. 100%. And then and I'm excited to get into where that hook actually expands a little bit. Hey, you as well, Miranda. I appreciate it. If anybody would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you up in line, ready to go. The line is on the other platforms that we're live on, which you can find on my link as well. All right, last question. One more question: is the octave higher melody repetitive because it's technically repeating with just more percussion? It is a bit, but for me, thank you so much for the TikToks, Miranda. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. For me, it depends on how you layer this, because right now, dun 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 dun, that little melody movement right there is definitely a bit repetitive, but this is also only 55 seconds. So the thing is that like you have 2 more minutes of space where you can change that melody, drop it an octave, replace what takes over that lead melody with different instrumentation, like a really chill, like, guitar line doing a different melody or the same melody, like a clean guitar, some chorus and delay and stuff like that. Like you have some opportunities to move this around a little bit in a way that maybe changes it up a little bit. Right now it is repetitive. but you also only have 55 seconds. You know what I mean? So in my opinion, you have some time, you have some energy, like in some space to build this out a little bit more, that I think if you balance percussion and open it up and pan it out a little bit, you glue this together a little bit more, a short 2 minutes. So then half of it, right? If half of the song so far is the same thing, if it's 2 minutes of the same melody, it's going to be boring, right? It's going to become one note. It's going to become monotonous. So that's where I'm like, okay, at least at like 45 seconds, or you're about to go into, I think you said the chorus, right? Yeah. So if you go into the chorus, definitely change like progression and melody there. Open up to like the ride and the ride bell with the drums, change the progression there a little bit. And then change that lead melody slightly as well. Let me see. When I'm 20, man, when I was 20, I was probably listening to a lot of Mike Dean. A lot of Mike Dean when I was 20, probably. I'm trying to think. I was like, what was I listening to a lot of when I was 20? I was listening to a lot of different stuff. Bunch of different stuff. Synthwave. I was really, really getting into like more modern synthwave. Kavinsky, Time Cop 1983. Was a little bit more, it might have been a little bit past that. Man, that's already 12 years ago. Damn, I don't even know. Ride, organ, stab, chorus, and new lead melody. Yeah, exactly. That's going to help like distinguish these different sections. You know what I mean? As opposed to it all feeling like it's the same thing, same melody turnover, only like 4 instruments that are building this entire structure. So if you shift the energy there, I think you'll be in a much better spot, right? Different melody, slightly different sound design, different patterns for your drums, especially with a new balance to the drums. It's going to give you a really cool texture. Got you, Derek. Got you, man. I appreciate you so much. Y'all, please show some love. Show some love. That is Anima Makes Music. They are over on the Red app right now. Over on that. I'm really trying to get the repetition legitimizes down for this one. So it is intentional. Yeah, like you want a solid structure. It's a balance between looping and loose repetition, right? So the thing is, if it is, and this is a game, so it's different, right? If it is like looped exactly, quantized, tuned perfectly, everything's VST, then it will become uninteresting very, very quickly. So even if it's largely like copied over MIDI and stuff like that, small changes in velocity, small changes in like pitch and tuning and stuff like that make a big difference in the way that you actually experience the song. If it's like the same velocity, same melody, same texture, same 4 or 5 instruments, it will become monotonous very, very fast. So the more that you dig into this and try to like squeeze it for a little bit more, better velocity changes, some of that glue with the chords and stuff like that, especially as you change chords, it's really, really going to help this, kind of come to life. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That is Anima Makes Music. Anima, I'm so glad that you sent this in. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed listening to that as well, man. Y'all show some love. Let's see. Bailey Short's in the building. What's up, Bailey Short? Welcome in. Color with Live is in the building. What's up, Color with Live? And then let me see really quick. Myron, let me know who that is. I got to get you. I got to get that connected to the right thing. The octave change did help a lot. Anyways, I got you at main point. I'm going to see if I can get those chords louder in the drums. Yeah, that to me is going to it's going to open it up a lot, because that to me is a huge part of why this feels restricted and restrained. So I think if you do that, you're going to be in a great spot. Got you, Derek. And then let me know, Mr. Producer, is that you? Is that Myron? Let me know. Let me get these updated. Give me just one moment, y'all. Perfect, dude. I appreciate you tapping in. Thank you so much for being here today. Do me a huge favor, though. I just got the 5 from you, so I have a partial submission. So make sure you go to my profile, click on the link, and then make sure that you read through and follow all of the details there. I want to get you in line. I want to get you in order with everyone else over there. So just do me a huge favor. Double check all of those details from the top all the way through. That way I can make sure I get you in line with everyone else. I do have that first 5 right there, and I want to make sure that I get everything lined up. And Derek, I got you. Sampa's in the building. What's up, Sampa? Welcome in. I feel like I'm losing my voice, man. All right. We got Derek Bennett in the building. And let me get a couple things updated over here real quick. Make sure I've got the line updated. Right. Matt Early's in the building. What's up, Matt? I appreciate you tapping in. All right, let's get it rolling. Let's get it rolling, get it rolling. This is unmixed, unfinished Derek Bennett. Let's get it. And then Derek, hopefully we can hop on a call soon and knock out a chunk. Maybe once you have like, obviously depending on how you want to structure it, maybe once we get into a like deep, breakdown of like when most of these tracks are closer to where they need to be, we can like finalize a bunch of stuff. That'd be great. Such a cool time to live in Sally, also AI era, of course, but I really like how I can just make this in my bedroom with just a keyboard. It's amazing, Anima. It really is. It really is. The access to be able to create music is really, really powerful. It's powerful, man. This is Consider the Lilies. This is a part of a re-hymning process that Derek Bennett Music is going through right now, taking a bunch of classic hymns and reworking them and remixing them and reformatting them. It's beautiful. So let's get into it, man. This is Derek Bennett. It's loading. I don't know if is my Wi-Fi slow right now? What's going on? What's going on with the Wi-Fi's? Consider the Lilies featuring Abby Parker, a vocalist from I Am They. Let's get into it.
Consider the lilies, how stately they grow. They never toil, they never spin, carefree in the hands of God. Yet they bloom.
Rebel, thank you for the follow. Where are you at in the process with this one?
So tall, the Father who loves them takes thought for them all.
Nice. Nice.
Consider the ravens who gives them their food.
Okay, you just sent half a submission, so just
Shelter
the minimum's 10, and you only sent 5. So just double check that for me, and then I can get you in line. Just about finished. Sounds like it.
Who guides a young sparrow who watches his fall? Their Father in heaven takes heed for them all.
Great voice.
Consider the lily, how much more does he love you? Consider the lily, how
But still not sent to the engineer, right? Or has it been?
love you. The Father who loves them takes thought for them all.
Awesome voice.
Our Father in heaven, your children are here. To
Definitely,
you
definitely
we
extra.
are precious.
Gotcha, okay.
To you we are dear. So guide us and guard us. So close when we call. You hold us and love us. We thank you for all. How much more does he love you? Consider the lily. How much more does he love you? Consider the lily. How much more does he love you? The Father who loves them takes thought for them all.
Beautiful harmonies. Yeah, she has a great voice. Beautiful, beautiful. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Y'all, please show some love. That is Derek Bennett Music. RJ, thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. As Dino, thank you so much as well. If y'all would like, or anybody would like to send in their music, you can, just for maybe a couple more minutes. I'll close the line probably here in a bit. Thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate it. If you would like to submit your music or music that you've worked on, you can go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details there. Please read through and follow the details. I would also encourage you to check the line. The line is up on the other platforms that we're live on, so the red app and purple app. You can find those at my link really easily. Go to those other platforms if you want to see the line, order, and minimums that we have up there as well. I would love to listen to your music or music that you've been a part of. We're not listening to popular, like big artists and stuff like that. Shout out to me, I haven't heard Lifehouse in a while. It's a throwback. But if you do want to submit your music, go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow those details, and we'll get you up there. But let's get into it. Let's get into it. You don't submit in the chat, so don't send your song in the chat. And if you spam, then you'll get muted. I don't want you to. This is Consider the Lilies by Derek Bennett Music. Let's get into it. This is a remix of an old hymn. I'm excited to dive into it. I'm excited to get into it, man. Let's run it from the top. A couple small little details, like clarity details, that I want to dive into. Maybe a little bit on the percussion side, but yeah, this is definitely close. This definitely is a good format. She has beautiful vocal structure. Absolutely love the harmonies. All of that I think is absolutely amazing. If y'all want to send songs, profile, click on the link, read through and follow all of the details. Some of y'all are saying you're reading, and I know you're not because you're missing details. So make sure y'all read and follow the details. We'll get you up on the board. All right, let's run it from the top, Derek. Let's get it.
Consider the lilies, how stately they grow.
Great melody.
They never toil, they never spend, carefree in the hands of God, yet they bloom all summer.
Here's one thing. Let me know this, because sometimes we'll talk about details you don't have control over, and I want to mitigate that if we can, but also still want to talk about something. How much control do you have over? I know you're close on this one, so I'm trying to keep that in mind too. Production is largely where it needs to be for the most part. How much control do you have over this vocal and any rephrasing or retracking? Again, you can ignore half of this anyways. But let me know. Let me know how much control that you have. Because I have some ideas that I'm a little bit, I'm going to say concerned loosely, very, very loosely, that certain elements of the production movement are going to make this just really hard to remember. Some of the vocal production movement and melody movement is going to make it really, really difficult to remember. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. Maverick, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Okay, redo my headphones here. Sharky's in the building. What's up, Sharky? Welcome in. Dun, 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 dun. Let me know. It might be a bit, I don't know if it's a crazy delay over on, not 100%. Okay. So here's what I'll do, Derek. I'll let you know what I'm thinking. And, I guess more than anything, it's something that I want you as the executive producer of these songs, working with all these different vocalists and artists, to learn to request and learn to build into your own songwriting and melodic writing. Just because it matters a lot. You have these, especially with literally just not even to make this a pop song, but just to make it memorable, so that no matter who likes or dislikes the song, it sticks. You know what I mean? That's a lot of the stuff. What's up, Tidal? Welcome in. That's the stuff that I'm listening for as far as melodic structure and stuff like that. So you have this beautiful early melody here.
Consider the lilies, how stately they grow.
Gorgeous. This. Dun, 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 dun. Such a beautiful melody. Gold melody. I love it. I love everything about it.
Consider the lilies, how stately they grow.
Beautiful. Small change here. Love it.
They never toil, they never spend, carefree in the hands of God. Yet they bloom all summer.
Here the melody changes. So it's the melody changes, and then it slightly changes again, and then it slightly changes again, and it just gets kind of farther and farther away from the original. I want as Dun, 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 dun. I want to go back into that melody again so bad. It like changes off again, changes off again, changes off again. So you get like 4 slightly different variations of the melody. That just makes it a lot harder for someone who's like learning the song for the first time to grab it and for it to make sense to them and for it to click for them. And I would love for it to, because again, beautiful voice, beautiful vocal structure. The harmonies are gorgeous. Love just the simple early piano structure here as well. Like there's so much that I love about this. The biggest thing for me is I just want that melody to repeat again. Starting here.
Consider the lilies, how stately they grow.
Nice flip to falsetto.
They never toil, they never spend, carefree in the
And then back to this melody again.
Yet they bloom all summer.
Go. It's like it's the perfect melody. It's so emotional, and like missing that again, my brain just wants to hear that melody so bad. So whether or not you have the capacity to change it with this vocalist for this song doesn't, it's not the biggest deal in the world because their voice is great. It is going to be it's just harder to remember. And the percentage of at bats you get with like a song are pretty, low. It's already a low ratio of people that are consuming and translating to streams and stuff like that and becoming fans. So if that percentage is really low, giving them as many tools as possible to remember it obviously is really, really valuable. So just keep that in mind, especially when you do your next records, right? So if you're starting here, dun, 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 like that early one, dun, 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 and then again, dun, 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 dun. Like going back into that melody again. Oh, just like, because that melody just grabs you, especially with the emotion and the dynamics of the song right now. It just grabs you. It grabs you, and I love it so much. So that's what I would keep in mind. That's what I would keep in mind is like whether that's in the future or that's something you're able to get on this one. It's up to like that relationship with the artist, right? You can kind of figure that out on your own. But that's the stuff I would look for. Happens, I think, a little bit on the hook too. So I'll look at that. And more so, maybe this can kind of like train your ear to look for those things, whether or not you actually adjust them in this particular song. Yeah, if y'all want to submit, I appreciate y'all tapping in. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow the details. And we'll get you up in line, ready to go. I'll probably be closing up the line here in the next couple songs or so. But if you want to submit, keep in mind these are 20 to 30 minute detailed consultations. These are long. They're multiple listens through your song. So if you want to submit, they're going to take a little bit of time, but we're going to go very, very deep into the structure of your song. If that sounds interesting to you or valuable to you, then you can find all the details at my profile.
So shining and so tall, the Father who loves them takes thought for them all.
Good dynamic build here. I'm not super familiar with these, unless you're making a joke. These nuts. Like this vocal structure right here is beautiful. Like this whole pocket, like the harmonies, love all of this, and I love the drum structure as well.
Consider the ravens and gives them their food.
Like, and again, same thing here. The first melody that you introduce in this song, to me, is the melody, right? Like the first melody that I hear as the consumer, as the listener of this music, is this lead melody. To me, that becomes the verse to me. That becomes what I imagine this verse to be when you're here, right?
Consider the lilies, how stately they grow.
That to me is now, that's my ID. That's like my thumbprint, my fingerprint for this verse. It's like, that's the first melody I ever heard in the song, especially if it repeats again, that gives you some glue right there. That to me is how I identify it. So in my brain, when you go second verse, you at least start there. You can change it after that, but you at least start there.
Consider the ravens and gives them their food.
Yeah. Consider the ravens, you gives them their food. Right? You know what I mean? Like that, like my brain just really wants to go back into that melody because that just solidifies it. It makes it so gluey, so sticky. That's really what I'm wanting to hear. And again, it floats back to kind of a slightly different version of like maybe your second melody or third melody of the first verse, as opposed to that first melody right there that's like really, really locked in. Love the guitar, by the way.
Shelter the net, consider the ravens
ones who gives them their food. Shelter their nests in the storm-beaten wood.
So that would be a good second melody, and then
Who guides a young sparrow who watches his fall?
and then, of course, you can definitely float away here a little bit. So I don't think you have to go into it, but it could be cool to hear then. Da, 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 da. Like it could be, and then at the end, da, 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 to hear some of that like extra ad libs and vocal takes and stuff like that after that. I don't think you need to change this part of the verse, just for food for thought of like that's a good place where you can float away from the melody, do it a little bit differently on the second part right here, but on that first part, really if you want people to remember it, if you want it to stick and not just be a one listen or a half listen and then it just kind of floats away again and people never come back to it. If you want it to stick, you want it to be really engaging. That's where I would just make sure that message, make sure that melody structure is incredibly, incredibly consistent. Mr. Producer, welcome back in. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. Let me double check a few things here. I got you. You're ready to go. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the update right there. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. All right, you're on the board. You're ready to go.
Their Father in heaven takes heed for them all.
Most of the production structure right here is really, again, needs to be balanced and stuff. I'm not worried about that. It's about to go to mix. But all of the actual production structure itself, I'm enjoying here a lot. Only biggest element right here that we need to update is like high-end percussion. All of your like hats right here, big, I love it. Big kick, cinematic drums, heavy sub bass and 808s, big strings and pianos. Snare is fat and juicy like we like them. All that's great. I love it. What you're missing going into the hook versus the verse is on your verses, you have this very, very like thin. It's a very like thin digital hat. Great on the verses. It gives you some restraint on the verses and your intros and stuff like that and your interludes. It works really well. Going into this hook, we're missing some energy in the top end of the percussion. The mix itself just feels still like very restrained. It still feels like we're like missing some like next level of energy, even though the vocal is up an octave. There's a lot of restraint in the percussion side. I would love to either open up. No, you add a tambourine later. Love that can sit in its own pocket. I would recommend probably adding like a decently open sounding like shaker right here to just give us another edge to elevate the dynamics here, because it just still feels almost hollow in the middle, because all you hear is it's like, it's very thin, it's very transient and pointed. There's not a lot of weight to it. So it'd be nice to like just a little bit more energy. I think like you have a tambourine later on. So if you want to switch that, either another hat pattern that's a little more acoustic sounding or I think a shaker, like you could do open is going to sound a little bit rock groovy. It's all like, you know what I mean? That doesn't fit as much of what you already have here. You could try it. You know me, I'm always a fan of like throw some spaghetti at the wall. If it works, it works. You can always try, putting some open hats there. But I do think that might sound like we're switching to like an open rock groove as opposed to this kind of like alternative pop that we have going on so far. I think a shaker would fill a good void there. So for here, it's a little restrained. Build up, reverse. If you can bring in some hats in there, there's definitely space for it. There's definitely space. Like you could definitely even just kind of like a trap pop hat loop or something like that. You technically have some space to like bring in some other hats right there for sure. Either way, however, whether you add a tambourine there, not just at the end, whether you add some open hats, whether you add a hat, a trap, kind of a hip hop like TR-808 hi-hat loop or something like that, or a shaker. That void right there is what I want you to fill, or at least what my brain, feels like needs some filling right there. Just because that leaves your hooks really, really open, and then it doesn't ever really fill out because that's the same sound design for the vast majority of what you have going on there.
How much more does he love you? The Father who loves
I love the guitars. I love, like, there's a lot about the rest of this production that feels really connected, really warm, really engaging. It feels vibrant and wide. Very excited about what the mix is going to sound like on this, because this early demo, or not even necessarily early demo, but this demo so far, this pre-mix is really engaging to listen to. So I think the dynamics are great. Vocal sounds awesome. Like we talked about some of those melodic things, you can test it out and or keep it in the back of your mind for a future production. But most of this production I'm really, really liking.
Takes on for them all.
Empty out here, so like lose the shaker here.
Our Father in heaven, Lord, you
Love opening this
are
up.
here. To you we are precious. To you we are dear. So guide us and guard us. So close we come.
Like right there, like since you have a gap in that energy right before that, we need to introduce a little bit more of that energy in the next section, right? So I think a shaker, a nice open, crispy shaker, like nothing too, like we need something, you know what I mean? Like we need one of those like beaded shakers, right? Like it's got a lot of weight to it and a lot of energy to it, right? So this part right here, that's going to help you build your dynamics a little bit more, because when you remove it, it's going to remove a lot of energy at the top end of your percussion. And when you introduce it again, like in this B section here, going back into the hook, it's going to give you a lot of additional energy in the mix, right? So it's going to be one of your like dynamic control elements as well, just adding and taking away that one additional element right there. I think it's going to be awesome. Thank y'all so much for tapping in. I appreciate y'all being here. Time Warren and Colicatronis, I think. Thank you so much for tapping in. If y'all want to submit music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details there. Don't spam it in the chat. I don't want you to get muted by mod or anything. But if you want to submit, all that happens at my profile if you click on the link and you read through and follow the details there. Please keep in mind that I have updated minimums. I just did that now because we're getting towards the tail end of the live here. So just if you want to check the line, you can check the line on the other platforms that we're live on right now. And we'll be closing up the lines here probably in the next song or two, and then we'll keep it moving. I know some other live streams sometimes tell you to spam your music and in order to increase their engagement. We don't do that here, but I do know that it is confusing sometimes. Where like maybe a live ago they're like, hey, spam your song in the chat and I'll listen to it on the live or something like that. And then when you come in here and like, hey, don't spam. So I know it gets confusing. So there's no worries. If you spam like crazy for a long time, even after I've told you, then I'll just mute you. But if you correct, you're good to go. No worries. I just understand it's a little bit different sometimes. All right, let's get into the outro here. Because you have a shaker hat in the background. It's just that very thin one right there, which does its job when it needs to be there. But we can update that and shift that a little bit.
How much more does he love? That's infinity. How much more does
Tambourine is great there. That should be forward, right? So when that tambourine comes in the background, that's a great addition in energy. I love it so much. It's a great addition in energy right there. So just make sure that when you start getting into the mix of this and stuff like that, make sure that does feel like it's like a really like victorious sound at the end of the song when that comes in. Make sure that really does bring the mix to life. Like don't let that hide in the background. Like when that tambourine comes in on the outside, like boom, just already, he's at the DAW. He's ready to go. When that comes in, make sure it really does liven up the mix there quite a bit. I feel like that would just give it a lot of vibrancy and a lot of energy. In case this is the things sometimes I want you to know you're super appreciated. Miranda, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I genuinely really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It means a lot. All right, let's get into the outro here and then we'll move it on.
the Father who loves
Appreciate you.
them, takes on for them all.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Empty it all out here. Gorgeous. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Beautiful dynamics. Yeah, that's fire. What a great outro. What a beautiful outro. Might be my favorite part of the whole song. I mean, not because it's ending, but just because the dynamics there are so beautiful and the voice is awesome. You also selected Derek Bennett. Derek Bennett, love and appreciate you, man. Amazing, amazing, amazing structure here. Yeah, honestly, man, that's dynamic range wise, like it just, the intro feels great. Vocal texture and layering, I think, is absolutely beautiful. Outro is amazing. Great dynamics in the middle right there. Like to me, this feels the most like a really like polished record start to finish, right? Like there's, like I said, little things within production structure. We can amplify, beef them up a little bit, give them what they need in the song structure. Duels, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And, and then obviously melodically, I have some taste in that where I'm like, there's certain things that I want to hear that whether or not the original melody sounds good when you hear it, vocal is good, lyric structure is good. The lack of repetition will just make it harder to remember. It's more of a practical psychological thing and a pattern recognition thing than it is how it sounds. It sounds good, but you're losing some of the repetition and most likely some replay value for that reason. That's the reason why I bring it up in the first place. But from a sonic standpoint, from a sound standpoint, I love what I'm hearing, man. Please show some love to Derek Bennett. They're over on the Red app right now, but you can find them everywhere. You can find them on Spotify and other DSPs. You can find them on TikTok, Instagram, so on and so on. Definitely show some love to Derek. And then Derek, we'll connect soon as well on a longer form offline consultation as well, so we can tackle a bunch of songs in whatever time frame that makes sense for you as well. Duels, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Before anybody submits, please check the line on the other platforms that we're live on. We only have a handful of songs left, and so I do want to make sure that you can see the line, the order, and the minimums, which I post on the other platforms. They're up the entire live. Appreciate you so much, Derek. Thank you so much for stopping by and sending that in, man. I appreciate that a lot. Let's keep it rolling. I got to use the restroom really quick. So I've got, let's see what I got here. Hopefully nothing's in, oh, this is in spam. Let me see. Oh, that's just that email. Let me see. But they didn't send over here. Let me see. Booty Shaker, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Beautiful name. Let me see. Okay, so extra. I got you. Siri, thank you for the follow. Don't be putting off my phone, though. I appreciate that. Okay, extra, I got you. I'm just getting everything downloaded here. I got to use the restroom really quick, and I'm going to get some water, and then, okay, I got the YouTube video for you. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, y'all, give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I got to use the restroom. I'm going to use the restroom and then get some water, and then we will be back. And then we got extra. We got Mr. Producer in the building. Once again, if y'all are wanting to submit for a 20 to 30 minute deep dive long form consultation on the structure of your music, mix and master, production, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, stuff like that, go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details, and we'll get you up on the board ready to go. I'm going to use the restroom, and then we'll be right back with some more phenomenal music. So give me a minute, y'all, and then we'll keep it moving.
Stuck in a corner. 7 weeks marching in order. Solitude louder than jet planes. All it took for me to be sane. Lucky draw got me this headspace. Fucking flaws marking the airwaves. Somebody said I could be anything. My body shakes, don't say the same thing. caught in a daydream, escaping. No one can blame me. Born to run, but can't find my footing. Shed a tear while no one's looking. Baby, tonight I'll fly away. Baby, it's fine, I'm not okay. Baby, tonight I'll fly. Baby, it's fine, I'm not okay.
Right, Joe. All right. All right. A notification is in the building. Macedino, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Casey, welcome in. All right. Sorry for the I gotta eat snacks, y'all, because I'm hungry and I've been on live for too long. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. All right. Let's get into some music. This will be our most likely our last. I can't talk today, y'all. It's been one of those days. Most likely one of my last couple tracks today. We got Extra Tone. Extra Tone is right here in the building. Hop in the chat. Just let me know that you're here. Let's get into it. This is Choose Your Own Adventure. And let's remind me really quick, Extra Tone. I know I've heard your music before, but just remind me your role in your music, and also just tell the chat too if people are interested. Remind me of your role in your music. What goes into the music that you make and stuff like that. And also let me know how you want me to break this down and anything that you particularly want me to focus on. But this is Choose Your Own Adventure by Extra Tone. I produce and record all the stuff. Let's get into it. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Let's run it. And then if y'all want to submit, like I said, I'm getting into my last couple tracks here. Yeah, it's already 8:47. Any advice? All right, let's get it. Is this out on platforms yet? Okay, nice.
No hesitation, it brings no surprise with the stars in your eyes when the days turn to nights. Fake inspiration disguised as advice, got my thoughts hypnotized, turning death into life. One or another, the choice is inside. If you leave it behind or you keep it in place, I ride the wave like there's none to replace. When there's nowhere to fake, the unknown will be fade. After a while, you find your way. After a while, so your name is time. I am a fan, nice to meet you. We are shifting sand, wasting away, we are see-through.
Nice, man. This is cool.
Taking hands
I like it a lot.
I've been around, nice to meet you. If you told the truth, sad to say none will believe you. Nice to meet you. After a while, you find your way. After a while, we're here to stay.
Oh. That's a switch. Woo. Let's go, man.
Breaking it out, miscellaneous change.
No, not at all.
Conversations amazed with the zany
MP3 Wave, SoundCloud, YouTube, Spotify, whatever.
Trapped in the maze, making waves and mistakes. Stuck in between the material phase, wreak havoc. My heart's been racing for days. Someone so magic that can't be erased. Sensation for time lost, floating in space. After a while, you find your way. After a while, you're here to stay. After a while, no other way. After a while, we're here to stay.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Chronic's in the building. What's up, Chronic? Show some love. Show some love. That is Extra Tone. Choose your own adventure. Let's dive in. Anon's in the building. What's up, Anon? Welcome in. I'm Artist Unknown. If you would like to submit, we're getting ready to close up here in just a little bit. So we're at the tail end of the live. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through it and follow the details there. Ben Lucas is in the building. What's up, Ben Lucas? Good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing. I remember the name. Yeah, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the steps there. Thank you for the follow. Please go check the line first, though, on the other apps that we're live on, the red or purple app. If you can use your imagination, you can find those at my link as well. Just the other, popular, streaming platforms and stuff like that. We're live over there as well, and the line is always up on the board. You can always see it up there. That way you can see the current minimums and stuff like that. That way you can kind of see where everything's at, because we're getting to the last couple people here, and so things are a little bit different. But let's run it from the top. This is Choose Your Own Adventure by Extra Tone. Let's run it. I believe this is out on all platforms. I'm pretty sure. I think he said earlier. It's out on all platforms. I see the topic here, so I'm assuming it's released. So y'all please show some love. Your production structure on here, I think, is really, really cool. There's two things that I want to look for, right? And honestly, it's not much Extra Tone. You're talented. This is an interesting structure. You have great progression. I love the funkiness of the instrumentation. You're blending these layers really, really well. The overall balance is pretty good too. The two things that I'm looking for is kind of prominence in your vocal layers right now. Your vocals are kind of surviving a little bit lonely. There's sometimes you have doubles on them, but there's a lot of times that the vocal feels a bit lonely in the structure of the mix itself, and like it falls back when you increase energy in some of your other elements. When like the saxophone comes in, some more of the guitar layers come in and stuff like that. Especially on the like more rock heavy elements here, the vocal just feels like it shrinks back in the mix as opposed to still feeling like a prominent part of the production. So tastefully controlling, compression, maybe just a little bit more. Give it a little bit of weight, a little bit of punch. 1176 is great for this, especially if you push it.
like 5, 6, dB of reduction, you can push an 11 to 76 and give it some snap, give it some punch, drive it forward in the mix just a little bit, and maybe even just turning it up a little bit or creating space in your instrument buses for that vocal to sit in the middle of the mix. I just don't want it to dive back. You have a great voice. These are great interlude vocals in here as well, and I want to make sure that it maintains its prominence, that it sits at the front and we can hear what you're saying and so on and so on. And there was one other element. Oh, the other element is humanization of some of your VSTs in here. There's some things that I really like. You have this like jazzy D&B structure going here with a complete plot twist in the middle there. And I want it to feel, yeah, Queen is awesome. Queen is awesome. I mean, I love, Queen is great. In the, what were we talking about? Oh, in the production structure between a lot of the other elements that you have in here, I would love to hear a bit more humanization of some of those elements so that I hear your sound design and it doesn't feel too quantized or too rigid to me. Even depending on the DAW that you're using, like in Pro Tools, one of the things that I can do is I can create velocity and quantization ranges. So when I'm like quantizing something or, setting the velocity range of something, I can do it between a certain point. So like I can, on like my hi-hats, for instance, I can have it randomize between 80 points and 92 points, right? So still pretty hard hitting, but a little bit of variation in sample choice, right? So like stuff like that for what you're doing with your percussion, with some of your like piano and brass and stuff like that. I would love to randomize that just a little bit more, make some velocity changes and some quantization changes in there as well. What range is good so it's not too lopsided? It depends on the sample and it depends on the VST, right? For instance, there are certain VSTs that are just amplitude ranges of the same sample. And what I mean by that is that it's the same thing at different amplitudes, right? So it's like this piano note, right? Is just that piano note recorded quieter and louder 127 times, which is your point range for velocity and MIDI, right? So you have 127 points right there. It's just that same sound. So it's not going to make it sound very human and very interesting if it's the same sample, just quieter randomly a couple times, right? Sometimes it works. What a good sample, like what a good like a VST will have would like, a piano like this, where that C sounds different. And the actual sample, right? It's a different actual playing of that C at different velocity ranges. That depends on your plugin, right? So if I play this hard, first play it soft, you can hear how the tonal qualities change and the ringing and resonance and stuff changes depending on how hard I'm actually hitting it, right? So that will depend on your plugin and the way that it's processing that instrument, right? So I'll leave that a little bit up to you, but it also depends on how quiet you want that instrument. But a range of like 10 usually works okay for me. Again, depending on a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors there. But let's say you have a sax and you want to automate it a little bit or randomize it a little bit. You might go like 5 to 7 points or something like that. It's like randomize it between 85 and 92, and it just gives it a little bit of natural flow and movement. Same on the quantize. Like, don't rigidly quantize everything. You might keep a couple things a little bit looser, a couple things a little bit more open, so that the whole track doesn't feel like rigid, sharp, digital when you're using acoustic instrumentation or emulations of acoustic instrumentation, where everything like sounds really natural, but then kind of feels rigid. And like the experience of it feels less emotional. And that's what I want to kind of regain back in your music. But let's move through it quick, because those are two small things that I think you can tackle pretty quickly. The overall structure of this, I absolutely love. I think it's really, really nice. Let me update this real quick. Let me get this over here. Ben, I got you. Thank you so much, man. Or hold on. It didn't come through Venmo, but I did get it from you. So I got you either way. I was like, I didn't get a Venmo, but I got something else. So I'll put that on yours. I appreciate you so much, man. Thanks for tapping in today. Got you. I was like, hold on. I'm not getting notified, but it's there. It exists. No, you're good. I do the same thing too, where like I'll generalize things. Like I just say everything's Cash App. All right. I got you up on the board, man. Appreciate you so much. Let me get you up there. All right, let's get back into this, but we shouldn't have to harp on this too much, because most of your structure, I think, is fantastic.
No hesitation, it brings no surprise with the stars in your eyes when the days turn to nights. Fake inspiration disguised as advice, got my thoughts hypnotized, turning death into life. One or another, the choices.
Like, I love this sax. I love it. But as soon as that sax comes in, that vocal, kind of shrinks back. Again, you have something that comes in and kind of takes that frequency pocket right there. And I want to keep it nice and open. Thank you for the rose and for the heart me, Ben. I appreciate you so much. It kind of takes that same space right now. The sax is beautiful. I love when that kind of sample itself comes into the mix right there. So one thing I just want you to do is make sure that you're not leaving too broad of a dynamic range for that vocal. I don't know what your compression is doing, what it's triggering, how much, reduction you're getting, or how many compressors that you have. Whatever you have, I would tighten it up just a little bit. Give your vocal a little bit more push, a little bit more drive, and push it forward in the mix by just a hair. So like here. A little bit better dynamic control. So again, through multiple stages of compression, tighten up that dynamic range just a little bit. And then from there, if needed, if you still feel like you need a little bit of a push, of course, you can just make it up in the compression, just make up the gain once you've compressed a little bit more. But you can also just push the fader up another dB.5, 2 dB to give this some edge, give it a little bit of a push. You're singing with a good amount of like breath and a good amount of air. So your vocal doesn't have a lot of like the diaphragmatic support to like push it forward. Nothing wrong with that. It just doesn't have that edge to it. And so we need to give it a little bit more edge and a little bit more power. Compression is going to help with that. But then, of course, you can always just dial up the levels just a bit as well. Layers are in a beautiful position right there. Beautiful, beautiful. So right here, one of the biggest being like brass, piano, there's a bunch of layers here, but like brass, piano, and bass that are quantized perfectly. I would love to just like maybe even, what's up, Kevin? Welcome in. Excuse me. Give a little bit of swing to even like 3% swing to, again, everything's just right here and it's rigid and it's on the board. Your vocal is beautiful and it's like, it's got a lot of nuance to it. It's not perfectly tuned. It's not perfectly in time, but it's in a good way. Like it feels very natural, and MIDI bass too, right? So since everything is, all of your instrumentation is like quantized on the grid 100%, perfectly tuned through the VST, I need to break that up a little bit. You know what I mean? Like I need to open this up just a little bit. So like on the bass, randomizing the giving some swing, maybe automation, some swing movement right there to where that's not right on the board all the time. Maybe on the percussion right there, get like the hats and the snare forward in the pocket just a little bit. So there's a little bit of swing to the hats and snare. And I'm talking barely, I'm not talking like something crazy. I'm talking like 1-2 points that just makes it feel a little bit more natural. Right now it's bum 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 bum. It's like very on the nose. You know what I mean? It's like very rigid on the board. And that can, over time in a song, that looping can start to come across as a little bit sterile, right? And it loses a little bit of its emotion and its life. You can have a ton of emotion with VSTs, but we got to break it out of its rigidity, you know what I mean? And give it a little bit more character, a little bit more life. So, maybe a little bit of swing on the drum so it's not too rigid. I think hats and snares are a good way to do that. Maybe match that a little bit with the bass. So the bass isn't dum 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 dum. You know what I mean? Like very, very on the nose. Velocity changes for the bass are going to be really important. From someone who has a couple basses, plays bass, like when you're like, I don't know if you've ever played a real bass, but it can be helpful to experience it like a couple times in real life. But like when you're going through the bass notes, it's like your velocity is never the same, right? The way that I'm moving, like especially with the way that you're like writing it in, like in MIDI, the way that you would hit those notes, it would be very, very different every time when you're playing it on a real bass. So if you want it to feel a little bit more natural, thank you for the Go Popular, I appreciate you. If you want it to feel a little bit more natural, then it's really helpful to make sure that your velocity has a lot more variation to it. Because when your velocity is really, again, straight line, flat line, really rigid, then you lose all the character of the bass. Because when you're playing that bass, there's different ways that you're hitting those strings as you're like moving through different strings, different registers and octaves, and up and down the fretboard has different tonal qualities, different resonance and stuff like that. So if everything's like 127 velocity quantized, then it has no life to it anymore. So that's one of the biggest things those two things, the biggest things I would focus on: humanizing your production through quantization efforts, right? Swinging, moving things around manually, automating, maybe some randomization of where things are quantized in front or forward, as far as like where that's structured, and then randomization in your amplitude as well and your velocity ranges as well. Because if your velocity is locked on 100 or 127 points in MIDI, if it's locked on right there, you're going to lose all of your life, partially because if your just as an example, if your velocity is consistent every single time, then you're re-triggering the exact same sample every single time. Does that make sense? Like if I have a piano, I have a piano like this, right? If I have a piano like this and I lock it into one specific velocity at 127, and it's that one thing, if I lock it into that just right there, then I will not re-trigger any other samples within that sound or within that library, right? Because it's locked to that velocity range. But if I have nuance to it, then it'll trigger a bunch of different samples, making it way more human, way more engaging, and way more interesting to listen to. What do you mean, Cloud Peak? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Stefan, welcome in as well. I appreciate you. Yeah, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details. But please check the line first on the other platforms that we're live on, the Red or Purple app. You can find them at my link. Yeah, because we're getting towards the tail end. I only got time for a handful of more songs. So the line is a little bit different. But yeah, check it on the other platforms. You can submit at any point by going to my profile and clicking on the link. But yeah, that randomization is going to transform the way that this sounds. Transform the way that this sounds. Let me get into the outro here because that affects the whole song. Dang. What did you have, Cloud Peak? Because dude, I love the sampling in here. I love your love your progressions. I love the like there's so many things I love about this. If you can humanize this a little bit, if you can, bring in some randomization, pull things off the grid, pull things off of just being perfect, the way that it is right now, this is fire. Really, really, really cool. And then control dynamic range a little bit better with your vocal. It's fire, man. It's really, really cool structure. Y'all show some love. That is Choose Your Own Adventure by Extra Tone. I love what you do. It's creative, it's quirky, it's interesting, and it sounds awesome. And overall, like the balance of things is really engaging. It's wide, it's dynamic. There's a lot that I really, really like about it. For me, this is going to come down to like how sterile does it feel with how much life you're trying to give it. You know what I mean? Like I hear all of the things that you're doing that are restrained by over consistency in the production process. If you can loosen this up for a second, like if you can loosen this up for a little bit, it's going to be completely different to listen to. I know this is already out, so I'm keeping that in mind. But even like on your next couple records, I'm really enjoy what you're doing. Y'all show some love to Extra Tone. I think you're fantastic. I think you're really talented. I'm excited to hear where you go with this, man. To give me a good clean sound. What did you have? What are you running? What are you running previous to that? I love it, man. I love it, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to Aurora. Aurora is amazing. Aurora is super fun to watch. But let's keep it rolling. Man. Shout out to Extra Tone. Everybody go follow. Show them some love and support. We're gonna keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. I gotta get things moving here. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Let's keep it rolling. Last couple songs here, y'all. I'm gonna close up the line here in just a little bit. Let's see what's going on here. All right, we got Ben in the building. Isaac, what's going on, Isaac? Welcome in. I ran a Personas 2 port. Wait, so you said mixer before. You're just talking about your interface? You just had a two input audio interface? just go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. And then check the line first, though. Check the line first. The line is on the other. If you go to the other platforms that we're live on, you can see the line. Thank you for the rose as well. I appreciate it. You can see the line, the order, and the minimum over there. Isaac, is good to see you. I need something at least 10. Annoys my Yes. No, okay. Sorry. I was trying to read through I hate autocorrect and stuff a lot of times. Yes, your interface. You need at least 10. It depends on your budget. I can tell you what I use, and I am obsessed with it. I'm not going anywhere else. I'll just expand it. Obviously, depending on your budget, that's a big determining factor. You know what I mean? I use an Arturia audio fuse. You want something good? Dude, I got you. For half the price of a lot of the other ones, a third the price of some of the other ones. It's so good. Great conversion, really, really solid. Tons of direct inputs.
Great mic pre's if you need them. A great routing interface digitally, like they have their own app outside of the DAW as well for like routing and reamping and stuff like that. Phenomenal. I love it so much. The best interface I've used, and I've had so many different. I've had like 15 different interfaces. I love it so much. It's the Arturia. I'll type it in the chat. Arturia Audio Fuse 16 rig. They're about $1,300. And they have another expandable to another 16 ins. So I have there's 16 inputs direct in the back, which is crazy. 16 inputs direct plus 2 and another 8 outputs, another 8 line outputs, and expandable through ADAT to another 16 line ins or other, other preamps and stuff like that. So I have like my drums when they're set up here in the studio, I have all of those running into an ADAT preamp that I just run one ADAT cable, gives me another 8 inputs into it. So I can run like 32 inputs for $1,300. It's freaking crazy. USB-C. Yep. I'm using mine's even older than that. I have a MacBook Pro M2 Max. I don't even remember what they're called anymore. M2 Max, I think, something like that. I'll type it in the chat here. This is what I've used for the last couple years. I'm not going back. And I've had the Apollos. I've had the 18920s. I've had them all. I've had a lot of them outside of like the really, really high end, high end stuff out there. But I've had a lot of them, man. I've had a lot of them, and it is phenomenal. Crystal clear, clean conversion. Dude, I love it. No issues. And I run a ton of stuff in here. Like I have a ton of synths. I've got amps mic'd up all the time. I've got live drums. I've got these mics. I've got, preamps and stuff all running through it. No issues, dude. The routing interface is beautiful and easy to understand. Let me type it for you and then we'll move on. Arturia Audio Fuse. And nobody talks about it, dude. Everyone's like, get an Apollo. They just get it for the name and the DSP. If you're not using that much, it doesn't matter. This thing is a beast. It's so good. It is the best interface you can get for $1,300. Not even close. Honestly, when I run out of inputs, when I get too many synths, when I run out of inputs, I'll quite literally just buy another one of these and daisy chain them. I'll just literally buy another one to go to 64. I'm all in. And I already have other Arturia projects too. So like I have like my MIDI controller is a Arturia, and then I have a KeyStep Pro back there that I use sometimes for sequencing. Or it's actually on the floor over here. Sorry, because I'm rearranging stuff. Boom, there she is, right there in the chat. Arturia Audio Fuse 16 rig. That's the interface. That's the hub of the studio. Has been for the last like 3 or 4 years. Not going back. It's amazing. All right, we got Ben Lucas in the building. Ben, give me the details, man. Give me the details. Talk me through this record. Let me know what we're listening to. This is out on Spotify and The Roll. I've heard Ben's music before. He's awesome, so I'm excited to get into this. So give me some details on your role in this song and what people can expect, and if there's anything you want me to focus on as far as this breakdown here. Let me play this from the computer. This is It's a Lovely Day Today by Ben Lucas. Let's get it. Ben's awesome. I'm hyped for this.
It's a lovely day today. So whatever you got to do, you've got a lovely day for doing it. That's true.
Maybe like one or two more.
Whatever you've got to do, it's something that can be done by two. For I'd really like to say it's a lovely day today. And whatever you've got to do, I'd be so happy to be doing it with you. But if you've got something that must be done, and it can only be done by one, there is nothing
That's so good, man. So good.
to say, except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
Remind me what your because I remember the first time you sent in. Remind me what your production process is like. How much of this you're handling, and how much is session musicians and band.
Chase.
What's up, man? All studios musicians, yeah. Gosh, so good. Beautiful mix. Beautiful mix. A string.
It's a lovely day today, and whatever you've got to do, I'd be so happy to be doing it with you. But if you got something that must be done, and it can only be done by one, there is nothing more to say, except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day. Except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day. Except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
Goodness gracious, man. So good. Yo, please show some love. Show some love, show some love. Ben Lucas, man, you are so talented. And the musicians that you're working with are so talented. I mean, this is such an amazing example of great vocal structure, great technique, great execution and emoting on the mic, as well as like phenomenally talented musicians and engineers. It just grabs you in a way that nothing else can. It is so special to listen to. There's, as someone who has been a musician and around musicians my entire life, there is something that is, as much as I love VST, as much as I have a bunch of VSTs and love VSTs and love all that stuff, whatever, there's something so special about just being in a room with phenomenal musicians and feeling the energy in the room, the experience of hearing that sound just in the space and capturing it in the space. It's so special. It's so phenomenal to listen to. So Ben, I'm such a fan. I love this so much. Let's run it from the top. Let's run it from the top and let's dig into this just a little bit. But man, I feel like I'm just as much as I want to break it down, I feel like I'm just like enjoying this as a fan of the music as well, which I think to me, is it Argpies? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for the hat and mustache. I appreciate you. And to me, I guess that's the biggest compliment. It's like, well, I'm here typically trying to like dig into these things and trying to like find all of these like intricacies and stuff like that. For me, I'm like chilling. Like I love it, man. It's well executed. It's beautifully done. You deserve all the success in the world, man. It's beautiful. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. And then let me know really quick who just submitted through the memo. I got you. I appreciate you so much. I just want to connect that to the right name. I want to connect it to the right name. But thank you so much for sending that in. I appreciate it. Got you. And 15 bucks from my home. Okay, got you. Yeah, let me get you up here. Let me know what name you. Let me know really quick what name you wanted on the board. You want up on the board. Sorry, I can't talk, y'all. And then I'll probably close up the line here in a second. If you want to submit your music, you can. I need to double check something here because my computer's heating up, and so I don't want to get the name of the artist. You said it's for. Is it for someone else, or is it for you? I'll put Cloud on there. Okay, sounds good. My computer's Cloud. Yeah, I got you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, if you want to submit, you can. I'm actually about to close up the line here in just a second. Just go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow the details. But please check the line first. The line is up on the other platforms that we're live on, the entire live, so you can always see it up there. So you can see how many tracks we have left. You can see the minimums and who's up on the board and the order up on the board as well. That's where you need to go. Okay, give me a second really quick, Ben, before we go back into this. My computer's doing a bunch of work here. It's been doing a lot of stuff for a long time. So let me see if I can clear anything here. Because it's working. Let's see. TikTok Studio is the thing that's
heating this up right now. TikTok Studio is a beast. 3 gigs of memory right now. We're not playing popular. We're not playing popular artists here. That's what Spotify's for. Let me see. Yeah, this is doing the most right now. Okay, well if it yeah, but I can see I have my activity monitor up. I have my activity monitor up on my computer, and it's my computer's just like it's just heating up. It's just heating up because it's using a ton of memory right now because I've got Spotify up, webcam effects, the camera plugged in. I've got OBS up. I got Restream up for the chat. I've got TikTok Live Studio. I'm running Pro Tools at the same time, all while having my browser open with multiple tabs, getting all the stuff. Like I'm running a lot heavy all at the same time, and it's like, dude, no, we know Sleep Token, but why would we play it on the live? You can just stream it. You can just stream it. We're not listening to popular artists on here. This is for independent and underground artists. Yeah. If you want to hear them, I would just stream them. Yeah, I gotta whatever. Hopefully this doesn't get too glitchy. Yeah. We're listening to like independent underground artists. We're doing consultations for producers, artists, musicians, and stuff like that. Okay. Hopefully if this gets glitchy, I'll just try to reset some things or something like that. But TikTok is like taking up all my bandwidth right now. It's super annoying why it's so heavy. It's so heavy on here. Okay, Ben, let's run it from the top. Hopefully this is fine. If it starts glitching like crazy, I'm gonna have to reset, but we'll see. But Ben, this is crazy, man. Absolutely beautiful. Let's get into it.
What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love. There's a smile on my face.
Come on.
For the whole human race. Why, it's almost like being in love.
So good. So good, so good.
All the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal.
Wait, hold on. I don't even know if I noticed. Hold on. Why is it changing? Dude, what's going on here? I don't know if I don't know if it's my computer glitching. Hold on. I'm getting confused. This is driving me nuts. The computer just has a mind of its own right now. He's like, hey, you do whatever. Let's see. Why is this glitching so much? One Love Music, welcome in. There we go. Now we're back. Alex, welcome in. All right. Jesus.
It's a lovely day today.
There we
So
go.
whatever you've got to do.
There we go.
You've got a lovely day for doing it. That's true.
Upright bass is beautiful.
And I hope
Great. It's not doing too much. Great movement in the background, just walking through like the thirds and fifths and then walking down again. Like it's a beautiful, beautiful movement in the background. Not doing too much. It still feels there's a lot happening, a lot of filler and like counter melody from the piano, but it still feels very open. It doesn't feel like noisy and busy. It still has a lot of space, even though there's constant movement between brushwork on the drums, the constant walking, Compa, welcome in, constant walking in the bass line right there with the upright bass. And of course, piano moving intermittently and behind there as well, and vocal melodies. So like there's a lot going on technically, but it's so well done musically that it feels even and open and beautiful. I love it so much.
whatever
Hey, you
you've
as well.
got to do, it's something that can be done by two.
Beautiful voice. Come on.
For I'd really like to stay.
Oh yeah, you can tell.
It's a lovely
You can tell it's so nuanced and it's so warm. There's nothing like it, man. There's nothing like it.
to take.
Upright bass player arranged this. Dude, beautiful. As are all the other guys who, especially, piano is nuts. The solo is, oh, I love it. I love it. I love it.
And whatever you've got to do, I'd be so happy to.
And these great little lifts, right? It's the nuance of the intentional, but where it matters. Dun, 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 dun. These little staccato lead-ins that are happening on like the up of like every other measure that happens as he like transitions. It's so small. It's like so subtle. You wouldn't even think that it necessarily matters, but you'll hear these small transitions and like how they pick up some energy and actually build a little bit of tension by barely doing anything. Dun, 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 dun. You'll hear those little doubles in there that just give it a little bit of edge as he leads into his like next progression, the next line right there. Jason, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's an Irving Berlin song originally. I don't think I've heard it. I love it, man. I love it. For me, it's your song, and I love it still. That's great.
And whatever you've got to do, I'd be so happy to be doing it with you. But if you've got something that must be done, and it can only be done by
One thing I want to like, again, this is so like, it's so well done. All I feel like I need and want to do is just point to, probably. Like just point to what's happening that I love that's done so well that people can mirror. Because I think it's like it's not often, especially like I don't to say this loosely, like as like an independent underground artist who's fighting their way through the industry and social media trying to make themselves known, you can sometimes like forget what good music sounds like. I say this loosely, very, very loosely, but you can kind of like forget like what's out there and what it sounds like to work with professional musicians and engineers in a great studio on a $5,000 tube mic and like whatever it may be. You're like, you can kind of forget what that even feels like and looks like, right? So I think it's important when you do hear some of the best musicians in the world that are great session musicians, awesome engineers and great studios and stuff like that, to point out what's happening and why it matters. One of the things that I want to hear is this is a stereo mic'd grand piano. It sounds like beautifully. I don't know if it's like a Steinway and Sons or something, but it's a beautiful piano tuned so pristine and sharp like that. I love it so much. It sounds absolutely gorgeous. But you have at least probably some rooms, but like at least a stereo mic on the piano. And the way that it has been opened up and then sent back into an aux, you have this space in the middle of the mix. Beautifully, beautifully done. Slight bias to the left, but you get this beautiful stereo image from the piano. Sounds absolutely incredible, but nothing at all interrupting the vocal, right? Like the vocal is strong and compressed and saturated in the middle of the mix. It sounds absolutely beautiful. And you have a piano that would typically like step on the toes there a little bit, like would be in a frequency profile that would interrupt that vocal, and doesn't at all. You hear it like wrapped around the vocal a little bit. Some of that is just strategic mic placement, good phase cohesion. It's good, panning and positioning, maybe even some like tasteful mid-side processing to kind of empty out the middle of the mix where that piano is and push it in stereo a little bit more, push it in the side channels a little bit more. But it's beautifully, beautifully done to where that piano can kind of come in and step on the toes a little bit. It can come in with some counter melodies and kind of step over the vocal, and you still just hear them both in this like beautiful profile. That's just good mixing. It's good mixing. I wish we heard more of that. It's so well done.
But if you've got something,
she made the whole thing. Her solo is my bestie. Will forever plug it. Hannah, I think I missed your first message. I think I missed the first message. But thank you so much for tapping in.
Must be done, and it can only be done by
like that piano movement right there, that walk down right there, is all happening at the same time. Tons of space in the mix still. Oh, I love it so much. It's so refreshing to hear a mix like that.
There is nothing more to say, except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
Trumpet's beautiful too. Oh, come on. That is a phenomenal pianist. Come on. Oh, I wish I could play that. I mean, I'm a pretty good pianist. I wish I could play with that much
precision and that much intention, that's a great piano. I mean, that phrasing is so, it's almost quantized. Like it's so good. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Hell yeah. Come on. That's fun. Beautiful. Again, beautiful, right? Again, I'm just pointing out things that are happening in the mix because it's what my brain can go to, but like a beautiful repositioning of the mix right there without it's, you don't hear it. It's a transparent mix. Without even knowing that it's happening, the piano dives by like 5 dB. Some of that is great dynamic playing. Some of that is mixing. And all of a sudden the trumpet that was in the background has traded places. This is classic jazz and fusion where like you get this beautiful rebalancing of the mix where all of a sudden a new lead instrument is in play. The other other instrumentalists take a little bit of a backseat. They play with a little bit lower dynamic range or lower dynamic, while a new solo takes the lead. It's a classic, obviously, structure of jazz. This is mixed so beautifully. All of a sudden, the piano's back here, trumpets forward. I'll have an instrument for the Grand Ole Opry. Yeah, crazy, crazy, crazy. What's up, Diamond? Welcome in. Welcome in.
And whatever you've got to do, I'd be so happy to be doing it with you.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
If you've got something that must be
Phenomenal.
done, and it can only be done
Voice
by
is butter,
one,
man. You're so talented.
there
So
is
talented.
nothing more
All right, y'all. Line is
to
closed. Line is closed. We'll be back on tomorrow. We'll be back on tomorrow.
say, except it's a lovely day
That
for
is something that I've noticed, Ben, to an extent. To an extent. Some of the like most legitimately phenomenally prodigy talented people that I've met or interacted with are some of the, it's like they don't even know it. It comes, to be honest with you, sometimes that like might even just come so seamlessly and so easily to them that it doesn't feel, when they're playing something, it doesn't always feel as earned as it does for some other people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm explaining this well, where it's like, I've met musicians where it is so easy and intuitive for them to like play jazz guitar or whatever it may be. Like it's so intuitive for them to play piano in this way that it doesn't even feel like they're trying. It's in them. It's something that they like eat, live, breathe, like sleep. Like it's just something that comes out of them naturally. And they've worked for decades and decades and decades to be that good. But when they play now, it's like so easy that they're so humble. They're like so humble because like it's something that's so in them. And then I know other people that have a very, very, very small percentage of the talent that they have so much ego behind them, because what they have a gap in talent, they're trying to make up for in ego. And so I just living in this world for a long time and having interacted with and worked with a ton of different artists and musicians, that gap is really interesting to like perceive. It's really interesting to observe that gap where you will oftentimes have like people that they're trying to like force themselves, force you to see a certain perspective on how they operate. That's not necessarily the reality. And it's really interesting. It's really interesting to see. Cause I know some people that are like Grammy winning or Grammy nominated musicians that are just like it's like they don't even know it. They have no idea who they are. And they're just like so incredibly, talented and intuitive with the way that they approach your records and stuff like that. And then other people that are like so egotistical about the way that they approach production and the way they communicate with artists and stuff like that. And it usually is in that gap. And it's really interesting to observe.
saying, it's a
Yeah,
lovely
this is top shelf, man. Top shelf. Beautiful record, man. You should be so proud of this.
Except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day. Except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
God, it's just so good. It's a beautiful mix. It's a beautiful performance. Y'all, please give it up on time for Ben Lucas. If you're not already following Ben Lucas, I need you to go follow Ben Lucas. Be a part of what he's doing. Be a part of his journey, his creative journey, his performances. What you just heard, this cover that you just heard, is out on all platforms. It's beautifully, beautifully done. In fact, it's been out for a couple years already. Phenomenal, phenomenal record, man. Your voice is amazing. I'd love anytime we get the honor to hear some of the work, some of the stuff that you've worked on, some of the projects that you're a part of. It's really, really beautifully done. I see your monthly listeners at about 13 grand plus right now. Amazing, man. Should be so proud of the work that you put in. It's very, very well paid off. It's really, really hopefully opening up some amazing opportunities for you, because man, this is beautifully, beautifully done. I was for my other stuff to be on Spotify editorial. It'll happen, man. I'm telling you, I mentioned this, I'm sure I mentioned this last time, but I've had a couple editorial playlists, just sploof random things out of nowhere. But I've had, I think, 2 or 3. I've had one big playlist that had like 75,000 listeners or followers of the playlist, like decently big, not crazy. And then I've had 2 for sure editorial, like Spotify editorial playlists for my personal music. And both of them were random. Both of them were off of 600 view posts. I'm sure I mentioned this 50 times a day, but like the posts that those playlists, like the curator of the playlist saw those songs on, were 500 view, 400 view posts a couple years back. And they were years after the song was released. One of them, one of the editorial playlists I got added to, it was 2 years after I released a song. 2 years after I released a song, I posted a shitty video. Someone happened to see it. It got added to a playlist within the next week at like 20,000 more streams. And so it's just one of those random things that doesn't happen if you don't do the shitty post that got that person to see it, right? So that's the thing that I always just recommend for people. If they're wanting to aim for editorial, pitch it when you release it. Like I did all of that stuff and it didn't work. You know, I pitched all the editorials when I released it 2 years ago. This happened with 2 different songs. Another song got added to another that playlist that got added to had like 450,000 followers on the playlist itself. Got like 20,000 streams within the first couple days, and then another 10 at about a week or 2 weeks until it was removed from the playlist and cycle. But they both happened randomly. Like it both happened just years after both of these songs were released. So I would just I don't know if I come across a ton of I wish I came across more of your content. I'm gonna just double check that I'm following. Actually, hold on. I better be. Okay, yeah, I am following. Good. I was like, dude, I better be following you. I don't know what your content necessarily looks like currently speaking. I'm sure we talked about this last time too, but the editorial, man, it's like you can pitch on release. That can be valuable. It can work for some people, but it's very, very rare. It's a huge saturated market, of course. You're more likely to get the major placements by just some form of creative content. How that looks, for you is that's the name of the game. Unfortunately, we kind of have to be content creators these days. But that's just that's what it comes from. Every single time I've talked to people about getting on editorial playlists, whether they are getting hundreds of thousands, millions of streams, or in my case, getting a couple tens of thousands of streams on my music, it is it is just it's a different world. It's a different world, but it's all comes down to content, gaining exposure. I'm okay, Libby. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. I'm okay. I'm gonna run through these last 2 songs and then I'll have some yogurt and granola or something like that. Yeah. I mean, it's just finding the thing with social media, dude. Of course. The thing with social media, and then we'll move on. Is just finding. I'm still doing this. My studio is always a wreck. I'm always redoing stuff in here. Hopefully, in the next month, it'll be done. I'll done to whatever done is for me. But so I can just freely record content in here all the time and make a bunch of cool stuff. That'd be awesome. The thing that the challenge for most people is finding what version of creating content makes sense for them. You know what I mean? And finding what actually translates to people wanting to stream their music. The thing that I have found, I won't go too deep into it because we've talked about it a lot, but I just need to post about it more too. The thing that I have seen work 100% of the time is people use their current environment, current skill, current job, and using that to make content. Period. Again, I mention these all the time, but I'll mention it briefly. Nick D was it's not that he had just said the most brilliant content, but he was a wedding videographer and photographer.
and he did trick shots and like sports. He played a bunch of sports, is really good at sports. And so he started taking high quality content with the video camera that he had because he knew videography and photography and lighting and stuff like that. So he did some high quality content and he did trick shots. What started taking off for him was just what he already did in his day-to-day life. His high quality like 4K content and his trick shots for like Pineapple and stuff like that. Millions of streams later. Now he makes like $1.5 million a year as a completely indie artist, living on his ranch, doing like nothing most of the time, like just barely putting out songs. And he makes, well over $1 million a year now. Connor Price is another one. Connor Price, he was doing covers. Some of what you're doing, he was doing covers. He was posting some content with covers and remixes and like, open verse challenges and stuff like that. But what is Connor Price good at? He's an actor. He's been an actor since he was a kid. He's been in tons of movies and TV shows and stuff like that. So what did he start doing in order to actually do it? But that's not true, Tep. That's the thing that's completely not true. It's completely not true. There's a bunch of them out there. You just find them. Just go look at them. You just have to find those people. But the point is still completely valid. Is they didn't all try to do the same thing. He did what he was already doing. He's an actor. So he started doing skits because for a while, Connor Price was not working. For a while, Connor Price was killing himself doing a bunch of content and covers and stuff, and it wasn't working. So what did he do is he switched to the thing that he was good at. He switched to acting. He started doing skits. He started doing stuff like that, and it worked, right? Citizen the Artist. Citizen the Artist is a really, really talented editor and cinematographer. Citizen the Artist is awesome. Go check out their content, especially some of their older stuff when they were doing a lot of transitions. He is an incredibly talented cinematographer and videographer. So instead of trying to do skits necessarily like in a different format or trying to do like what Connor was doing or trying to do what Nick was doing, trying to do what any number of other artists were doing on social media to promote their music, he started just using his $40,000 camera to make really just crazy high quality transitions. And those really, really high quality transitions come natural to him. That's what it made it easy. I know another DJ who's like, I work a boring office job. He's like, he's not doing skits. He's not doing all this other stuff. He works a super boring, like accountant office job. That's what he does for a living, but he also DJs, has some fire DJ sets, has some really cool remixes and stuff like that. So what did he do? He didn't try to do what Connor Price is doing. He didn't copy Nick D. He didn't copy Citizen. What he did is he just started posting that he worked a boring office job, but in his mind, he's raving, and he would just post his music that he was remixing with videos of him sitting bored at his office job. He just used like what was there. Like what is he actually doing day to day? What that does is it just feels natural because it is so naturally in the environment. Anyway, so all of this to say, Ben, and anyone that happens to be listening still, like I think the core of the answer to that, I can't post my job because yeah, sure. But that's a lot of these people are now doing that. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people before they were musicians had other skills, other hobbies and stuff like that. Like, I don't know if you like to, thank you for the heartbeat, Braxton. I appreciate you. If you like gardening, I don't know if you like real gardening, not TikTok gardening. If you like, or either one, I don't care. If you like gardening or doing crafts and doing woodwork, I don't know, or you like to cook, like imagine you start finding creative ways to use what is natural to you. Cause I think what happens is, to Tep's point, is a bunch of people, you should Tep 100%. A bunch of people see Connor Price get 8 million monthly listeners and make $3 million a year independently and think like, okay, well then I'll do skits. You know what I mean? I'll just do skits. And it doesn't work because it doesn't feel natural. It's not something they're actually good at. They're not good at acting. They're not good at coming up with creative ideas for their skits. And so they feel stuck, right? Because they're not doing something that feels authentic and natural to them. So that's my loose point, right? Is whether or not this group of people have done it well. I think the reason why Nick and Connor and Citizen and a bunch of other people have done really, really well in that lane is because they just do what is natural to them and normal to them at a very high level, right? And so what I encourage people to do, and like I said, I'm in the process of redoing a bunch of stuff here, and then I really want to lock this in for myself as well. I'm just observing the industry. I'm just observing social media and how it's working for people right now. I'm not necessarily I've like thrived on this myself. This is something I need to apply to my own music and my own stuff. Is what environment are you in? What's your job? What's your situation? What is skills that you have separate to the music creation? Your music will then just be the carrier of that other thing. Whether that's like hobbies that you have, a job that you have, an environment you're consistently in, find a way to amplify that and allow your music to be the carrier of that content. Or I'm sorry, the other way around, vice versa, that your content is the carrier of your music. I think what a lot of people get into a rut about is they think that they're, and this is again struggling with the same thing, so I'm right there with you, is I feel like my content always has to be the song and the thing. You know what I mean? Like that like it is like I have to be promoting me doing the song, showing the song, promoting the song, go stream the song, like watch me sing the song really beautifully. Like it always has to be that, as opposed to like, I don't know, in your case, I'm gonna make something up. Sales for rugs and carpet, which I mean, there's a version of that works. There's a version of 100%. There's a version of that works. And you just have to figure it out. And I'm telling you, because it's so weird. It would be so engaging and so catchy and so interesting to see how you do that. That would be really interesting for people to see, because that wouldn't be normal. People on social media like are tired of being marketed to. They just are. They hate it. I hate it. I don't want y'all to market your music to me. And I love y'all's music. I love y'all's music. I don't want to see your post where, as much as I love y'all, like I don't want to see your post. You're like, dude, new song out, go stream it, whatever. It like, we're tired. Everyone's tired. We don't want to be marketed to. We don't want to be sold on your music. We want to be entertained. We want to be brought into your world. We want to, you know what I mean? Like we want to be encouraged to listen to something without feeling like we're being marketed to, or like this is like a paid advertisement by Ben Lucas. Like we want to feel like we've just been brought into a world, whatever that world is. And it could be that's as simple for some people as singing in their garage with a bunch of reverb and auto-tune, whatever, or in their kitchen. The other side of it might be highly produced 4K cinematic transitions, right? There's a really broad spectrum of what is interesting to people and entertaining, but remembering that people are there for you. So find what makes you interesting when a lot of music is out there and a lot of content is out there. We're talking billions of pieces of content. Like it's insane the amount of saturation there is in this space. So, and that's not even just music, obviously. You're just competing with the world and content. So anyways, all of that to say, sure, we talk about this a lot, and then we'll move on to these last songs. But it is so important that you find how people are going to connect to you, your voice, your story, and the way that feels authentic and feels like you can do it at scale. You know, if you're going to like put a bunch of effort into it, this happens with a lot of people. They get some money, they put $5,000 into a music video, and they post clips of it for a week, and then they run out of content, and then they don't post again for like 3 months because they don't know what else to do. And there's no consistency within the algorithm. And so people don't know they exist. They're like, well, dude, it didn't work. I don't know what to do. It didn't work. I put all this money into like a really good videographer in a music video, and it didn't work. So now what the hell am I supposed to do? What's up, Eras? Welcome in. Cloud Peak, 100% it happens. You know what I mean? So like, I think you got to find what you can do at scale as well. If you can't do a music video every 3 days and market on social media, don't do them. You know, but if there's a version of that, you can do it at scale, or batch record some content and release it 3 times a week for the next 3 months to get yourself out there, then I think that can be a lot more valuable. Anyways, you also, all that to say, find what works for you. Find what makes sense to you. Dude, if I started seeing some phenomenal heard some phenomenal voice, get to the rug store early and record some content of you like singing while you're just like setting up rugs and staging things, or like running through, I don't know, like that would be so much more interesting to watch than 99% of people's advertisements for their music. Like, is this something that's like weird? What do you even mean? Like, you got to make yourself a little bit uncomfortable probably and figure out what that looks like for you. I'm making stuff up, right? This might look very, very different for your actual like execution of this, but having an interesting approach to the way that people find your music, to me, is so much more important than just like, here's my song. You know what I mean? Again, I'm preaching to myself. I'm finding that for myself, but look at what's worked. Just look at what's worked. Go to #music and look at what's working. And it's very rarely new song out or just a clip of it in high quality with like a good camera. Like, it's very rarely that. There's usually just like any other content, There's got to be a little bit of a hook. There's got to be something that's you. There's got to be something that's unique. That to me matters so much more. Otherwise, and I'm speaking not from like just a knowledge standpoint of like I know this stuff. It's just also like my experience on social media. Like what do I stop? What would you stop for if you were swiping social media and you're looking at stuff? What would stop you in your tracks? What would like you want to make funny content? I'll figure it out daily, 100%. You want to make funny content. What funny content stops you? Like what comedians, what skits, whatever it may be, like whatever version of that. What do you find funny? How do you collaborate with yourself in your own creativity and put music in there? You know what I mean? How do you combine those two things, right? Whatever that may be. All right, let's keep it moving. Ben, I love what you do, man. You're a monster. You're so talented, man. Amazing, 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 amazing stuff. Like it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay. Let's see. Okay, really quick. Who is initials JM? Hold on. Who is this? Hey. Dude, of course, man. Yeah, you're amazing. Jayme, I got you. Jayme, thank you so much for sending this in. I really appreciate that. All right, y'all. Keep in mind, I just got this from earlier, so I gotta get up there. Yes, that's you. Jayme, I appreciate you so much. Let me get you up here. Keep in mind, y'all, that the line is closed. I had to get this up when I was going on my rant. What's the news, Eris? What's the news? Let me get you up here. I appreciate you so much. The line is closed. We got 2 songs left, so I'm gonna keep this a little bit more concise now. So let's get this moving. So right now, currently speaking, let me know if Mr. Producer's in here. Let me know if you're in here really quick. Let's go. I love it, Eris. I love it. Okay, right now, again, this is why I always tell y'all, keep the lineup. Keep the lineup on the other platforms. You can always see the minimums. You can always see how many we have left. You can always see kind of where things are at. Currently speaking, we got 2 songs left. We got 3 people on board. So we will probably be saving some people today just because I've got to shut down here in a little bit. I'm losing my voice. I've been on for almost 4 hours and I got to save myself for tomorrow as well. I have a bunch of other work I got to get to, plus going live in tomorrow's afternoon as well. So I will most likely be saving some songs. As it says in the form, I will never listen without you. I will always make sure that you're here for your breakdown. You never have to worry about that. So if you got to leave for any reason, eat, sleep, work, anything like that, or I get off at the end of the day, I'll always make sure that your credit is saved and I'll just pull you straight back up onto the board next time. In fact, more often than not, it's been super slow today, actually, Tep. More often than not, I will add to your credit as well to give you a boost next time. If I have to save you, I always want to make sure that I support you in some way beyond even just saving it, give you some extra credit on the board. Right now, that's Jayme and Mr. Producer. But yeah, keep your eye on the board so you can see how many we have left and stuff like that. All right, Jayme, we're going to run it. Hello, I'm just a 50-year-old mom who has always loved writing Christian music and decided to give it a shot. Let's go. I love that. This song isn't done being mixed and mastered yet, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on the current production, vocals, lyrics. I wrote the lyrics about my daughter who just moved to New York to pursue professional dancing. Amazing. That's awesome. She's a Christian trying to stay close to God in a crazy new city. Okay, awesome. Talk to me really quick about how you went about the production. Did you produce it yourself? Were you working with some musicians or went to a studio, something like that? Let me know. Any other details that you have surrounding the record and how it was made and some of the details around it, please feel free to drop it in the chat. Otherwise, I'll give it a listen. We'll break it down, but let's get into it. I'm going to try to be more concise, y'all, but I know I'm ranting a lot. Hopefully it's valuable rants, hopefully. But yeah, let's get into it. We can always do about this another time, but I was curious about your thoughts on sync licensing. Yeah, that's a word. I know a bit about it just because I know a lot of people in it and I've worked with a couple libraries. It's a numbers game. That's the bullet point I'll give you right now, and we can always talk at a later time too. It's a numbers game. It's a scale game. Sync is tough. It is if you want 10 placements, you need 400 tracks. You know what I mean? Like it is a lot of darts on the board, a lot of connection, a lot of just knowing once a library really likes you, you can kind of stay in their rotation of people that really, really like it. My Christmas stuff especially is meant for sync license, so I've been told. Yeah, I mean, it's most of your stuff stylistically is going to do very well in that world. You got to connect it to the right ears, but it is a numbers game. A lot of times, these libraries are just looking for scale. They're looking for, can you execute a prompt for this library in mass? You know what I mean? Like if all of a sudden, like, hey, we have a Netflix show, there's 8 episodes, they're 28 minutes apiece, and we need, you know, probably in this movie, without even thinking, you don't even think about it. In this movie, we need like 12 jazzy pieces per episode. So we're like, okay, now we need 96 songs in the style that you do in this kind of vein for this 8 episode season, for this one season. And it's like, well, who has that scale? And they'll probably talk to a couple different producers and artists, but it's like, what's up, Jenna? Sounds good, Cloud. That's the stuff, right? So anyways, briefly speaking, like any of the people that I've talked to that work in that space really prolifically, or even like the library that I've had some acceptance in, as far as like getting some songs in the library and getting it moving, they've all just said it's like, it is a scale. It's a scale game. You need a lot of stuff out there, a lot of options, and the library wants to know that you can execute on demand and get things flowing and get things moving. And then the other side of that is just luck. Some of it is just like you send it to the right people, you send it to a bunch of, you know, agents and you know, sync reps and sync agents and stuff like that, and the right people hear it and something happens and you get a check for, you know, $1,200 and you're like, hey, cool. Hell yeah. I have a sync guy. He's got me nothing in 4 years. Yeah. It's, there's a lot to it, man. There's a lot to it. I know a couple people, and it can be, there's a guy that I was working with. This library brought me on to track vocals for like a couple rock albums they were doing for sync for like ESPN and whatever stuff like that. So I was tracking rock vocals for them. And, that was like really, like there was a lot moving for like 8 months, and then like crickets for a year and a half, where there's like, they didn't have any new albums. They didn't have anything they were pushing for. Like, it's a weird world. It's a weird world. Okay. I gotta focus, y'all. I go to a studio. The recording also does all the instruments for me. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. This is, you have been chosen by, I think, is Jayme the artist name? I have Maddie Mac Fashions in here, but yeah, let's get into it. I like the synth. Maddie's my, okay, nice, awesome, nice. Well, I like the synth a lot.
Girl with hope in her eyes of blue.
Yeah, line's closed. We'll be live again tomorrow.
Big, she made sure God knew. Prayer sent up every night, down on bended knees. I just wanna dance, dance for the whole world to see. But that world is so dark, that world is so cruel. So you, my precious girl, must be the exception to the rule. You'll be given a gift that draws everyone's eyes. When you walk in the room,
good voice.
your light will never be denied. 'Cause you have been chosen for this mission, sent into the belly of the beast, where Satan never sleeps, where darkness runs deep, where deceit and lies will always creep. But it's you I have chosen. So many eyes you will open, you will save the broken.
I like the bass line.
Souls, 'cause your spirit's so powerful. Little girl's prayers were
100%.
bigger and better than ever imagined. Doors flew open, locks unlocked. Why me? Questions never stop. 'Cause it's you I trust to keep your eyes on me, to leave the world at your feet until our mission.
Yeah,
is
it's not finished
complete.
mix.
So lock in, hold me tight. No looking left or looking right. They will admire you and desire you, but this'll be the fight of your life. So watch how bright I burn for him. Watch how many souls I save for him. I'll take my light into the dark for him. I give up my
It's going to an engineer.
I've chosen so many eyes. You will open, you will save the broken, lost souls. 'Cause your spirit's so powerful. You have been chosen for this mission. Sent into the belly of the beast. Satan never sleeps where darkness runs deep. Where deceit and lies will always creep. But it's you I've chosen. So many eyes you will open. You will save the broken, lost souls. 'Cause your spirit's so powerful. So your prayers have been answered. It's time for you to
I really like the synth.
shine.
I mean,
I'll let
I
you
love synths.
dance for the world, baby girl, as long as your hand stays locked in mine.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all, please show some love. It's Maddie Mac Fashion right here in the chat, but that is Jayme and her song You Were Chosen. Mackie, thanks for joining on the Purple app. I see you over there. Thank you so much for hopping in. But please show some love to Jayme. The line is closed for today, y'all. The line is, I'm backwards over here. Line is closed for today, but we will be live again tomorrow. So if you would like your music to be heard, if you would like a detailed consultation, make sure that you're following either on YouTube, Twitch, or of course here on TikTok. And that way we can make sure we get you up in line. You can check everything out, turn on notifications, all of the above. We'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to finish some projects earlier in the morning and then work on that later on. All right. Let's run it from the top. Shout out to Jayme. Jayme, I appreciate you sending this in. Thank you so much. Keep in mind, y'all, that this is, thank you, Ben. I appreciate it. I'm going to get you back over there as well. Keep in mind that this is still kind of in demo phase. There's some completed portions of the song, but it's not fully mixed and mastered yet. So it still needs to go through a couple stages of glue and formatting here to kind of get this polished up a little bit. Some of the peaks of that, you can hear like the sibilance, like the harsh S's and T's, some loose compression structure, timing, things like that. They can be a little bit polished. I'm not worried about that. That will happen in the future. So I'm not going to touch that too much. The main focus for me is going to be on like song structure, vocal structure, maybe some of the production, structure in there as well to kind of see if there's any way that we can make sure that this feels, alive, it feels energetic, and it feels like the lyrics and the song and the production are all pointed in the same direction. That's kind of what I'm looking for. This is You Were Chosen by Jayme. Let's run it from the top. Don't forget, you're not from South Africa. It's literally 5 a.m. I'm a different SA. I'm San Antonio, so a different one. 5 a.m. is crazy. I mean, it's getting late for me here, but that's just from a work standpoint. All right, let's run it from the top. Shout out to Jayme. Jayme, I appreciate you so much. To be honest with you, I'm going to give you, okay, let me see. Let me see something. 11 p.m. here in Columbus, Ohio. Let's go. Yeah, you're an hour ahead of me. Let me say something here. I'm going to tell you kind of what my gut reaction is as far as hearing this production. 9 in Wyoming. We've got all the time zones represented in here. Let's go. Let me pull something up. Here. My gut reaction to the structure of this song is this intro points me in one direction, then the song kind of moves in a different direction. And this might be, again, read through the weeds here, or read through the, what am I saying? Read between the lines, read through the weeds. Read between the lines here a little bit, where it's like I'm hearing this song and I kind of want it to be a little bit of a different style on the production side. When I hear these first synths, I had kind of a desire that it like looked one way, and then that production, which is a great production, by the way, it's a good sounding production. One Direction, great band. The production itself sounds good, but it shifts in a little bit of a different direction. Where when I heard these early synths right here, I kind of wanted this to have a little bit more of like a house. Is there two? Sorry, I'm like doing household stuff here too. I gotta focus. I can't think. Anyways, I kind of wanted to go in like a house electronic direction. And then, yeah, sorry, I literally can't think straight. Especially 4 hours into the live. Focus on no, I can't focus. I don't know. Just taste a little piece. Taste a little piece and we'll figure it out. I don't remember. There should be 2 packages in there. If one of them's old, do the other one. Okay, moving on. Moving on. It shouldn't be. It should be fine. I wanted it to go a little bit more in like a 4 on the floor, like house direction, especially hearing this first synth. Hearing this first synth and the bass line come in, I really wanted to hear just a I wanted to hear like some of that texture right there. And then it went half and it lost a little bit of the energy. So you started with us like, I hear this. I mean, come on. Come on. That's almost like X's. You know what I mean? Like,
Little girl with hope
and then at half, and I'm like,
in her eyes of blue.
now it's really like dated itself to like early 2010s pop and some early EDM from that time, but like alternative pop from that time. So production wise, it's kind of dated itself right there, and it's lost a lot of the energy. So here's what I'm going to do, just for the sake of, let me see. Oops, what's going on here? What's going on here? Let's see. Not that. Let's. I want to actually show it. That's it. It's making it feel restricted in the amount of like energy that the song can have. And that's kind of what I'm looking for here. Geez, not that. So I'm gonna Jeez. I just want to find, I'm just going to find a house kit here really quick. So give me a sec. Hold on. That's more like it. Okay. Now we're getting there. Now we're getting there. So let's and then we're also just because I want to put the song in that world for a second so that it's easier to imagine and easier to translate with a producer. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm talking about. Okay. So we're actually going to go over here to the clap, and on the clap, we're going to give the clap just a little bit of reverb here. So let's go. Let's see really quick on here. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Almost forgot. We can do this. Look at that. Ah, no. Hold on. I'm gone. Give me a sec. Boom, we're back. There we go. Favorite vocal plugin for what? Depends on what it is. And it also kind of depends on the song. So let's go here real quick. Reduce a little bit of the saturation. And let's go to this. Thank you for the follow, Roz. I appreciate that a lot. I'm not finding what I need here. Give me one second here, because I want to introduce this and see how it feels when we open this up just a little bit. Eighth note cowbell. We can try it all. That's fine. I'm just gonna leave it as is right now. I don't know why I'm not finding. What's going on here? Did this update or something? Is this in a different place? It might just be in a different place because I'm not seeing. That's fine. Okay, anyways, we'll get it. Let's run over here. I'm not worried about it. Let's run this from the top, because as soon as I heard this, that's the room I thought we were in. That's where I thought we were.
Little girl with hope in her eyes of blue, had a dream so big she made sure God knew. Prayer sent up every night, down on bended knee.
Again, read through the
I
lines
just
because the
wanna
halftime's still there.
dance for the whole world to see. But that world is so dark,
Build up, whatever.
that world is so cruel. So you,
Build it up,
my
however.
precious girl, must be the exception.
However you want to build up and transition and stuff like that, but it. Jesus, what the hell? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with these plugins and stuff like that. I'm trying to find some other sounds and it sounds crazy. Anyways, you get the idea, right? So now it's like, because of the way this production is being built, because of the halftime, because of some of the specific sound design choices, it's setting us back a decade and a half, right? There's nothing wrong with that, because I love eras of music. I'm obsessed with anyone who knows me knows I'm obsessed with the 80s. See, Sincere, I appreciate you. I'm obsessed with the 80s. I love the 80s. I love the 70s. I love old analog synth sound design and stuff like that. So for me, it's much less about the era itself and the intention behind the execution of the era. Because if the intention of the execution of, early 2010s EDM and house or something like that, then I would be squashing this vocal in compression and saturation and a bunch of huge reverbs that go on for eternity and a bunch of like massive delays and stuff like that. I'm with you there, Steven. I'm 32. I'm on the edge right there. So yeah, like I like the eras. The eras just need to be executed in a way that is true to it, right? I think what happens sometimes is when people like are in their current stage of whatever they're doing and whatever art they're trying to make, the songs that you're writing in this instance. But then some of the sound design feels dated or feels like it's not up to par or whatever it may be, right? And so in that space, it's like making sure that if you're going to go for an era, that you lean in and or that we modernize the production a little bit more. And I could see this production being a little bit more of a verse with production and instrumental breakdown, verse with production, instrumental breakdown, and then maybe and again, I'm strictly throwing out ideas. Feel free to ignore 90% of them. I'm just getting my wheels spinning and hopefully getting your wheels spinning as well for what might make sense for your song, right? And you can take some of it, ignore half of it if you want to, just the way my brain works. So in this constance, it's like, I like hearing, like, again, like as we're building up this verse here, just one more song.
Little girl with hope in her eyes of blue, had a dream so big.
Like
she
having
made sure God knew.
Having the 4 on the floor immediately gives us a lot more energy and a lot more presence, right? So like just immediately just having that energy shifts things completely. What my brain wants to hear, and again, feel free to ignore, but what my brain kind of wants to hear is you starting here in this pocket, building up some steam. Mackie, I kind of just do it through here. I don't necessarily like
teach it. I do consultations offline all the time, so people can book an hour, 2 hours, couple hours, and we can do collaborative songwriting, production. I help them with their production structure, help them with mixing and stuff like that. So I do that all the time. In fact, I'll be doing some later this, maybe later this weekend or next week. I'll be doing some offline consultations and stuff like that. So I don't teach classes. I don't have a course or anything like that. I just help people as we do like offline consultations, and help them on the stream here as well. But since we've built some energy there, right? We've built some energy. Then I would love to build up that energy, have a little bit more of a build up going into a really good house musical breakdown. Maybe still some vocal structure in there, but less of a contemporary hook. I think that's a little bit of what I'm hearing here, right? Is slower pacing, some dated sound design, like we've already talked about. Thank you for the follow. Slower pacing, more dated sound design, and then paired with a very contemporary song structure of we're now on a hook, we're down to a verse, we're now on a hook, but then the sound design doesn't necessarily represent that. I hope that makes a little bit of sense. Mackie, shoot me a DM on Instagram. I got you. Shoot me a DM on Instagram. Mackie, if you do exclamation point socials or exclamation point link, I think it'll pop up for you right there. So that right there is kind of what I'm listening for. Now, if we modernize the production there, and again, just throwing out ideas, we make it a little bit more lo-fi house, a little bit more modern house record, with even just, the softer, a little bit more modern production structure there. I do like his synths. I mean, I love this early synth. This early synth, and even the bass, the mini Moog style. Dum, dum, dum. I love that high attack bass. So there's a lot of the sound design I like. For me, it might mainly be a percussion thing. Might be the drums and the pacing. If we modernize that a little bit, do a transition to a musical breakdown. I'll play your hook here in a second. A musical breakdown. We can lean into that a little bit more, and then have your hook be a little bit more intermittent. You know what I mean? It's not happening all the time. That again takes you out of the more contemporary song structure. Bailey's in it, but what's up, Bailey? Yeah, I got you, Bailey. I got you on my list right here. Yeah, are your notifications turned on? Yeah, Bailey, I got you on my list. In fact, I added 5 more. Oh, it's not popping up. Go to the link tree right there, Mackie. Go to the link tree right there. Yeah, I still have you on my list. In fact, I added 5 more after I got off the live the other day. I added 5 more to yours as well. So let me see where I got it. Oh, yeah, it's down here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. I got you. Yep, you're up there. Jayme, I cleared yours. Yeah, Bailey, so you actually have 20 on there. I added another 5. Anytime that I hold y'all's song, I add another 5. That way I make sure you're building up some more credit, and it can help you get heard a little bit sooner the next time too, stuff like that. But yeah, I got you up there. The line is up on the other platform if you want to check it. But Bailey, you have 20 actually up there now because I got you a boost after the last live as well. I appreciate you tapping back in. Good to see you. Yeah, of course. I always try to, as much, because I know not everybody gets heard all the time, and so I always make sure, like I say in the form, I always make sure to save your list or save you to the credit list, save your name over there, and then add to it if I can to give you a little bit of a boost as well. Okay, let me get into the hook of the song really quick, and then we'll close things up here in a minute.
Down on bended knee.
Because even you're voting down on bended knees, the vocal structure right here, those are good melodies. So I want to take a step back, because you do have some great melody selection here. Right now it's a little bit dry because it's not fully mixed. We already know that. It's a little bit dry and a little bit open right now. It needs a little bit more just processing and control, compression, some editing and stuff like that to make it really smooth. But when I'm hearing these dun 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 dun, they're great melody. You have a great voice. They're great melody choices right there. But the context in which I hear them is a little bit more electronic. If it's dun 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 dun. The way that the context that I hear those are really controlled, faster paced, more energy. I think there's even a part where you say something about I want to dance and something like that, but then the song's super slow, right? So those are those details where how, like I said at the beginning, how do we point all of this in the same direction, where there's a lot of energy, there's obviously a lot of love in the song, there's a lot of emotion in the song and what you're writing about and stuff like that, where I'm
I want to feel that in the production as well as in your vocal and in the lyrics, right? And I think there's probably parts of this that, again, if I'm imagining a world where you do go a little bit more this direction, and you don't have to, it's your song, it's your creativity. But if you do go that direction, you pick up the pace, we go back to a full time instead of a halftime, slight changes in sound design, and you go to an instrumental breakdown, like a typical electronic, more modern electronic song, right? If you do go in that direction a little bit, or like work with it, or keep this the same and work with another producer to like remix it, however you want to approach something like that. If you do something like that, it allows you to trim the fat of the lyrics a little bit and not feel like you have to fill out everything. Like I have to do a bunch of extra stuff and have another verse and have another bridge and stuff like that. You can like simplify the storytelling and compartmentalize it a little bit without feeling like, okay, well, now I have my second hook. Now I have my bridge. We're going to go back into another hook. You can allow the music to be the carrier of a lot of the emotion, a lot of the energy. And your voice is the storyteller intermittent to that, like in between some of these bigger moments of the instrumentation, if that makes sense. All right, let me get a little bit deeper here.
I just wanna dance,
Like right there, like
dance.
I just want to dance, and it's like super halftime, right? So like the production and what you're singing, how you're singing it, they're not lining up. They're not telling the same story. And that's why like I'm hearing some of what like you're doing, and I want a different production to like support that, right? And again, some of the sound design I really like a lot of the synths and stuff in the background I like a lot.
So you, my precious girl, must be the exception to the rule. You'll be given
Like some of those little background plucks, there's some of the little ear candy in the background I really like.
a gift that draws
Thank you for the follow, Mackie. I appreciate it.
everyone's eyes.
Like this could be a build up right here.
Walk in the room, your light will never be denied.
Build up, build up, build up.
'Cause you have been chosen for this mission.
That's where I almost want to just hear like a you've been chosen, 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 you've been chosen, like I almost like I can hear a breakdown happening there. That's not a full next message of the song, and I know there's more lyric content that you might want to fit in there. So again, kind of reading between it a little bit there. You can keep all of that in there if you feel like it's valuable to the song structure. But just practically speaking, I could hear that you've been chosen, dun, 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 and you've been chosen. Even you could go halftime on the hook still, right? And have this little bit, halftime there, and still have like a really vibrant EDM structure following your melodies, but simplifying for a breakdown. And then coming back in with, a structure that maybe makes more sense to the song. Anyways, just ideas. I'm tossing a lot of ideas out there.
Sent into the belly of the beast, where Satan never sleeps, where darkness runs deep, where deceit and lies will always creep. But it's you I have chosen, so many.
Because these are really good vocals for being manipulated and positioned in a breakdown, just for fun. Now, one of the last things that I'll say, and I hope this isn't like chaotic, and I hope it feels somewhat helpful. The other side to this too is if you like, let's imagine a world with what I'm talking about, and we go down this direction. You keep your verses loosely as is, right? If you want to edit them and polish and mature some things, of course you can. That's up to you. You can keep verses largely as is, slightly different sound design. You go into a big hook that is mainly like your vocal sampled. You know what I mean? Like it's taking your vocal, it's kind of chopping it up a little bit. It's turning into a big electronic drop, right? A big breakdown right there. It's mainly music, and you've been chosen as the main tag with maybe a couple other lyrics that transition you, right? You cut a little bit of that out. You can always break it down into, let me see.
When you walk in the room, your
Oops, here's
light
my piano.
will never be denied.
All right, it's an E minor.
'Cause you
So you have this. Let me see.
eyes. When you walk in the been chosen for this mission.
So you could always have. So let's say, again, we clear some of this hook out. It becomes a drop. It becomes a breakdown instrumentally of something really powerful and a big breakdown of the music right there. And then you can still have
a bridge after that where you do a full lyrical hook and then go back to the breakdown again, right? So you can go back into you've been chosen, do not know what failure is chosen, do not phase you were chosen. The devil always plays and it's not done. Breakdown. You've been chosen, chosen, you've been chosen. You know what I mean? Like you can still have a full whatever your hook is, right? I don't obviously know all of the lyrics, but whatever that hook is, you can still have that in the song as like a bridge where you at one point in the song you bring everything down low and then you sing the whole part right there, but then you go back into the breakdown, which is just the chosen. Does that kind of make sense? Like chosen, you've been chosen, that's your hook, that's your tag, that's what's chopped, that's what's sampled. And then you have a bridge where you break it down to just like a piano or a Rhodes or something. You've been chosen, it's on the way to it's over. It's on the way, it's all done. And then you go into a big drop again, back to just chosen with some other ad-libs, right? That's the way I am. I know, I know I'm trying to be helpful where I'm coming in like, hey, you know, it would be great if this song was like a different style, different production. We've removed this vocal, moved it over here. I know that feels like maybe I'm flipping the whole thing on its head, and that's not my intention necessarily. But I guess in the spirit of hearing the song as it is and wondering what could squeeze the most out of it. Like what about this fruit would be the most worth the squeeze? That's a horrible way of phrasing that. But you get the idea of like, how can we get the most out of this? I know it's wordy because I have so much to say. Dude, 100%. I get that. As someone who loves songwriting, has done a ton of songwriting. It's one of my favorite things about music is songwriting. As much as I love songwriting, sometimes saying less in a format that is really palatable will get you a lot farther and actually have that message heard more deeply and more consistently than if you say all of the things you're trying to say. Does that make sense? That's a powerful tool that I've understood over the years of songwriting and doing some songwriting professionally is like a lot of times if you say too much, people will listen very little and they will actually absorb very little, as opposed to what is going to be stuck in my head for the rest of the night is you've been chosen. If that was just the hook and it's a crazy chop of that with a big dramatic production breakdown, then that is like locked into my brain forever. But if the whole song feels like, I say this loosely, but like a run-on sentence of like a lot of different lyrics, a lot of different stories, or a lot of different versions of the story that you're telling in order to get this point across, then even though you're saying more, it will be heard less. And I think sometimes if you just simplify back to "you be chosen," then that phrase with that melody in that context is an earworm. It gets locked in. It's pattern recognition, right? Like we're so like built to capture pattern and understand it and recognize it. And so if you have too many different things that happen, it'll just be harder for people to remember the song. And so that's where I want to lock it in. That's where I want it to be really distinct. I want it to be like really, really clean and really, really well structured with a production that then supports it and makes room for that. Then I think everything connects and points in the same direction so much more. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That is Jayme. Shout out to Jayme. Jayme, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending this in. I'm glad we caught that right there. How to fit lyrics in melody. I think for me, it just comes down to consistent phrasing. And if your phrasing isn't consistent and memorable, then finding different ways to communicate the same thing, right? Like there's a lot of different ways to say I love you. There's a bunch of different stuff, right? Like there's so many different ways to say that. And sometimes when it comes like, how do I fit these lyrics in there? If you have a point that you want to make, then sometimes it's just about rephrasing and having a different approach to your syllable counts and stuff like that in order to make sure that it fits. But how to fit it just comes down to word choice. How do you fit, lyrics into a melody? It just depends on how do I want to phrase this and how do I want to repeat that phrasing over the course of the song. One easy way is to choose a format for your lyrics and your melodies. It's an A-B format where you have like, let's say you have maybe a section and a B section, and you repeat those melodies. So you have like, "We've been chosen, dun 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 dun," A, repeat it again. Then maybe switch to a B. You've been a that's like an AABA version right there, right? As far as formatting your songs, formatting your lyrics, where that is so, I just made this up based on those first melodies that Jayme had, right? That's so catchy because you have a repetition of the first melody, a change, and then back to the original repetition. That AABA is a really, really good way to format your lyrics. You can do it A-B. You can do it, there's so many different ways to do it. There's no like real right or wrong way, but having a format, like a mathematical almost like format to the way that you structure your lyrics can really ensure that they stick with people, that it's gluey, it's sticky, it's catchy. Like those are the practical aspects of songwriting that are so vitally important to the way that you build your song structure. The reason why that you remember half the songs that you remember is because of these patterns that have been set into these songs and placed in these songs to their lyrics. And then it's just about finding phrasing and finding words that match that structure and make sense. Zach, thank you for the follow. We got to keep it moving. Okay. Okay, let me double check. What's up, Zach? I appreciate you joining. Okay, let's see. Bailey, are you in here right now? This is our last song for today, y'all. And then once again, just keep in mind, do you feel like so much music sounds the same? Mackie said, do you feel like so much music sounds the same? I don't, because that really just depends on like kind of the echo chamber that you're in. If you just like listen to like, I don't know, just like modern R&B, then you will think that everything sounds the same, but that was also the case 50 years ago. You know what I mean? And if you just listen to like the Spotify charts, then you will think that all of those things, you know, all these songs sound the same because they've been molded by algorithms to fit what they think you like or something like that, right? I think that there has, in the same way that nowadays you're like, dude, everyone's using the same splice drums, and they're doing all the same stuff. Like in the same way that that's happening a lot is the same way that like I have a right behind me, I have a Yamaha DX7 on my synth rack back there. And that synth was in every single 80s song, like every single one, every single like 80s and early 90s song. It's still used today. We use it today, but like it was in every single one of those songs. And a lot of them were just presets. It was the EP1, electric piano preset. You know what I mean? Number 8, like it was the one that everybody used, the sound that everybody knows and loves about the DX7. So a lot of people then could be like, does all like 80s disco and like 80s pop sound the same? It's like to an extent because a lot of people were using a lot of the same tools in the same way that nowadays a lot of people are using a lot of the same tools. So I think the way that you break out of that is you still use a lot of the same tools. Like maybe you're still using splice, but you get really nuanced and creative with how you utilize the tools that are in front of you. Whether that's changing the synthesis sound, changing song formats, changing the way that you approach lyrics and tools for that, whatever it may be, chopping and manipulating the sounds that are in front of you. But yeah, that's always been something. Like there's like listen to like heavy metal from like the 90s and like 80s. It's like, yeah, a lot of the snares all sound the same. A lot of the blast beats on these like really sharp transient kits, like they like a lot of them sound the same. They're all using huge, 4x12 Marshall stacks and whatever. Like a lot of them like sounded the same because they were using it was the same Les Paul and stuff, but they were in different rooms, different pedals, different formatting, different songs, different progressions. Like to me, it's just like how you use the tool is what matters the most. How you use the tool is going to determine, thank you for the heart me, is going to determine how people perceive it, right? So if you're using splice, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you use the same splice sample that, Sabrina Carpenter's producer used in Espresso, then yeah, it's probably going to sound like all your music sounds the same. But if you take that and you actually reversed it, pitched it up 4 semitones, and then only used that reverse kick as a layer to another kick that you added to like make it sound really then that's a different story now, right? Now we're manipulating a little bit. Okay, let's we have one song left right now. Mr. Producer and CPV Cloud right here. Y'all are going to be safe for tomorrow. We had people that were in front, so a couple people skipped forward. Excuse me. So those songs will be saved. I have them on my list already. They'll be in my previous list. So literally anytime that you can come in tomorrow, maybe even sometimes over this weekend as well, if I can go live a little bit more as well, but definitely tomorrow, I'll be able to just literally come back in. In fact, I'm going to boost both of y'all. So both of y'all are going to get a boost. So both of y'all, my producer and CPV, I'm going to add 5 to y'all's credit as well, since I'm having to save it. I'll add 5 to y'all's credit. That way, you'll have a bit of a boost the next time that you come in as well. You can hop in tomorrow. If you have any of a chance tomorrow, I'll get you straight back up on the board. Just let me know that you're here. I will never listen without you. I'll never listen to your song without you here. I'll always make sure that you are present for your breakdown. So you never have to, if you got to leave at any point, or I get off at the end of the night, you never have to worry about missing out on your song. I'll always make sure that you're ready to go. So producer and CPV, y'all will both have 20 saved for y'all. And you can hop in tomorrow at any point. I'll get you straight back up on the board, or it could even be a week from now. It doesn't matter to me. A week from now, 2 weeks from now, tomorrow, 3 days from now, I'll make sure that I get you straight back up on the board. And then we're going to close it out right here. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I gotta take care of my voice a little bit. Joe Edits, tell people. We got a lot of people, man. We got a lot of people that are great singers. Okay, Bailey, let me pull up your email here really quick too. How to increase vocabulary for beginners. You're talking about songwriting, like songwriting, vocabulary and songwriting. Let's see. Bailey's was, I think, a week ago or something like that. Let me double check here really quick. March 24. No, that's not it. Here's what I would do. I have a video on it, but I need to post more. There's one on my YouTube channel. Is it Saf? I have a video on it on my YouTube channel called Object Writing. I would watch. I'm not even trying to plug necessarily, but that's just the best tool. Object writing as a tool, I think, is one of, there's a peripheral writing and object writing are 2 tools that I go to all the time to expand my vocabulary and experience with songwriting. Having tools keeps you constantly inspired. People are like, I got writer's block. I never have writer's block. I can always write about interesting stuff all the time because I have tools to continue to keep that sharp. So object writing, I think, is like vital for me. I love it. It's a 10-minute exercise. It's a 10-minute exercise. It doesn't have to lead to a song. It doesn't have to lead to anything. It's just a way to increase your vocabulary around subjects. It's a 10-minute exercise, and it just helps you kind of get out of the rut of speaking of things too specifically. Basically, you get a random word generator, and it randomly generates a word, and then you just spend the next 10 minutes unloading any and all unformatted information about that subject, right? I've done this a bunch of times. It's led to a bunch of cool songs. This is like a widely studied tool as well. It's not like something I made up. It's a widely studied tool, like professors and like doctorates in music theory and stuff like that I've studied. Excuse me. And so that's one of the tools where it allows you to unload a lot of the ideas around something because it's uninhibited writing. It's like the I don't know, the object, it just you random word generator. It says measuring tape. You start a timer for 10 minutes. When the 10 minutes is done, you're done. And you don't think about anything. You literally just start writing about anything you can possibly think about, unloading information. It's like, opening the dam. You know what I mean? Like, it's just letting it out completely. Open it up completely, right? And so you just unload all the information that you can possibly think about measuring tape. And so you start describing it, start talking about it. If it's poetic, it's poetic. You just start typing out a memory that you had with it. Like I remember yesterday I measured my couch and it was 108 inches long, and it was a brown couch. And after that, I put the measuring tape on the counter. It's a yellow measuring tape. It has a black circle on it. I remember that, there was a measuring tape I had growing up that was purple, had a black stripe on it. You literally just unloading, right? And this sounds stupid. That doesn't sound like a song. It doesn't sound like a song. But if you start unloading information about measuring tape, this random object, this random thing that was generated through a random word generator, you will be shocked at the amount of like little stories and little pieces of information that are in there that become pieces of music. I had one that I wrote before. It ended up being a song called Safe that I put out. And the random word, it said fence. I think it was fence was the random word that it came up with. So I spent 10 minutes. I unloaded words about fence. I just described fence as this time it was a bit poetic. Like sometimes things come to me a little bit more poetically, and sometimes they're super rigid and weird and funky. So I just unloaded all of that information, and it ended up being like a really cool song structure and really, really beautiful. But if you just start describing things and unloading information about random words, it will like give you so much more like peripheral information to write from than being like, I'm in love. I love you. You're beautiful. I love you. And it feels like this is so rigid. You know what I mean? Like or I'm mad. I'm so angry. So I'm just like writing about anger instead of like having some crazy, weird peripheral experience of how you're describing anger. That's so different. You know what? I hope that makes a little bit of sense. Anyways, object writing. Object writing is how you can improve your vocabulary around songwriting. It's powerful. It's powerful. It's a really cool tool. Okay. Bailey, is it potentially under a different name? I'm looking it up right now. We're about to pull it up. We're going to close it out with Bailey. When people ask us to rate a music track, how to fairly score them, really? Is that even possible? No, I hate rating. That's why I never do it. I think rating's stupid. So I don't care if you do. I don't care if anyone does. I think rating's dumb. Because the rating quite literally only matters to the one person rating. And most often than not, that one person rating doesn't matter. So, it's like we've dumbed it down already, where it's like if it only matters to that one person and that one person doesn't really matter in the grand schemes of how you're releasing your music, then what the fuck are we doing? I think it's stupid. That's why I literally always say there's no ratings, there's no polls. I don't care. I could not care less that you got like 7 smileys and 3 cries. What information did that give you? Anyways, that's the way I approach. That's why we do these like deep consultations. We're going nuts over here, talking way too long about music, spending my whole night doing this. Like, that's why I do that. Because ratings to me are completely pointless. Completely pointless. Even if, let's say your dream artist, let's say, I don't know who, Kendrick Lamar comes in and he says, whoever, Zach, he says, Zach, your song is a 7.2. What the fuck are you going to do? Like, okay, post about that for the next 3 months. Like, you just start posting screenshots that he did that. Like, what is this doing? Even the top, even the best, if they rated your song something high or low, whatever, like, so what? Like, like it doesn't matter. Just create, just make art. Just make art, make good art, be authentic, make good art and put it out there. And if people like it, they like it. If they don't, they don't. And you can improve on it, or you can keep pushing into your own authenticity and try to improve quality over time. Like, just keep making shit. Just keep making shit. Have a good time. Like, thank you for the cool. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate that a lot. That's what it's all about. The ratings to me are always stupid. That's why I've never done them. I literally have never done them. I just think it's pointless. Rating doesn't matter, especially from people that don't matter on your journey. So anyways, okay, Bailey, I was asking you if it was under a different name, if it's potentially under a different name. When I searched Bailey in my email, it didn't pop up, but I'm trying to see if maybe it's under something else or if I'm misspelling it, but I don't think. We're just like, there's this one size fits all I should do for rating any music. Yeah, and it's like, and it's just to that person's taste. It's just to that person's taste. And so it doesn't make the most sense to me. There's a lot of people that do it. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people that do it. And I don't think they're bad for doing it. I personally find it pointless. So I personally don't do it. That's all I care. And I don't care what anyone else does. Bailey, okay. No message in here. I looked up, this should pop up because it's just my Gmail. Let me check if it went to spam or something. No. Would you mind double checking really quick? None of those are popping up when I'm searching for them. And I don't know why. Let me check the last time that those were sent in, because I swear I saw it when you sent it in the other day. Let me see. No, that's Bell. No, it's later than that. Kazi. No, I remember Kazi. Means the line's closed for consultations. Would you mind sending it again? I'm sorry, Bailey. Sorry, I know it's already getting late here. Do you mind sending it again? It's not showing up for me. And then just double check that the email's copied over correctly to the Track Talk submission. Because for whatever reason, I'm looking everywhere here, and I searched for it and it didn't pop up. So I'm wondering if there was like maybe a typo or an extra S or something. I don't know. Who knows? But for whatever reason, it's not popping up when I search for it. So if you wouldn't mind resending it to, or whatever updated song you want, to the Track Talk submission, just double check that the email is good. And then we'll get it pulled up, and you'll close us out today. It's like rating one, anger, sadness, or happiness is better than the. Yeah, it's just like it's different expressions. It's different expressions. Anakin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why there's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls, because the way that I formatted this live stream is I do what I value, and I do for other artists and producers what I would want, what I would look for. And I'd want someone that works in the space. I'd want someone who does, music in a capacity as a job. They get paid to do what they're doing, to give information in a long form format and in a way that's really valuable for people. And I wouldn't want it to have a bunch of bullshit. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't care about ratings and polls and trash or pass and something like that. That to me is just, I don't care about it at all. So I don't do it. And there's a lot of other people that they really do. They really care about the smileys in the chat and the crying faces. They really care that they got a pass from someone who always trashes people. Yeah, like there's a lot of people that really care about that, and I don't really care if people care about that. I just don't personally. Okay, I got it. Okay, Bailey, it's your time to shine. Let's get into it. We got Bailey Blue in the building. You're going to close this out today. I'm excited to dive into this. I want all of the details. Some of these details might have been in the last email. For whatever reason, it's not popping up for me. So maybe I don't know where it went. It wasn't in spam either. But yeah, give me some details. Talk to me about production. Talk to me about the mix. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music. I'm excited to dig into this. This is Bailey Blue. This is Wasted Time. And this is out on all platforms. So if you like what you hear, go stream it. Go add it to your playlist. All that fun stuff. Let's get into it. It's playing on web. Hold on. There we go. All right, we're back. Let's run it. All right, close this out. Hey, thank you so much, Anakin. I appreciate you a lot. Recorded this in my room, and a local producer I've worked with mixed and mastered. Beautiful. Awesome.
You could say that I fall so easily. I give everything all so fast. I can tend to be too forgiving. I just want me something that's gonna last. You seem to be so different to me, but I guess I couldn't read between the lines.
Good voice. Good voice.
I feel so stupid how you fooled me. Should've known that I'd only end up wasting time. Wasted my time. Played with my mind.
What are you recording your vocals on?
I really thought you would be mine. I put my heart on the line with you.
It's got a like Pink Sweats vibe to it.
Now I'm sitting here wondering if it's me playing everything on repeat.
Okay, cool.
I was real with you and now you got me questioning all the things you said to me. I'll be just fine. It's really not my loss. You see me for me. Think I'll find someone who does. Wasting my time.
Hey, we're closed for today, y'all, but we'll be back again tomorrow, so make sure that you're following. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Cool production. Good instrumental hook on that loop right there, too. Very nice. Yeah, you've got an awesome voice. Awesome voice. Y'all, please show some love. That is Bailey Blue right here in the chat. If you like what you hear, this song is out on all platforms. So if you like what you hear, please go stream it. Go add it to your playlist. Go show it some love and support. Go follow on Spotify and other DSPs, so on and so on. That song is called Wasted Time by Bailey Blue. And definitely make sure y'all go show it some love and support. I really like the production structure. Like I said, it reminds me of Pink Sweats, some of the Pink Sweats and like collaborations with Black and stuff like that. I like that vibe. This like lo-fi R&B, right? It's not like super high fidelity. It's a little crunchy. It's a little saturated, a little more like filtered down a little bit. I like that a lot. I think that's really, really cool. You have an awesome voice as well. So y'all give it up. Tyler, we're closed for today. We're closed for today, but we will be live again tomorrow. So if y'all are wanting to submit your music for the consultations like we're doing here, definitely make sure that you're following. We'll tap in again tomorrow. We'll open up the lines again. Hopefully we can get through like another 10 songs. I've been trying to get through more. Just kind of depends on what the algorithm's doing and stuff like that. Some days are super full and crazy and it's going nuts. And sometimes it's a little bit easier to get through all the songs. Okay, this is Wasted Time. Let's run it from the top and let's get into it. And it does look like this just came out this year, but it does look like there's a couple other songs on here from Bailey. So definitely go check those out as well. So a couple things that I'm looking for. One is on the vocal side, there's a couple little things that we're going to talk about. You have a great voice. That's not in question. There's some great writing in here as well. One of the things that you're getting here is a lot of the room. So a lot of the environment that you're in, the mic is picking up on. You're also getting some like phase issues, like fluttering in the room. Basically what's happening, not to get too deep in the weeds with it. Obeid, welcome in. What's happening is your voice is like hitting the wall, bouncing off, hitting another wall, and then hitting the mic again. You're getting a lot of these reflections. You're getting a lot of this, right? So what's happening is the voice can end up, with some phase issues as like multiple signals are hitting the mic at a very, very close. I mean, we're talking microseconds and milliseconds, right? Of these signals hitting the diaphragm of the microphone. That can create some phase issues and some fluttering, and some elements of that are going to be the vocal feeling kind of like hollow. For one, you're going to hear the room. You're going to hear the reflection in the room. And then you're also going to get this kind of like hollowness and flatness to the vocal, and almost like chorused effect to the vocal that makes it feel like weaker. It makes it feel kind of removed from the front of the mix, as opposed to even just like listening to my voice here, where it's like, it's very like forward, it's very direct. And this is a semi-treated corner of the room over here. I've got clouds above me. I've got, panels on the wall, theater curtains on the side. Like it's more treated. And so the signal is you're not getting that reflection back and forth. It's very direct. It's very clean. And so obviously that's what you're looking for. My recommendation for you, if you don't have, and this is a treatment thing, right? This is a treatment side of the recording process. What I would do is I would prioritize your environment when you're tracking. Now, I am not telling everyone to go spend $800 on a bunch of panels and stuff if you can't afford to do that. If you can, awesome. If you have a spare bedroom, you can turn into like a little micro studio and you can put some stuff up. Fabulous. So that's the reason there are sound absorption layers on the wall. And the front and back of the mic. Yeah, it's just sound absorption, right? It's taking care of full frequency, sound absorption and frequency absorption in your studio. So for me, I have like fiberglass panels on my wall. I have like felt and wood like panels and diffusion on this wall, and a little bit behind me. That's not really doing a whole lot. Some of the felt is semi-absorption of high frequencies. I have two 2 foot by 4 foot panels at the top right above me right here. That's helping with like reflection off the ceiling if I'm mixing or producing and doing work over here on this side of the room. And then a couple other fiberglass panels on the either side of where my drums are. So like that, all that stuff right there is just so that when my vocal signal goes out, it stops. It's absorbed. You know what I mean? As opposed to like hitting a plaster wall, bouncing off this wall, hitting the ceiling, coming back down, and all of these different reflections, then
they hit the mic again, right? They keep hitting the mic and then they don't really ever stop. They just keep bouncing around until they phase out a little bit, right? As opposed to absorption, right? Like having like fiberglass or rock wool panels or like high density panels that absorb and diffuse sound, like, that can be really, really powerful. So that's why that matters. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's why that matters, right? So in the case of Bailey here, what you're hearing is just I'm assuming it's like an open room. Maybe you have a desk in a corner of a bedroom or a living room or something like that. And so you're hearing the wall and the reflection in the ceiling and it's bouncing back to the mic. Love it. I was literally just going to say what you need something to absorb some of that. And I'm not saying it's not like you have like a super high-end microphone or anything like that. So it's like, I'm not saying it's going to sound perfect or something like that, but I would recommend literally throw a blanket over your head. Like, they're like, throw a comforter over your head, flip your mattress up when you're recording right next to you, go record if you got a laptop and a cheap interface, like I'm assuming if you have that mic, you probably got the Scarlett package, right? It's a Scarlett Solo, the microphone and their headphones, right? Like if you just got that package, then just like take that with your laptop into the closet or go record in the car. Cars are super sound dampening. You got a bunch of you got a bench of cloth seats and super thick high density foam at the porous front. That's like you're driving around in a sound panel. Like cars can be great. Cars can be great for like sound absorption and stuff like that. So if you're in a limited situation and you got a car with, some, decent seats and carpets on the floor and double pane windows or whatever, then literally just go to your car and record. It might be better than your living room or like the second room down the hall that's completely untreated. This is one secret in my country where she's damming it with a bit. No, 100%. That's like how everyone started. I mean, my first little studio corner was literally, I would just like put a blanket over me, or I would go to a closet, or I would just go to some other like random part of the room that like felt a little bit better. Anyways, the environmental part of your recording process is the first step in your quality, right? A decently treated environment, whether that's a closet, a car, a mattress, or a somewhat treated studio corner or something like that, that environment is the first step in how your signal then hits the DAW. You know what I mean? Like no amount of like great engineering is like going to take that away. Now there's some de-reverbing plugins, but they introduce a lot of artifact. They can really limit the quality and like expression of your vocal when you're using a large diaphragm condenser mic. So all of that to say, the first step in how good the quality of your song is you to the microphone and where you are. That source, but like we always say, fix it at the source. Like I say that a million times a day. Fix it at the source. So my recommendation the next time that you record, because you do have a good voice, you do have a cool production that you're working with, is do whatever you need to do to make the source as clean and palatable as possible, if that makes sense. Okay, let's get into the song. Let's get into kind of the structure of it, because that's one of the first thing that I heard, where it was like, there's no amount of this feeling, really, really well engineered on the production side that would fix the fact that it sounds like your vocal is kind of like 6 feet back in the room, kind of doubled and fluttered, right? Like there's no way past that, and a great song can overcome some of that. Really, really great song structure can overcome some of that, but it's difficult when the vocal feels removed and it feels flat in the performance, not because of what you're doing as a vocalist, just because of where you are and how it's set up and stuff like that. So that to me is kind of step one. But let's get a little deeper into it. Let's run it from the top. Amazing voice, though. You have really, really good voice. I love how like dry, close, and intimate all of this is.
Everything also fast. I can send a beat.
What's up, David? Welcome in.
I just want me something.
Okay, quick note. So we talked about the quality side of the vocal recording. That's a fairly simple fix. That's just like a tracking technique and stuff like that. The one other thing that this is more of just like what I kind of want to hear out of the vocal performance itself, right? Like I said, the source all starts with your environment, the mic, and then you. Then you're the source of that instrument. Then on the vocal, like
emotion side, on the vocal emotion side. What's up, David? Good to see you, man. I would love for, again, great voice and great projection and support for your vocal, especially later on in the song. It sounds really, really good. This early in the song, when you have this really, this is off the A minor or the E minor. Here's a, this like really close, like really, really tight structure. Like all the instrumentation is like compressed, forward, close. It's like a very vulnerable, very intimate, soft moment in the song. And then there's a lot of energy behind your vocal performance. It's not like crazy loud or anything like that, but there's a lot of like support behind your vocal. I would love for this first verse specifically for you to like match the energy of the song a little bit closer. So like here,
You could say that I fall so easily. I give everything all so fast.
everything goes so fast. It's very, I mean, it's a great voice. It's a great first starting line here and stuff like that, but it's very projected and very forward. I would love to hear like a little bit more of like the intimacy and the vulnerability. Let me see where we start here. Let me back it up a little bit.
You could say that I fall
And this, you could say oh, so fast. Like I would love for there to be a little more oh so fast. It's like a little closer, maybe even closer to a softer singing, closer to the microphone, feeling a little bit more intimate, a little bit more forward, as opposed to a bit more like projected, right? Like, and right now there's like more diaphragmatic support. It's a lot more projected and it sounds clean and clear. And for a different artist, I would tell them to do what you're doing. This is why the song matters so much, right? Like for the next song or whatever, I would just tell someone to do exactly what you did. Like you need to project more, enunciate good clarity out of your vocal production and stuff like that. In this case, this early production is just so close and intimate. It's like you're sitting next to the guitar. You just like walk into a coffee shop and someone's there with the acoustic guitar. And it's close and it's intimate and it's vulnerable. So you don't want the distance and the separation, right? Like you want it to feel very inviting. So I would recommend really, as you get more accustomed to recording and stuff like that too, and just confidence in your own vocal, which you should have a ton of, really following the dynamics of the production. So when the quartet comes in and there's a little bit more energy and the strings come in and the drums kick in and the bass line comes in, obviously there's a lot more range there, dynamic range there for you to project a bit more and get a little bit more out of it. But early on right here, you can really follow the dynamics of the production. It makes it feel so much more true. Like it makes it feel like so much more like cohesive and like pointed in the same direction. So that'd be like one of my gut reactions right there. It's just like follow the dynamics a little bit better. And when the music feels really soft and really vulnerable, match that with your vocal technique and even your proximity to the microphone and the way that it's mixed. And then when the song grows a little bit, you can grow along with it as far as like your support, your range, your projection and stuff like that. 100%, Zach.
You could say that I fall so easily. I give everything all so fast. I can tend to be too forgiving. I just want me something that's gonna last. You seem to be so different to me, but I guess I
There's a little
couldn't
bit of that room you can hear. Yeah, and like here's where you can pick up that pacing a little bit, right? And you can pick up a little bit more of the dynamics and the energy, which I think sounds great.
read between the lines. I feel so stupid how you fooled me. Should've known that I'd only end up wasting time. Wasted my time. Played with my mind.
And then on the mixing side right here, so this is a little bit less on the performance side, but more on the mixing side. Right now, what you're hearing is both vocals in mono, maybe an offset pan of like 5%, 10% or something like that. But largely speaking, all of your vocals and vocal layers are all coming at you largely right down the middle. So since they're obviously they occupy like a similar frequency range and profile, since it's two of the same voice,
they step on each other's toes. So I start to hear this other melody come in and it kind of steps on your lead melody right there. But then your background vocal is a little bit louder than your lead vocal. So my brain kind of listens for that for a second, but then it's distracted by the lead vocal because there's like two or three different melodies happening at the same time with the same vocal profile right in the same part of the mix. So what I would do is if you're going to have these, like, again, love the ad libs. I love the little vocal runs that you're doing. They're executed beautifully. You have an awesome voice. I would get those out of the way of the lead vocal. So if you're going to do these, let me back it up a little bit. Here. Hold on. I gotta do my TikTok puzzle here to let them know that I exist and I'm a human. Let's see. Boom. And we're good. And we're back. Okay. Let me play through it a little bit. Yeah. So on the wasting my time. So when you're doing like those background vocals and like the third note harmony right there, awesome. What I would do is I would double track those and I'd have them left and right. So you have your lead vocal right down the middle doing the wasting my time, holding that range right there in the middle. And then on the left and right side, like track one over here, doing the same harmony. And then pan them out like 60%, up to 100% if you want it really, really wide. But let's say 60%, 80%, something like that. Get them to the outside of the mix right there. So when those layers come in, it kind of wakes up the mix and they feel wide, they feel vibrant. That's so popular and pop all the way from obviously even like in the 70s and 80s, but 90s, 2000 pop R&B, stuff like that, even the more modern lo-fi R&B, kind of like what this reminds me of a bit as well. It really makes it feel open and wide and incredibly like vibrant to listen to, as opposed to similar space occupying similar frequency profile, stepping on each other's toes a little bit. So just keep that lead vocal punchy, driving right down the middle, especially with some of the corrections as like changing environment and stuff like that. And then get those layers out of the way of those lead vocals. That way they occupy a different space in the mix and you'll hear them clearly and distinctly. They'll feel bright and wide, and they'll actually be really additive to the mix as opposed to them distracting from a lead melody and stuff like that. That'd be one recommendation I think would help a lot on all of your vocal layers throughout the song. Of course, quick reminder as well. Definitely take notes, 100%. Also, all of these are recorded to YouTube as well. So if you go to every single one of these VODs after they're done are recorded over there or are saved over there. So on YouTube, if you go to the Track Talk live stream playlist, this will be like episode 80 or something. I don't know, something like that. You can just go to the most recent one. It'll be yours and you can always go back and reference notes there. So you don't have to worry about like screen recording and stuff like that. Because I know sometimes it's easier to just like be present and listen. Also take notes if you feel like it. Totally up to you. Just want you to know they're saved if you need to go back and reference stuff.
You would be mine. I put my heart on the line with you. I
And now we're going, so on the production side now. So I love the interlude. Again, I know we're talking about a lot of things and the song's already out. So I want to take all this with a grain of salt. If anything, take it more to like what you can do in a future record and some things that you would look for and maybe want to edit as you're building out other productions and stuff like that. I love the interlude after the hook right here with the trumpet. Beautiful. Love everything about this. It's a beautiful addition. It can be a little distracting from the vocal, but it's fine because it's an interlude and you're largely doing ad libs more than singing like lyrical content, right? So since you're doing more ad libs and fillers and stuff like that, and you're doing more of those fillers in between, then the trumpet can come in and it occupies a really beautiful space. I love when it comes in. When the verse comes back though, and we need to get back to your lyrical content and your message, I need that trumpet to take a backseat. It stays just as loud as it did on the interlude. And so then it's very distracting from the lead vocal and it's like way too loud. But now I'm trying to hear you. I'm trying to hear the message and hear your layers and stuff like that. And I feel like in my brain, all I hear is da-da-da, da-da-da. I'm hearing a lot of that as opposed to that lead vocal again. So I love it on the interlude. I love it right after the hook. It's a beautiful filler right there. Another melody in there. So catchy. I love the way that it sounds. As soon as that finishes, take it out of the mix or drop it way down. Take it out of the mix so that we can get back to your vocal for the verse so it's not nearly as distracting. This is all great. And then I would just go out, or I guess once the verse comes back.
Never mind.
Everything on repeat. I was real with you and now you got me questioning all the things you said to me. I'll be just fine. It's really not my loss. You see,
And then the other thing, this is more on the engineering side. Probably one of the last things. Because I think we've covered what basically is happening. The tracking stuff that affects the whole vocal, right? Like the room you're tracking in, mic positioning, all of that affects the whole thing. Vocal layering, positioning, that affects the whole song. Like, so I think most of what we're talking about, you can kind of copy and paste to most of the rest of the song structure here. One of the last things that I'll say right here is there's a couple lines where you have a really nice wide vibrato. It's a very wide vibrato, which is awesome. It's a great characteristic. What's up, Kate? Welcome in. It's a great characteristic to have within your vocal. The only thing that's going to be frustrating about that is if you have a wide vibrato and you're tuning to a scale, it will auto-tune your vibrato to the closest semitone, or like the closest two semitones, right? Like full step or half step. So what's happening here is there's a note you're trying to hit. So I'm going to lower it down. I can hear there's a note that you're reaching for, but the auto tune's pulling you out of it to like a half step up. It's like pulling it out of that because of the vibrato. Let me see where it is here.
I'll be just fine. It's really not my loss.
No, 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 no. So you have this. Da, da, na, na. There's the da that fits over the chord, right? I'm assuming, based on what I'm hearing in the context of the scale, that da, na, na, that's the note you're aiming for. But what's happening is that da is then your vibrato is lifting it a semitone. So the vibrato is da, and you hear it auto-tuning a note above. Because, yeah, and it's an auto-tune issue, right? Because all this, it's hitting that G to F sharp, right? So that's the melody that you are doing that run on. And your vibrato, you're aiming for the F sharp right here, and auto-tune is putting it there, right? It's automatically tuning it to the F sharp. But then your vibrato, that vibrato right there in the middle is lifting it here. So you're hearing that happen in your vocal.
My loss.
You hear it bounce up a little bit. So it like sounds sharp, even though it's auto-tuned, right? So it's one of the frustrating things about it, because what's happening is you're above halfway through that note, or 50 cents through that note. And then above that, it just corrects to the closest note. So it corrects it to the G instead of back down to the F sharp. What I would do is if you have a wide vibrato, then I would recommend this anyways. This is on the mixing side largely. I would recommend manual tuning of your vocal. So I use Melodyne for this. There's other plugins. I think Melodyne's the best, but I would use Melodyne for this. Your engineer could use Melodyne for this to manually place your vocal exactly where it's supposed to be. Most of your notes are probably fine. You have a good voice, you can sing. So 90% of your vocal might be perfectly fine. They don't even have to touch it. And there's a couple little notes in there that are a little bit sharp and a little bit flat, and they will just click and drag that blob right there in Melodyne up to the note that it's supposed to be. So that auto-tune's not guessing. Auto-tune's not like taking the closest one that it can find, but it might not be your intended note. It'll take the exact note that you're trying to reach, right? So in this case, it'll just place the note on the F sharp, and then in auto tune do chromatic tuning, because you don't need to mark it to a scale, because it's already corrected to a scale. You're just using auto tune to like smooth it out and get the modulations out of that vocal so that's a little bit smoother, right? So on auto tune, you can then use chromatic mode, so that when you have a wider vibrato, it's not going to correct it as far. It's not going to reach for it as far. It's not going to go like 2 semitones down or 2 semitones up on certain scales, because it's reaching for that scale. The max it's ever going to reach for is going to be 1 semitone. It's 1 note. And even then it can go there. It can get there a little bit slower. You don't need as fast as a retune speed, because it's been manually perfected in Melodyne, right? So that's where the Melodyne to auto-tunes chain, Melodyne to auto-tune chain is really effective. If you already perfect the vocal, its amplitude, its tuning, its timing, sibilance control, plosive control, you do all of that in Melodyne. So once you start auto-tuning, adding other compressors and plugins, you already have like a perfect vocal. Like it sounds really good. It sounds really smooth and clean. You're just using auto-tune for its shimmer, for its effect, for its retune speed. Maybe some of it's like humanizing functions or vibrato functions and stuff like that. But it's just there to smooth everything out. So that's what I would do. Because right now, again, auto-tune is grabbing it and trying to force it into the scale to a semitone above. That would be a lot smoother if it was manually placed exactly where you want it, and then maybe even control some of the modulation. Like through Melodyne, I can take a vibrato and make it bigger. I can make it smaller. I can take your natural vibrato, and even if I just want to keep the natural vibrato, I can shrink it slightly. The Melodyne's amazing. I can take a really wide vibrato and make it just like a normal vibrato, but still really beautiful and musical. Like it's awesome for stuff like that, where it keeps it really transparent and really natural sounding. That's what I would do. I would make sure that your vocal is manually placed, so that it's not pulling you out of the scale right there and making it sound sharp when it's not. It's just auto-tune pulling your vocal out of tune, essentially. You're making it sound like it. Okay, let me skip it to this last section right here, and then we'll close it out. And the last thing I'll say, and then we'll close it up. Last thing I'll say is I would optimize your production structure just a little bit, just because, and this, yeah, dude, I love the strings. You don't want any knocks against your algorithm. Yeah, it's the end right there. You don't want any knocks against your algorithm when it comes to your music and the way that it's pushed, right? Every time someone hits like skip next, those are little signs, right? Like just like in any algorithm, it's all AI, it's all weird. Like anytime that someone does something, it triggers something. It tells the algorithm something. So if people are hitting next, if they're skipping the outro of your song, those are all signals to algorithms that can help with your optimization, right? You want to keep people engaged as long as possible. If you end the song here, a little bit after this, last couple ad-libs, so the song basically ends with 35 seconds left. Like as far as lyrical content, vocal ad-libs and stuff like that, there's 35 seconds and then that's it. What I would do, instead of just letting the production play out and just letting it run on and keep doing its thing, I would just do a 7-second fade from right there. As soon as your vocal ends, you got 7 to 8 seconds to 9, maybe 9 seconds to fade out the song, and then you're done, right? So you just take this and you're here. Boom. Even if the beat comes back in, you just keep fading it out. Boom. You just saved yourself 30 seconds. 30 seconds. As far as like cutting the fat, optimizing the song, making it feel like a little bit more concise. Like it feels more like a record. There's no, and it's fine to stretch, it's fine to loop, it's fine to stretch things out, it's fine to do more ad-libs. If it makes sense, it makes sense, right? These aren't rules, right? But as far as like structuring a song to cut the fat of like what's necessary for the song to feel the way that it needs to feel emotional, to feel like it has the impact it's supposed to have. If there's just extra production, extra loops, like extra time that doesn't have to be filled, just cut it and fade, or find a different way of outroing the song, where you just like bring it down to one element. Maybe you just go just acoustic and your vocal on one more hook and then you close it. But in this case, that takes it from, a 3-minute and 15-second song to a 2-minute and 40-second song. That's better for playlisting. That's better for retention. It's better for replay value. It's better for the repeat listeners and stuff like that. It's just more concise. It just makes it a little bit cleaner, a little bit more direct. So like little things like that I think could help just like polish what's happening here. And honestly though, I mean, you have great writing here. You have a really, really good voice, obviously great vocal control. I really like your voice over this kind of production. I think it does really, really well. But there's a couple little details in here that I think could just take it over the top. Obviously starting with tracking, starting with your environment, to me, that is one of the biggest parts of that equation, because that's what determines your quality in the first place. And then some of the other details are more on the mixing and like song structure standpoint. But I think you're awesome. Y'all show some love to Bailey. Bailey, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much for sending this in. Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for you because if you're starting with that microphone and the environment that you have, and you're still making songs like this that are engaging and interesting to listen to and feel emotional and have a lot going on with them, I think you're going to be in a great spot. I'm not worried about it at all. You can only go up from here. You can only improve your environment. You can only improve your mic and stuff like that, improve your knowledge and skills and what you're doing vocally and how you approach it. I think you're awesome. I think you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Y'all, please show some love to Bailey Blue. If you like what you just heard, which you should, that song is out on all platforms, so please go stream it. Please go show it some love and support. Go like the track, go add it to your playlist, go follow Bailey on Spotify and other DSPs. The song is called A Wasted Time by Bailey Blue. Definitely go check it out. That is going to close this up, y'all. I'm going to be live again tomorrow, but I gotta take these headphones off and stop listening to music for a little bit. I've been on for over 5 hours at this point, so I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for hanging out today. Quick reminder before we hop off, for those of you who maybe haven't been here before, but my name is Torvik. I am a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So if you are ever interested in any of those services, if you are wanting, Lance, thank you for the follow. If you are wanting, tracking session work for instruments and stuff like that, my specialty is keys and synths. Is what I've done for most of my life. I've got a bunch of hardware, analog, vintage synths and stuff like that in here. So if you ever need keys, synths, electric, acoustic, bass guitars, live drums, I'm selling my drum set right now to get a new one in here. So for the time being, it's a little rocky, but I can do that in the very near future and can always set some stuff up. You need drums, you need vocals, whatever it may be. If you need full scale production, you need mixing and mastering. That is what I do full time. That's what I do for a living. So definitely hit me up, shoot me a message. We'll talk about the project, make sure it's a fit, creatively and stylistically and whatever. And then of course talk budget and timeline and stuff like that. But I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all have an amazing, amazing rest of your day. And hopefully we'll see y'all tomorrow or very soon. Peace.